First of all, everyone in LCS basically had like a roster swap, except for Cloud9. Everything's gonna be different.
The split is going to be very, very exciting.
This split's gonna be awesome. I just can't wait to play.
So we'll start with CLG. CLG is a new top laner, imported from Korea.
Curse has like special. Like what?
C9 stuck with their roster for like 3 splits in a row, and they're hugely successful.
Cloud9, the North American champions.
More than ever, like Cloud9 like may not be the first place team. CLG's looking very strong. We also don't know like LMQ, how good are they, how bad are they?
Yeah, I think the team that has benefited the most from these roster changes is C9.
A lot of things could be better or worse, but what I can say for sure is this is going to be a much more competitive split, and I'm looking forward to it.
Every team is just looking so good. It's a scary split to be playing in.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the opening day of the 2014 North American League Championship Series Summer Split. We're coming to you live from our LCS home right here in Los Angeles, California. Hello, everyone. I'm Ravington Bizzle III, and with me is Joshua Chat Leesman.
And it is good to be back with you, Riv, here, because the crowd is ready, and honestly, the teams are all different, so we got a whole bunch to learn.
I'm super excited. I even heard of Vuvuzela earlier in the crowd, so it's going to be a good day. Today, 8 teams continue their quest to hoist the Summoners Cup.
Yeah, they will battle it out over the next 11 weeks with the top 6 teams earning a berth in the NALCS playoffs. Then they'll fight for a spot at Worlds and the honor of proving themselves the best on the international stage.
That's right. Every single game matters, and we're kicking it off with a Superweek lineup of 16 matches. But first, the North American League has seen more than a few shakeups in the offseason. In addition to 2 new teams with LMQ and Complexity, there were a flurry of player trades, starting with the Spring Split's second place, Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, the odd one stepped down from the starting jungler position, saying that the team would do better with another player, maybe one that's better mechanically. So he'll be taking over as the team's coach, and replacing him is going to be amazing from the team Copenhagen Wolves over in Europe. Another TSM change, though, is in the bottom lane. They're bringing in Glebe from the challenger team Cloud9 Tempest. He's going to take over for X Special, who actually parted the ways for Team Curse. Everybody was going everywhere.
That's right. Then Counterlogic Gaming went all the way to Korea to recruit a top laner after Nien announced he would be leaving the team to work on his game.
Yep, manning the top lane will be Seraph, who was playing previously with the Najin organization. So that's
right.
something everyone wants to see.
All the unknown commodities. And Coast may have been eliminated in the summer promotion tournament, but Zion Spartan and Shifter have found new life in the LCS.
Yeah. Both those players moved over to Dignitas. Zion Spartan's going to be taking residence in the top lane, replacing Cruiser the Bruiser, while Shifter will take over in the mid lane where there's a vacancy.
It's going to be good for them, guys. And finally, we heard grumblings of EG shakeups the entire break, and now they finally arrived. Almost.
Yeah, so Altec will be taking place of Yellow Peak to AD carry, but today Yellow Peak's going to be having his last game in the LCS against LMQ. It's going to be his last ride with his longtime bot lane partner, Crepo.
That's right. And of course, the summer split is well underway in Europe, where they just completed their own Super Week, and there were some huge moments that you guys were talking about on Twitter. Let's take a look at our hashtag LCS big plays. From Millennium versus Gambit at Amuni Lol tweets, the Kerp mechanics. Oh my God. Here's your number 3.
Now this is something that I like to see from teams. When you first pick a champion and you do well, Kerp's going to jump on Nick here.
Oh, he's going to get a poke across the side. The chain lands.
Wow.
Nick tries to turn it around, but does not land the stun.
Yeah, Kerp was just totally destroying that entire game and the entire week. Millennium and Kerp in particular, big surprise stories in Europe. Another big play, though, Rocket versus Fnatic. Dr. Hindsight writes, glad to have Overpower on my fantasy roster after that epic intervention. Here's your number 2.
And they are completely out of position now.
They didn't seem to have any idea what else to do about that one, and we're going to see them coming in. Zazas gets hit with the binding. He is real tanky, but not tanky enough to get away, or is he? Last second intervention comes through, and he's going to try and dodge it. He does dodge it. Reckless is now all alone. And Reckless going far too deep.
It was only 2 fantasy points for the kill, but it was still a really nice play.
Very nice indeed. We're going to have a lot of our own today, but the first and finally from Alliance versus Gambit, Effican D says, Wicked's man mode engages, made Tabs' job easy, and won the team fights. GG Alliance. Here's your number 1.
Wicked needs to knock them away. Use the Dragon's Rage. Your team is there. They've lost the tower. Now he's going to go for the fight.
Collects up 4 members. It's a good ultimate coming out there. Wild Growth bounces them in there. Froggen gets quickly shut down, but Gambit are falling like flies as Tabs comes in, rat-a-tat-tatting his way through and picking up a triple kill.
Complete shock and awe. Best way to do it.
Yeah, Tabs had a rather strong week there. So Europe's done. Time for NA.
So remember to share your favorite moments from today's games by tweeting us at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. And now you've seen a taste of the action, let's check out how the table stands in the European League.
Absolutely. And first, it's a 3-way tie with Alliance, Millennium, and SK Gaming sporting 3-1 records.
And then tied for 4th are Fnatic and Super Hot Crew. Then in last, it's yet another tie with Gambit Gaming, the Copenhagen Wolves, and Rockhat with 1 win and 3 losses. As we mentioned, we've got a super week of games coming your way, so make sure the laptop is plugged in because you won't want to miss any action.
Yeah, it starts with a rivalry rematch between the Spring Champs, Cloud9, and second place Team Solo Mid. The fans always want to see that one. Then Curse face off against Counterlogic Gaming, and after that, it's the new kids on the block, LMQ versus Evil Geniuses.
And we'll see if Complexity has the right stuff when they take on Dignitas. We'll conclude the day with Counterlogic Gaming versus LMQ. And by God, the fans are ready.
Just a little bit. They've been waiting for a while. We've been all over the world there. We went to Paris. They haven't had a chance to cheer for TSM for quite some time.
That's right. And you can find the complete schedule as well as vote on the teams you think will start the split with wins by heading over to lolesports.com. Click on schedule, select week uno, and lock in your votes.
Yeah, you can also learn how to join us here in the studio to watch these teams play in person. Saturday's sold out, but there are still seats available for Sunday. Just click tickets for all the details. And if you haven't set up your LCS fantasy team yet, you can do it now.
That's right. Set up your league, then you can play Owner and create your dream team of pro players from Europe and North America. Rack up points based on the actual LCS games and sweat each kill, yes, as you compete against your friends each week. Head to fantasy.lolesports.com for all the details.
Yeah, and the casters ourselves had one of those fantasy leagues, although, you know, we'll do a little bit of Twitter talking about those things because they're going to be close. I played Kobe this week.
Ooh, very nice. We'll have to see. I played Officio. It'll be fun. Now let's throw it over to the guys at the Analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? I'm David Freak-Turley alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. It's going to be a fun day.
I am looking forward to seeing all these new players actually on the North American LCS stage. How can they perform?
Yeah, almost every single team is going to be changed up in some way. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. So we had a whole bunch of big shuffles in the North American LCS this split. We want to break down some of the new faces as well as returning players that we'll be keeping an eye on this week. Up first, West Rice, Complexity's top laner. He was critical of his own performance in the summer promotion tournament, and he's shown that he can make some great plays, but is unpredictable. We'll see how he settles into playing on the big stage.
Then we'll be watching to see if Xiaowei Zhao can carry his dominating performance in the challenger scene into the LCS as he faces off against North America's best mid laners. He's done more to revolutionize farming than Norman Borlaug.
What? Who?
Norman Borlaug, he developed a high-yield, disease-resistant strain of wheat back in the 40s.
Oh, thank you. Well, speaking of Thrushes, we're going to look at Curse's Xpecial, their new support. He had the highest KDA in the spring split among supports, but we'll have to see if and how quickly he can develop synergy with Cop in the bottom lane.
And next, we'll be keeping an eye on Shifter, who will be manning the mid lane for Dignitas. He was the brightest star on Coast. Now let's see how he can do with a shot-calling jungler.
Now, finally, we're going to talk about Seraph, CLG's top laner. Since they brought him over from Najin White Shield to try out for the team, there's been a lot of hype around him still. He's only got one professional game on his resume, so we're anxious to see how he actually does in competitive play regularly now. But of course, there's just too many teams to talk about, 17 in total. So two of us can't do it all. We want you guys at home to help us with this one. We're asking you guys on Twitter, which player move do you think will have the biggest impact for his team and why?
Send your answers to @LO Esports and use that hashtag LCS. We might just highlight your insightful response later in the broadcast.
All right, guys, going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the games are going to get underway. Cloud9 versus the revamped Team Solo Mid. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the North American LCS and our first game of the summer split. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. Chad, this is a replay of the battle between the spring split's first and second place teams.
Yeah, and when you look at the history of these teams, it's a very one-sided matchup, despite the crowd chants. Cloud9 is 7-1 against TSM in regular season play and 6-0 in the playoffs. Also, Cloud9 has won 18 straight games against North American LCS teams. So overall, Cloud9 is a very stable team, and they haven't made any roster changes since they joined the league. But we have to remember, they played in the All-Star Paris event without their primary shot caller, High, who was out for medical reasons with that collapsed lung, and the rest of the team stepped up. They secured a spot in the semifinals, but we're going to have to see if they have trouble transitioning back into having High on the team.
Indeed, great to see that he's doing well and back on the lineup. On the other side of the coin, Team Solo Mid made some changes to what was an already winning combination, with Amazing taking over for the odd one in the jungle and Glebe from the challenger team Cloud9 Tempest replacing Xpecial as support.
Yeah, we will have to see if that was too much change too fast, because they were good last year, Rib. 22-6 in the spring split, ending only 2 games back from Cloud9. And, you know, on paper, Amazing seems like a fantastic pickup from the Copenhagen Wolves. He had the most total kills amongst junglers in the European LCS, as well as coming out in the All-League second team. But Xpecial was one of the top supports, racking up the second most assists and highest KDA for the position, as well as being All-League first team. That's a tricky change in the bottom lane when you go all the way over there. The bottom lane was something they could rely on last split to perform, and now with Glebe and Turtle, it's a bit more of an unknown, changing that winning formula. We'll see if it goes.
And Team Solo Mid gives Cloud9 the advantage for being Rift tested and scoreboard approved, but they believe the changes will give them the advantage in the long run.
I almost feel like TSM's going to be an entirely new team because now it's a lot of new players like Bjergsen, Amazing, and Glebe.
C9 has an advantage over most of the other teams by not making any roster changes. They don't really have much to get used to. They can just keep doing what they've been doing. But I think once some of the other teams get settled in with their roster changes, they can have a lot better chance to take games off C9 this split compared to last split.
I don't know what team is the strongest right now, actually. There's no team that's better than another just because every team has some problem they have to deal with, whether it's new roster or it's health injury.
C9 are going to have a harder time having that like beast record that they had last split. We're going to look stronger. CLG is going to look stronger. Pretty much every team is going to look stronger.
These teams say stronger. A lot of people say unknown. The story's about to be written. We got a long split to go. So let's start right now. The starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Cloud9. In the top lane is Balls, Meteos in the jungle. High in the mid lane, Sneaky at 80 carry, and Lemonation on support.
And on the red side is the new look Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle on 80 carry, and of course Glebe, the new look on support.
And of course, before we jump into Champ Select, we want to shine a spotlight on our featured matchup. It's Meteos versus Amazing. Since he started in the NALCS, Meteos has been the undisputed king of the jungle. He had the second highest KDA in the league with a 7.5 last split.
Yeah, and we've seen the rest of the league. They kind of keep importing players to try and take out Meteos. CLG brought in Dexter, Evil Genius has Snoopy, and now Amazing is on the Copenhagen Wolves. Meteos has been unstoppable. And we look across at Amazing, he was a solid performer for the Copenhagen Wolves as well. He was voted second team all-league over in Europe, so very, very strong, great mechanics. If he could dethrone Meteos, or even just take him out in 1v1s and in the jungle, you know, you could see TSM as the champions here, on their way to Worlds, or, you know, maybe just the first game of the split.
It would be a really big step up in the game. They have to have something on their plate immediately because Cloud9 has weak links they can focus on, respectively, right now, if they think about it. Unknown commodity in the LCS League in the bottom lane. It could be tough if they just decide to focus that or get a good swap right out the bat on TSM.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to me just seeing how this Glebe and Wild Turtle roster works out because everyone on TSM has been so unwaveringly supportive of Glebe, even though he is a relative unknown in the scene. A lot of people say he is a more passive support than Xpecial was, which could translate into more pressure going to other lanes if the bottom lane isn't creating like that. But they do say he's a much more positive influence on the team. That can make everyone communicate better. They could roam around better. They could rotate, do all these things. It's just a matter of waiting and seeing.
There's also that period of time when something new happens where you feel refreshed. Hopefully it's not just a period of time for them, and it does sink into work out for them in the long run. We're going to go ahead and get Champion Select underway. The first one as we get things flowing here for the summer split. Eve's going to be out right away. Saw a lot of that coming out in Europe. Shook, obviously, putting his hands onto that more than one time. People not liking the results.
Yeah, and an interesting trend from Europe. Aside from the one game where actually Amazing's replacement on the Copenhagen Wolves played York in the jungle,
yeah,
every jungle pick in Europe last week was either Eve, Elise, Lee Sin, or there's one more. Why am I missing it? There's
Kaz?
4 of them. Or Kha'Zix, exactly.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the top lane was at the start of last split, where the jungle is just a rotation of those 4 champions, and with 2 of them banned away already, there's a chance we might actually see something different here from Cloud9. 2 jungle bans against Amazing, and Lee Sin could probably be the 3rd. They might be targeting him out hard.
Yeah, we don't see Meteos on Lee Sin too much. When he did, it was like the assist king out of nowhere. He played it beautifully to get the lanes rolling, and he did what he does in the jungle, is find the other jungler and give him hell. A mid lane ban coming out. Obviously, Team Solomid getting Cassidy out of the way. May see LeBlanc as well. But the Soraka coming in, that's definitely pinpointed at high. The late game is such a terror.
If they ban Lee Sin here, as far as Cloud9 goes, it's just such a smart move. Based off everything they know, it's the new guy on them, and they actually ban Elise, which means they take away Lee Sin. The great thing about this is they have first pick. So we mentioned those 4 junglers that everyone in the European LCS relied on against a European jungler that just joined TSM as well. They take Lee Sin, they leave him with a lower tier champion, as they think.
Actually, Glebe having quite a bit of say here, depending on what they're talking about, what the composition's going to be like, how can this play out. The last band taking the full time to get this one out as they do what they need to. And it's going to be a Jax to come out, so they actually leave themselves up a jungler that they can pick.
Yeah, that was actually very surprising by Team Solomid. It basically says Dyrus didn't want to play Jax, at least into maybe Balls' Renekton at that point. It gives them a lot of power picks left up. The Twitch was what Sneaky relied on to do well at the All-Star in Paris, and TSM can get that for Turtle. Turtle's a fantastic Twitch player. I really wonder what they're going to jungle, though. There's still Pantheon available. They can still do stuff like Nocturne. It's just not nearly as proven in this new season.
A little bit of Nocturne has definitely been seen lately. A lot of the TF has been coming out too to kind of synergize that global or quasi-global ultimate. We'll see what they have for themselves. The Twitch Shyvana locked in. The Half Dragon for Dyrus, one of his top champions in play, so he's going to be perfectly fine on that in the top lane. And now we're going to see what Cloud9 has for themselves. We'll probably see a support here, since nobody has gotten themselves a yet. Thresh still on the board. Elimination easily picking that one up if he needs to.
Yeah, it's so curious when you see so many jungle priority picks, a lot of other stuff gets left up. LeBlanc is another thing that High used to play a lot of. It's a big Cloud9 favorite, and it's something Bjergsen dominated with many times in the spring split of 2014. Plus, they got that Morgana pick, which they were undefeated with last split.
The Elimination was loving it towards the end of the split. Everybody started to pick it up. Wild Turtle decides he will be locking in Thresh for the team, and we get a Lulu here for Bjergsen in the mid lane. So it looks like he's going to be shutting down that LeBlanc with Lulu.
Lulu works wonderfully in Twitch team compositions, especially from the mid lane. It's the protection Twitch needs. I think one of the big reasons we're seeing Twitch come back is AD carries are kind of worth protecting again, and there's tools available for teams to do so. The Thresh and the Lulu on top of that will make it very difficult for High to pull off any assassinations on Wild Turtle's Twitch.
Looking at Cloud9's team, it's kind of hard for an initiation. Where do they find themselves if they have to force these fights with what they've had so far?
Yeah, pretty much bindings. Pretty much bindings is what they're relying on. Or a nice kick backwards.
Wow.
Xin Zhao is the pick right there.
One of his favorites.
GSM, yeah. It's something that was much bigger when Pharaoh Flare was stronger when it first came in, but Pharaoh Flare has received significant nerfs. Remember, we're playing LCS here on the 4.7 patch. So all the nerfs have happened to Pharaoh Flare here. It's not the item it once was. You can still build Wriggles, and Xin Zhao has always been about early ganking, and he wasn't really about the flare. It's just that he could get it later in the game, and it gave him that extra power. That doesn't necessarily exist here to the point it did in the 4.5 or 4.6 patches.
We'll have to see how Amazing takes to it. TSM really looking to set a mark here. Coming into this, they had various weeks to plan out against Cloud9. Don't have to worry about a trap game. It's the first one they're coming in onto the season. I'm sure these guys have gone back and forth and scrimmed each other a bit. If they haven't, I'd be very surprised. But it's still, I'm looking at Glebe a lot because it's interesting for TSM to grab that pick, unknown commodity. Talk about it a little bit more during the game. As we get here underway, let's check the predictions over at lolesports.com with 57% of the vote. You guys are calling this one for Cloud9.
Fan vote starting to swing their way, but If you change your mind after the first team fight or even after Champ Select, you can update your vote by tweeting us at LOL Esports, then use either the hashtag C9win or TSMwin, and we'll be updating that throughout the game as well.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
Get your wins in.
What I like about this is Cloud9 pulled out the Teemo pick in the spring split.
Yeah, they did.
And was victorious against TSM. No such tomfoolery this time. They're staying very standard with their picks. And to get back to your Glee point as well, putting him on Thresh is another very high pressure situation. It's the technically complex support that helps and interacts with the team almost more so than the other ones that you'd be able to pick. It's a big test game right off the bat for him.
Also get yourself killed if you do the wrong things. The fans are ready. LCS NA Summer Split beginning here 2014. We're still in the same year. Nothing's gone too fast. But we are going to see what happens now with the 4.7. We do have the 30-second trinket, so early vision means a lot of movement.
Yeah, and we were talking with a lot of pros about this and how the lane swaps are kind of evolving now with the early warding. So it's still very much up in the air, but generally speaking, you want to try and get a lane swap either if the other team actually has a stronger level 1. That would mean that the team with the stronger level 1 gets to go bottom lane, the other team has to go top, because bottom lane is still the lane you want 2 people in at the end of the day, since it helps with dragon control. But in this particular matchup, they're going standard. This is the way TSM and Cloud9 played against each other every single game of the playoffs in which Cloud9 3-0'd.
Wow, TSM looks like it's kind of shifted with the recent tweets.
More active Twitter.
More active indeed.
TSM fans.
Doesn't look like too much for Cloud9. They're setting up the defense. We already see that Sneaky and Lemon are down towards the turret, so they're not going to be looking for too much. But now with the vision of TSM, they're privy to what's happening.
Yeah, everyone has been doing a lot of invading where they place wards and then they either recall in the jungle or just walk back out again. And this could end up resulting in a lane swap. We'll see.
Not seeing too many tricky things. Millennium actually, with Shyvana in the top lane, brought out the orb. Get a little vision on the game. They tried to get a Thresh hook down towards the dragon, so teams have definitely been trying to utilize different effects here in the early part of the summer split. Get themselves on top of the league with a good record. Right now, Cloud9 and TSM, both the top of the league at the end of the spring split, looking to stay there right off the bat.
Yeah, 1-2. There's definitely going to be a team that's below second place after this happens, because no one wants to do that 0-1. It does look like we're going to be seeing the early lane swaps, and this isn't necessarily because TSM didn't want to lane 2v2. Some teams just like this now because it's a different style of game. Everyone generally knows the way the game is going to play out in the 2v2 because that's what everyone has played since the beginning of time of League of Legends. Ever since there's an AD carrying support. We've got to define the statement a little bit. But now it's all about who can move better, who can deny more farm. It's not about fast pushing anymore. It's actually about shutting down the enemy top laner. And if you're TSM, you've had balls get incredibly fed against you in the past in carry games. That might not happen if you try to shut him out like this.
It almost seems like this would really be something that favors Cloud9. Losing their blue right now, but we know Lemon Nation to be one to roam very early.
This was a bad move by Cloud9. Whenever you have a lane swap as such, you generally can rely on an invade of your second buff because the other team has more people on that side of the map. This is something Cloud9 is very familiar with, but instead they ran to their blue anyway, thinking TSM wasn't going to be there. They're still going to trade buffs anyway. That is a lot of ground covered without experience gained for Cloud9.
Time being wasted here for C9. A lot of little things could give TSM the lead here, but the game is nowhere near one-sided yet. Dyrus and Amazing still sharing experience. We'll have to see what happens until Amazing comes up with his first gank. He's looking to really write a story for himself here, as well as Glebe in that bottom lane. Still doing a bit of roaming here with the team.
Yeah, there could be a bit of a collision here in the mid lane. A lot of early wards out, though. High with the properly placed trinket ward. Try and keep himself safe here. And I do have to say, if we think back to when Turtle actually made it onto the scene, he was, at the time of playing, he got a pentakill in his first game. But at the time of playing, he was still an alternate. Whereas for Glebe and Amazing, they're on the team right now. But there's still the same amount of pressure. This could be a 4-man dive. He's got to get out of there. He did.
Smart play. Ball's getting himself to safety, and Team Solo Mid's going to go fast on this top turret. Amazing actually isn't going to give any pressure to that, so they're going to slow this one and try to soak up more experience than get that turret.
We've been seeing so much more of this across every league in competitive. It is just about stopping the other team from farming more than doing the fast pushes. And the things you generally just have to track is how far behind are the top laners getting, because that's really the goals of both of these things. The mid laners get to have mostly an isolated game, 1v1 against each other. Hai and Bjergsen are trading very evenly early on, and it's just about Dyrus and Balls, who's going to be more far ahead or behind. And it looks like Dyrus has the slight lead, 6-2.
Doing what he can. Balls having his teleport to get back to where he needs to. Down towards the jungle. Looks like he's actually trying to get over to Meteos to share Wraiths right now. There is not much for these guys to soak up, and it really is hurting. Meteos, like you said, having that time to run all the way over to blue. They're a little bit behind. He's level 4, Hai's level 5, so he's not keeping up with mid lane.
There's just been a buddy system this entire game for Dyrus and Amazing. They are basically double juggling, which is the craziest thing. You haven't seen that strategy in quite some time. Maybe from the Hexakill at All-Stars.
And it looks like Balls has kind of seen that with Dyrus out of lane, that's what he has to be doing. He's doing now the same thing with Meteos in the bottom side of the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, if I look all the way at the bottom turret, Cloud9 hasn't even touched it. So Sneaky and Lemon Nation have basically been freezing that bottom lane since the beginning of the game. And since they are the duo lane that has the bottom lane, they can just go and take this dragon since TSM isn't pushing either. This will give a very slight edge to Cloud9 as a team, but continue to deny Balls a little bit. This is a very interesting start to this game.
A little bit of gold here. No map pressure really being gained on this one. They do have the timer for the dragon. Team Solo Mid, not really thinking about that one just yet. And the shared experience still goes in. 42 to 43. I mean, we're going to see that the AD carries have quite a bit of CS in this one with nothing towards aggression in their faith. So 8.1 to 7.6 as this game rolls on. I don't think we'll see first blood for a little bit with this kind of action.
It really seems like it. They're very content just trading farm like this. And it's a little curious. I feel like the Trundle would outscale the Shyvana, but there's no scaling happening right now. Balls is at 2 CS, 6.5 minutes into the game. There's not much roaming going on because the junglers and the top laners are doing a buddy system up until this point in the game. If anything, it looks like Hai would have to break this stalemate by killing Bjergsen 1v1.
Very powerful. It seems that Hai's little hiatus there did not hinder any of his aggression in the mid lane. He still wants to try and get that kill.
Yeah, we have to ask that question, you know, with Hai being in the hospital for so long, has he had enough time back with the team, for one, communication-wise, which we won't be able to see yet until the teams really start moving around as teams. Since Hai, we talked about it all the time at All-Star, he is the guy who tells everyone on Cloud9 where to go.
Right.
And that was actually turned out to be Link during All-Star, so how is it going to be them swapping back to having Hai in that mid lane? Will they be able to call that?
That's right.
And is just his straight 1v1 mechanics have been. I'm sure everyone has taken a week off a league before they go back and play it again. They feel awful. Imagine just doing that and then playing against Bjergsen.
The individual skill has to come out just as much as the team. We know Hai to be the one who doesn't focus CS as much, but even with LeBlanc right now, he's keeping up with Lulu, the lane pusher, the farmer. So he's definitely got top notch right now and doing pretty well for himself. See if he can continue to do this. A lot of movement by Team Solo Mid towards the top side that Bjergsen wants to get his hands on as well.
Be a 5-man roam if they actually go that far.
Yeah, turret's gonna be there. You can see the wariness of Balls right now. He absolutely knows what's going on. Nobody's mid. Vision around the map is very dark for us right now. This is not looking good.
Yeah, as curious as this game is, I think there's more efficient ways for TSM to do this. They're playing it very safe by doing the extended buddy system in the jungle, the 5 men on one side of the map, but there's so much farm they're sacrificing. Instead of it being kind of a bottom left to top right map, it is a bottom right to top left map as far as where people are standing.
Shifted.
Yeah, the top half on the left is to TSM, the bottom half is to C9, and Balls is just trying to scrape what he can. As Amazing there, he's level 6.
No, gets hit back, doing what he can to get out of this one. The 3-talon knocking him up, and it's going to be the first blood. 8.5 minutes in, not even level 6 in that top lane.
Maybe that's the plan for TSM. It definitely seems like it. They're shutting out Balls, which is what Cloud9 has really relied on as their carry. All the while at All-Stars, you could really track their success. Were the ganks for Balls successful? How fed is their top laner? Everything was actually working around him. You can't work around a level 5, 9 CS Trundle as the pillar for your team to revolve around. It just doesn't work. Now it's got to be Sneaky and Hai doing the heavy lifting.
And that's something I was just thinking about as well, is Cloud9 kind of okay with letting all of this happen because they think they have the better team fight with 2 new members on Team Solo Mid. Is that organized 5 just going to go ahead and take the fight over?
Cloud9's always been a team that has had spectacular team fight instincts, you'd almost say. Because we listen to their communications and team fights, and they're actually very sparse. They don't say much. They just know what each other are going to do. That's something that only comes after hundreds of games of repetition with each other. And there's no way TSM can have that immediately. TSM will have to have more pre-planned fights or just stronger initiations outright, so they don't have to deal with the innate communication or just synergy advantages of Cloud9.
Wild Turtle. Oh, could be getting a good bit of damage, but Dyrus in the top lane as well tries to get a flash over the wall with the Dragon's Rage. Coming out immediately, one last shot, the auto attack, the heal, and the flash! Wild Turtle trying to make it sneaky here, but can he get the kill? High could be going down for this one. I don't see him getting out. He grabbed the clone, no, he grabbed the right one. The clone went to the top side. Well played by both teams.
All right, so Cloud9 gets a gank in the top line. At that point, there's a kill trade in the bottom lane, and how does Cloud9 react to that? The gold is still very close after this one, and things actually just kind of reset, crazily enough.
Yep. Dyrus getting a big flex on the muscles there to the top turret. You see Meteos and Balls running right away, but Meteos will not stop at that. He's going to head into the jungle and get a good vision in. TSM's thinking the same thing, and Amazing's going to take a little bit before he leaves. We'll see if Meteos passes over this ward, and he does. Nice job.
Ooh.
Oh, hey-oh.
He passed over it.
Never mind.
Always check for the pinks.
His money, his pockets are full of gold, maybe. Yeah. Who knows?
There's a chance he was scared of a Twitch somewhere.
That's true.
Or Thresh. Those pink wards can often
5 seconds is a long time to stand
Would
still.
say he missed it, though, in all likelihood. TSM now trying to push mid with 4. Interestingly enough, there's 2 kills on Amazing right now. He's actually went with the Lizard Elder, so not even going the Wriggles Lantern route. He will not scale very well into the late game with that gold. He needs to use that right now for more jungle invades, more pressure, and most likely a dragon fight. He wants to shop within the next, pretty much right after this camp, so he has spent that 1,200 gold sitting in his inventory, and they can make an advantage. Good job by him recalling right now.
So if that happens and you buy the Lizard, are you kind of forced to be a tank, or can you kind of switch into damage still?
Xin Zhao has never been fantastic as a damage dealer. That is basically going to be his sole damage item, and then he goes tank from there, and will just rely on trying to stick to people and create action that way.
Well, movement towards the bottom lane. We'll see if this can be formulated for a dragon. Dyrus has the lane in a good position to make his way diagonally across the map for help there, but the teleport on Balls is up, so he can definitely make it a lot faster. 12 minutes into the game, we're getting to that point where Cloud9 would be able to test that 5v5 of Team Solo Mid. And it looks like TSM's going to get ready for it. Blue being picked up by Bjergsen. High wants to know what's going on as well.
Yeah, Dragon is live. Balls is going to try and get as much free farm in the top lane as he can, while this Dragon is just kind of poked around at 4. He does have his teleport to come in, whereas Dyrus' teleport was on cooldown, so he's actually trapped down here. Cloud9 wants to dilly-dally around this Dragon for as long as possible to allow Balls to get back into this game, because they need that Trundle to be strong.
He's quite a bit behind, only able to sustain in lane with the Scepter right now, so he's not trying to put anything in front of him that's going to get him killed. Good ward kills going down. 2 pink wards controlled right now on Dragon by Team Solo Mid. So far, they have it.
And I do wonder how much reevaluation of the game TSM did during the offseason. They did not buy that many pink wards last split. Bjergsen himself bought 1 or 2 the entire split. He's got 1 in his inventory right now, and there's 2 on the map for TSM as a whole. Cloud9 putting the teleport out, going in!
They're all taking some good damage. Amazing trying to go in, but he's going down immediately. No HP there. Dyrus is going to be trying to go on the front line. Dragon's descent into 3 members, and it's going to be sneaky. Put down the shot. A double kill for Meteos as he puts on the pain. Wild Turtle's going to get shot here. A good Q coming in from Sneaky. A flash on the Sonic Wave. No following resonating strike, and we see Bjergsen heading for the hills.
I mean, Riv, you and I were just talking about this. How was the team fight coordination of TSM going to be versus a team as experienced as Cloud9? It looked like they had no team fight coordination there. Complete disarray as Cloud9 destroyed them. Now TSM pushing him off the Dragon because Cloud9 is at least low, and there's respawns for TSM.
Good power and thought here. This call coming from Bjergsen and the rest of the team, and this would be quite scary to keep going in on. We do see that High is getting that lane push, so they have something to worry about in the bottom lane, and hopefully can just go back for this Dragon.
Well, TSM knows that Cloud9 delayed their recalls because of the Dragon attempt, so TSM, despite losing the team fight 3-0, will get the Dragon to kind of recompensate them for some of the gold they lost. Overall, the Dragon's going to be worth about 1.5 kills, so not a great trade, but they keep it even in gold, despite the disastrousness nature of that team fight.
What a great first game to the split. Dragons have now been traded in the game. Few invades to start it off, and Team Solo Mid is keeping themselves just about $1,000 behind on this one. Still looking for balls to get himself bigger in that lane. Looks like he's going for a Blade of the Rune King right off the bat to keep alive in these fights and sustain. Help on high here for the blue buff. So back to farming now so we can really get something of an objective to go after.
Yeah. Now I think the game really begins. Cloud9 has the confidence of completely outmaneuvering TSM in that last team fight. High with the Deathfire Grasp as well actually speaks to them not doing a direct team fight, more wanting to pick off individual targets. He might be looking for Wild Turtle a little bit more. Wild Turtle has a tendency to go to side lanes by himself and try and farm up. That's when High would look to assassinate.
Right now, sticking with Sneaky in the mid lane, knowing that's going to be pushed in quite fast. High puts himself to the bottom. And Amazing picks up his red buff. So Team Solo mid now trying to formulate. Dyrus stays in that mid lane with everyone. They're putting 5 here. Looks like they want to get something out of this. Looking for a Glebe hook, possibly. Ultimates are up across the board.
Ooh. Starts finding, scraping Bjergsen on the side. Cloud9 does not have many here, so Cloud9 trying to burn everything to keep this wave off. It's rather dangerous. They might just lose this turret.
A lot of definitive pressure right there. The Culling's the only thing they have to give them breathing room with wave at that turret. Looks like they'll be all right for it. Lemonation with Tormented Soil can give a little bit of help. We saw how much damage that turret took, and TSM is looking to put their foot down now.
And slowly but surely, while TSM sits here in the mid lane, Balls is getting himself back into the game. TSM had given Dyrus a slight edge. At one point, it was about 55 to 30. Now it's only 11 CS, and the same assist number on both sides. Dyrus hits that binding with the turret as well. All the while, Balls is farming. This is a sacrifice turret for the Blanc and Trundle farm.
Gonna be big. High getting himself a lot of farm in that bottom lane. Like we said, he's not usually one with the higher, and everybody in this game is quite low if you go ahead and look at it. About 150 CS at the 18-minute mark is usually what you're seeing. So right now, a little under. We'll see what they can do to get themselves back. Balls has got himself back to 63 and 63 on the lane. I don't know if he's want to be fighting with that yet.
Yeah, he definitely wants to complete his items before he makes any big moves. And he's freezing the lane, trying to deny the farm back from Dyrus. It's so much more denial of farm is happening now. After everyone played against SKT in that All-Star game, Flash had to be burned by Amazing. He was
High thinking he could take Amazing. He knows. He knows the clever tricks. Nothing new to him. Double sweeper. 2 for 1. Very nice.
That was actually a big example of one of Xin Zhao's weaknesses as a jungler. He is very much all in, but has no escaping mechanisms. And that's something Meteos was very adamant about on why he doesn't like playing Xin as a jungler. Is just because that exact thing. If he is ever in a posturing position and someone else closes on him, he has no option but to either re-engage or burn his flash. If you're on a Lee, Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, you can always either repel or jump away. Instead, Amazing loses his flash and a lot of pressure as a jungler.
Slow farming in the top lane. A lot of pings towards the bottom. It looks like TSM isn't looking to get too much, but just the extra turret right now. Get a push on the bottom lane, try to formulate a bit of gold. Meteos has that stop on his mind, but he's actually backing, so they may be able to get this with Bjergsen. A little bit of gold is going to be necessary. With that gold lead going about 3,000 now, items are going to start becoming apparent in the inventory of Cloud9 that are not there for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, and Bjergsen is going to have to be a much more central factor in the next team fight that happens. If we get to see another scrap around the Dragon Pit, he needs to be that supportive mid laner, kind of like he was on Karma when they won their semifinal game against CLG in the NA playoffs. He can't just be a no factor, no assists, and he can't take free damage like that.
Ooh, Dyrus taking a little bit of pain here. Looks like he'll be able to get out of that one safely. You know, speaking a little bit about Bjergsen, maybe. Speaking about Bjergsen, puts out a Glitter Lance to save the team. Himself in mid lane didn't really see a lot of Amazing like Odd1 would have been.
Definitely not, but that's just because of the nature of the game. We hadn't really seen early games react like this in North America. We've seen early game turret dives, we've seen early game fast pushes, we've seen standard lanes. We haven't seen extended kind of rotate the map 90 degrees and keep playing like we did at this one.
Play it sideways.
Where it was just top lane denial. With that said, though, 100 CS now on Balls. Cloud9 has successfully stalled the game long enough for him to become relevant.
It's a very scary team to be losing your outer turrets to. Once Cloud9 can get into the jungle, most of their team can pop over walls, can do whatever they need to, bind over a wall, and keep that fight going. Team Solo Mid in that fight has a lot of defensive and back-off moves to disengage. Cloud9 is looking to do that. With those outer turrets down, they start to move in a little bit more. Make sure they clear out for safety.
And there's going to be so many questions as well about TSM as a move throughout the season. Obviously, when you add 2 new players at the very start of the season, you can't expect immediate success because there's so much different in the team. There's many different things to work on.
Right.
Another thing we have to look at is Odd One and how he's going to be a coaching influence. Is it going to be another one of those St. Vicious' coaching Team Curse where he helps out for a couple weeks and then fizzles out? Is it just saying he's going to coach, or is he really going to be a positive impact, showing Amazing how to work with Bjergsen, how to work with the rest of the team, teaching them how to shot call? And as we've seen so far, TSM has looked a little bit in disarray. That could be because they're a new team. It just means they really have a lot to work on.
And it can go to even playing with that person. You know they have the right mind, but you may even still second guess that.
Yeah.
It can hurt a situation a lot. Balls to the top lane. Teleports up on both sides, and the Dragon is alive, but Cloud9 is already 2 steps ahead on this one. As TSM is actually formulating quite a bit towards the top side now, putting a lot on balls.
Well, the idea would have been to put a lot on balls, but they really didn't do anything. While the Dragon was being taken, they had no pressure on lanes. They got maybe a little bit of war control, but Balls is ahead of the game, sees them across the wall. There wasn't even a buff to steal, and now TSM is pushing up the mid lane, or getting pushed up the mid lane. They actually might win on this turret push. Cloud9 staying in the mid, though. This could be a bit of a race trade.
C9 without too many minions in the mid lane, I believe. Sneaky gets hit up right there. That's the HP that he needed to stay alive. The culling in the face, and it's going to be the Contaminate to take him down.
Sneaky gets twitched at that point.
Yep.
It's very little you can do when a twitch gets up in your face with Blade of the Ruined King. Sneaky ended up burning both his summoner spells and still fell. So he's even at more risk. He can't necessarily split push like that on his own with Twitch having no eyes on the map.
So Wild Turtle now has something on his plate that he can go and look for. I don't think Sneaky's going to be doing that, as you said, anymore. The Triforce almost built up on that. He's got a 30 CS lead in his lane. That's what it looks like going to be a Phantom Dancer and a Blade. We'll just see. Sneaky tries. He gets a quick Blade of the Rune King off. But
yeah, I mean, Sneaky tried to do all the right things. He immediately turned on him. He used his spells, got auto attacks on in between them, but Twitch just does more. More damage straight off the bat. That's the big reason he's gotten so much prevalence in this type of game, is not only is he a good late game carry, but in the farm denial type of game these guys are playing where you're just not able to farm lanes, Wild Turtle shows why there. You pop up on someone as soon as he felt he was safe and he gets a kill.
Twitch also providing that one-off in a fight where it kind of ruins the positioning of the other team. They have to be considering spray and pray or rat-a-tat-tat the whole time. And that's going to start doing damage, even though it reduces to 40%. Still hurts as it goes through your team members. 5-3 in kills right now. We're 22, about a half minutes into this game, and TSM formulating towards the bottom side, and that's going to give Cloud9 a bit of a run here.
Yeah, they're going to be rushing this. It's a question of how fast can TSM get here. That Baron goes down real fast, and Bjergsen is really lagging behind right now.
They do have that Blade of the Rune King onto balls. That's going to help on the percentage damage. Baron down to 3,000, 2,000 now, 1,500. They are close, but Amazing is not. Baron goes down. And Cloud9 is going to set themselves up for a run at the front door.
These are positional and shot calling things for Cloud9. We're wondering how Cloud9 was going to adapt with High coming back. It looks like they're right where they left off. They know exactly where to go. They saw the move bottom lane. They just rushed the Baron. No fear, no hesitation. Whereas TSM was caught with Happy Feet running back and forth from the bottom lane. Cost him a Baron.
Very much out of position. An error indeed for Team Solo Mid, especially with Bjergsen so far behind. An uncontested Baron, only 23 minutes into the game, something we usually see as a fight and a crazy take. They're going to do whatever they want here. Sneaky trying to act as bait in mid, balls with a push towards the top lane, and Team Solo Mid is going to have the multitasking now to take care of.
Yeah, Dyrus trying to do some attention drawing over here, getting that bottom lane turret down as low as he can. Still can't take that one out. The longer he is down there, the more dangerous it becomes for TSM. There's a big gold lead and a Baron buff. A 4v5 dive, even with the teleport threat up, could still end the game if you're TSM.
That attack speed coming out of balls on Trundle. Another turret goes down. A big surge of money coming in with Baron and 2 following turrets to only lose 1. No members have even dropped in this last experience that Cloud9 had, and Dyrus is going to do what he can. Teleport's still up, but he's going to decide to go back now.
Yeah, a 1 turret 4-2 trade. Maybe the best TSM could have done considering the circumstances that they were down a Baron buff. Now is where the map really starts to get starved out. You can see there's 2 pink wards on the map right now for Cloud9. There's 4 more in inventories. Lemon already has a pink ward out, so they can get 5 pink wards on the map right now as they try and completely control the vision of every little jungle minion of TSM. And since they've taken out all of their outer turrets as well, they can really start starving out the farm. If you're TSM right here, you don't have many plays. You may want to wait in the jungle and hope to catch someone warding while Balls is bottom, but that's a dangerous game against a team with a big gold lead and a Baron buff.
And it's scary to give a team this kind of lead at this time. We talked a little bit about TSM's changes. Cloud9, first place in both splits, same roster, 2 seasons running. They know when to turn that mark on. They know when they can push the next level.
And how much better did the other 4 members of the team get playing at All-Star? They got to scrim so many times against SKT. They got the experience against the Chinese teams. They beat Fnatic even. They did very, very well. And a lot of that experience might be showing through here. Obviously, it's just 1 game. Can't read too much into it. We got 27 more after this. This performance looks real good, though.
They got the members in the right spot every time. A little bit of a gathering here in the bottom lane, and there's not much that Team Solo Mid can do. Brute Force takes the turret down. They were afraid to guard the outer turret. That's how it goes in this much strength in the game.
Yeah, how can they really get through the siege now? Do they land hooks? Are they willing to dive? These are going to be the questions. They have a little bit of tankiness on the balls. If he ults amazing, he would get a lot of resistances, and Cloud9 could maybe try and finish him off. That might be what they're waiting for, because they're not trying any type of split push. Expect them to get very aggressive on this wave.
I wouldn't doubt it. Lemon Nation rushing Azanias for himself as well. These guys have the ability to start that fight and make it their own. Dyrus down to 300 HP. That's Balls onto the turret. He is completely focusing it with the rest of the team. They know what objectives have to happen, when they have to happen. They're onto the inhibitor, only taking bits of damage here and there, and they're completely fine to stay.
Yeah, TSM looks honestly a little bit discombobulated right now. They do not seem to have that decisive voice of go. They don't land the hook. That was going to be the moment, but they still want to go.
That's the initiation we were talking about. Where does it come from? It has to be a hook. There's the Zanyas with the Soul Shackle going down, and it forces TSM in a full disengage. A good box being put down by Glebe stops Cloud9 from getting any more out of it, but they didn't get anything they wanted there.
But the Baron regen keeps them interested. Cloud9 can continue the siege. Another missed hook from Glebe. Cloud9 staying relevant.
Throwing it into the pool. They expect that to happen. We hear of supports kind of throwing it off to the side, and right now the hooks need to be hitting. They got to get 1 activation on that. TSM clearing up a little bit in this bottom lane as Cloud9 says, it's enough pressure for now. Let's take Dragon and regroup.
Yeah. Controlled play here by Cloud9. They know they have a big turret lead. They're taking many more dragons. The gold lead is now about 9,000. 3 dragons and a Baron. A lot of objectives for these guys. They're going to just look to control here. They know they have a lot of gold in their inventories. Everyone's sitting around 1,500. 7,500 unspent gold actually kind of negates their gold advantage, especially with the Baron buff now being off of them. They actually have to shop right now. TSM smart to take this turret.
Second tier finally going down in mid. The bottom one won't give them too much. It's not going to open it up. They're working at the top and mid right now, so TSM is actually doing all right for themselves in the bit of turret control they have. 1:50 is left on Baron, and that's going to be a huge and definitive fight for Cloud9, because I feel at this point they can kind of just pressure that. They have the upper hand.
They have pink wards already in TSM jungle. This is the window Glebe has to get rid of these. Luckily he got rid of 1. But that's probably not going to be enough. Wild Turtle did a lot to try and sneak up on Sneaky. He got that 1 time. It was not enough for the rest of them. Cloud9's played very controlled, and TSM has looked a little bit pushed around, so to speak, by Cloud9.
And something we thought with this lineup, something they could rely on was going back to Bjergsen, back to kind of focusing him in the mid lane. But as you said before, the game didn't even allow it. It was just they formulated something that kind of put them on the back foot.
Yeah. And especially the farm denial that they attempted on Balls.
Right.
And
That's
him
true.
now sitting at
Put a lot
186 CS, only 20 lower than a mid laner. He spent so much time in that side lane getting free time, and TSM wasn't able to capitalize on that in any way, shape, or form. There will be a lot of talking to be done by TSM after this. The coach Odd One. Reginald's still kind of an owner, manager, coach, will still be helping out, I'm sure. Cloud9, they're longtime rivals. It's not like this is a new thing, losing to Cloud9. They've only ever beaten them once.
Right.
But they were hoping with these roster changes they could get a quick one for confidence. It does not seem to be that way. They'll need to work on game 2, most likely.
Cloud9's building up a lonely defense on those top sides. Like we said, Lemon Nation with the Zanyas, we saw him try to use that already. Looking at flashes, exhaust, heals, what everybody has. Most of the flashes are up, so an engage could be coming from both teams. And Jats, 15 seconds. We already got pings on the Baron, and TSM sets up goal side on that one.
Yeah, it would be suicide for TSM to start Baron.
Right.
Especially with it not even being spawned. They were just making sure they refresh the timer. Cloud9 pushing up mid. They're going to try and play it back and forth. They have the bind catch potential, whereas TSM would have the Twitch and the Thresh catch potential. But the gold lead is such that they would need a miracle start in order to win an actual team fight.
Look at Glebe getting caught out here, not with the team, cannot rotate around fast enough, and almost taken out by Meteos. He wanted to get out there. Glebe should be able to get back with the team, but a possibility of getting them split at this point is very dangerous.
Yeah, we talked earlier as well. Amazing getting those 2 early kills and then trying to transition to tank. He really hasn't gotten much gold since then. The last fight we saw was actually, what, 15, 20 minutes ago with the Dragon Pit? Ever since then, it's just been Cloud9 slowly starving TSM out, and TSM was unwilling to try again in those team fights.
Does not want to die. That is the TSM mode they're playing in right now. They know they can get a fight if it happens the way they want it to, and they could probably come out on top of it. But right now, if Cloud9 gets that first bit of damage, we saw what happens. High almost taking down Amazing a few times, almost taking down Dyrus a few times, and he's quite tanky himself. Even Sneaky putting himself in the front of the fight, feeling that sure.
Yeah, look at the CS on Sneaky though, 284. He is very powerful right now. Kind of stepped his game up to another level at the All-Star event.
Yeah, that's
in
true.
Paris, especially on Twitch. With Twitch taken away from him, he just hops back onto Lucian, the de facto go-to AD carry.
Sneak is always a player that wanted to push himself, taking #1 in Challenger after striving for it for months. Got it for himself. Wild Turtle did take it back, but I'm sure he'll be there soon enough to get it back again. It's always that challenge of the tops.
Yeah, and just to get back to the game real quick.
Yeah.
Balls in the top lane, open inhibitor. 4 people of Cloud9 could maybe even win a 4v5 if they do it right. They're drawing TSM towards Baron, whereas there's not even a teleport up for Dyrus right now. So Cloud9 really putting TSM in an impossible situation right now. They're going to give up something. Great amount of damage by Turtle right there. It could stop the Baron play. But now they do need to send someone back for Balls. The inhib's down.
Balls has got it. He's got a big wave already past River that's going to come up beside him. This is Cloud9 now to stop the backs and hinder that from happening. TSM has still sent nobody back. There is a ping in the base. They're aware, obviously, of what's going on. And now this, oh my gosh, he's going to get
kills turrets very
Nexus
fast.
turret on this one.
And still no one successfully backed by TSM.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, they either all go back to stop the inhibitor and give up Baron.
And Baron.
But they just got stuck between 2 places. Now they probably give up the inhibitor in a Nexus turret and the Baron. Amazing's going to try and flash steal us, but this is pure desperation.
Jack, at one point, you know, TSM was moving around the map, but this almost looks like silence. It almost looks like the communication is halted.
It's a tough task to start against Cloud9.
That's
the
true.
team that didn't have any roster changes to do. The 2 roster changes from TSM. I'm sure fans wanted to see a victory over Cloud9. That would have been a strong statement, but you can't realistically expect them to take down the 2-time defending champs.
A little chatter here and there you can still see on the screen, but it's always who's this, who's that, where are they? TSM trying to formulate what they can do and where to put themselves back into this game. 10,000 gold lead looking on the board. They're trying to look for this dragon in 15 seconds, but that is going to give Cloud9 time to take control of the map once again. They already have it. They're just getting themselves in position.
Yeah, we're only 33 minutes into this game, and we've only seen 1 team fight from this.
That's
That
true.
is not really the normal TSM or Cloud9 game you see. We've seen low kill games between these teams before, but I don't really feel like we've seen something as disengagey as this one. They're really avoiding each other as much as possible, and that could just be TSM being a little bit passive, a little bit scared of what to do. Or it's Cloud9 is playing so well strategically that TSM doesn't know where to go.
Well, they've dodged just about every hook that Cleve has wanted to throw at them. They look like it's going to hit everyone. And then a quick sidestep. Cloud9 has been doing it all game. They've prevented themselves from getting too many deaths. Now to take out Blue, the control of the map is seen here as they just kind of mow through and make their way to the front door. A ping goes down on the inhibitor once again. We're going to have Balls pushing the lane, always off by himself. He's been on an island this game, but he's been doing great things.
Yeah. And look at all the armor he's built up. Thornmail and Randwinds, 2 things that Twitch, if he goes for Ratatat, will eat when he shoots through. will get the attack and move speed slow from the Renwins, and will also take damage to himself. Really smart frontline build, knowing Lulu's not going to be killing him.
Slowly waiting on this one. Amazing. Could really help the team out here. They're not going to be able to do too much if they do go and get it. It's going to have to be a really great fight, but
yeah,
the Baron money would help with experience.
Cloud9 is really respecting Amazing's ability to smite here, or even just the chance that a smite steal could happen, because smite, we've talked about it a lot, doesn't actually do an absurd amount of damage. There's really high damage spells at this point in the game. It is not as reliable Baron securing source. So they're just using that as a focal point to draw TSM out, but they're not doing too much with it. They're hoping that Balls' super minions in the bottom lane can do some work for them.
They have sent Dyrus down to deal with that in the bottom lane. Team Solo Mid kind of in caution mode right now. Go ahead and back. They don't want to push anything past the mid lane. They don't even have really any forward wards that have been placed yet. They're kind of getting their own side of the field cleared out before they can move forward. Definitely a very patient game.
Yeah, with the Void Staff completed on Bjergsen, he's a legitimate threat now if they could find an extended team fight. But there's a Death Cap DFG Void Staff LeBlanc against a team with very little magic resistance, especially an AD carry with no magic resist items. He wants to find a trade. He's got to watch out. High decides to go back instead of forward.
Not getting out the rat-a-tat on that one. Just regular shots out of ambush. They still have the ability to fight on this. But they're saying, even if he's hurt, oh, it does hit him coming out of the brush. They miss Meteos just on the edge of the hook. And once again, both teams kind of testing the waters here as they stare at each other face to face. Wards on both sides given vision. Dyrus pushing the bottom lane, but he does have a teleport in. Keep an eye on any of the wards they'll be using.
A lot of caution being displayed by Cloud9 here. High backed immediately after taking a small amount of harass from Wild Turtle. And they immediately burn the culling as soon as TSM looks towards initiation.
Blue Elixir on high. He's ready to put out that extra bit of damage. Get his kill ready, but he's still getting pushed down the mid lane. Gonna get a good split on the team here. Cloud9 is actually without high on this one if he can't get to the fight too quick. Glebe getting in close, but the shield's already used.
High can always flank around from the back, though, if this fight does start. The hook is not onto a priority target, and High's in the back. He can try to assassinate. This is the fight Cloud9 wants.
Balls eats down onto Amazing. It's gonna be big damage. Meteos gets hit up. Dyrus to the back line. Actually, Dragon's descent towards out of the fight, really. Not getting burnout damage in there. It's gonna be Lemon Nation going down, but Glebe falls as well as the supports hit the ground. Wild Turtle's the next one to go down. He can't get in ambush mode. Amazing and Dyrus are running for their lives. The pickup, the calling, one more stock, and High get the WQ. Distorting in range as the Glitter Lance hits, and it does not look like he'll have it. Almost getting taken down by the Wolf crit, but it looks like a safe getaway. 7-4 as Cloud9 moves into the base.
It's actually only a 2-for-1, and they get the inhibitor, but really, how much more can they get out of this? It seemed like a great start to the fight, but a pretty miraculous escape by TSM. Bjergsen gets back, and Amazing is doing his best to juke High.
Quick cue. Got a little curveball on that one.
Oh, lands? No, he doesn't get the Glitter Lance on his.
Greedy.
Whew. Oh, boy.
So technically they did stop, they lost an inhibitor, but they did stop the Baron,
Yeah.
which is good. And then they ran halfway across the map.
Amazing's death timer, though, could be the end of that Baron. 35 seconds with Lemon dealing with that bottom lane minion wave.
So he's got Twitch Shadows now. He's got himself a good amount to get up that ability power. Let's see what the rest of the team does. Meteos making sure everything is swept out. Sweeper's still yet to be used on TSM, so they can move up pretty cautiously here and keep themselves safe. I don't know how he dodged that one. Just lifted his arm real quick.
Blade of the Ruin King completed on a Sneaky, so a lot of lifesteal for the incremental amounts of damage he's going to be taking. If Lulu Glitter Lance kind of catches him, he needs to lifesteal up very quickly. It's a very mobile Lucian build. Still great damage on culling as well.
At some point, do we worry that Cloud9 isn't finishing the game as TSM in scale mode here?
You absolutely have to worry about that a little bit. Late game Twitch can still devastate people, no matter what. And that is going to be a worry. You know, it's an 11,000 gold lead, 38 minutes, but still only 4 kills, and Cloud9 has maintained a certain level of control that they haven't necessarily capitalized on. So there's probably an added emphasis now for them to really go for Baron. They see Dyrus, they're going for it, they know they have war control, and they actually have Spooky Ghost playing defense for them. There's the Baron.
Baron goes down. Everybody's quite close to level 18 on the side of Cloud9. It may not take much more for this game to be over. Bjergsen with a good glitter lance on the backside. Oh, he gets the W! The lantern out as Glebe comes for safety, but that is a very hurt Bjergsen. He does have home guards to get himself back in, but we'll see what they can do as Cloud9 moves in.
He saved his ultimate, but the minion wave is arriving soon, and Balls is there now. They're trying to get inhibitor number 2 while
No
TSM back to
minions
base.
necessary to start that one off. They come in slowly to keep it going and lower the armor a little bit on the turret, but as they make their way out 40 minutes in, they drop the second inhibitor.
Oh, they don't sweep the ward, though. This
They're gonna
sneak
hash it.
attack is not necessarily going to work. It's worth a thought, though.
This would be great. High's right on the
Does it
outs-
actually?
Oh, no, how did you grab Balls best high? Oh, they go in. The wild growth is perfect. Glebe is huge now, but is it enough? He's not even turning around to attack. He's running away. On the outside, Rat-a-tat's coming through, but it's not able to shred enough damage. Bjergsen's now the focus. Bjergsen's now dead, and Dyrus does what he can to help Turtle get out of his shell on that one to safety. He's going to go down as well with the Guardian Angel there, but it's not a Guardian Angel enough. That's the Nexus turret. That's the first game of your NALCS Summer Split. Cloud9 is going to take the win at 40 minutes.
What a way to end, too, on top of a ward. It's almost as if TSM got tired of trying to make plays and just went in for them. Cloud9 right there. A nice victory. 71,000 gold, 13 kills to 5. Nice return for High.
Very good return for High. Still kept the aggression up, kept the CS up in the game. Seemed like they were a little caught off guard by what happened in the early part, but knew what to do immediately. It wasn't a thought process, it was just already in line.
Well, they were the ones that got their top lane farm denied many times at the All-Star in Paris, and they had time to rethink how to go around that.
Ball says, I know what this is.
Yeah. Right there. 254 CS after being denied early on that trundle. Cloud9, much like in the spring, starts 1-0 in the summer.
And they think, but Cloud9 came into this one saying, I think we'll just see what we can, wait to see what we get. They didn't go for Glebe in the bottom lane. They didn't try to shut down Amazing. They didn't try to shut down Bjergsen. They just let TSM do what they did and caught them when they made a wrong move.
Yeah, it ends up 13 kills. It seems like a bit faster of a game than it did, but it was really just complete control by Cloud9 almost that entire time. It seemed like their team communication was very good. Sneaky, even though he played relatively passive because it was a passive style of game, came through in the end, having 356 CS, kept his farm up that entire time. And Cloud9 looks as strong as ever. They're still the team to beat in North America.
23-minute Baron. That was a little odd, catching the entire team of Team Solo Mid in the bottom lane. Enough time to do Baron, and couldn't really come back on that. A few times, Amazing was split from the team in the disengage that really didn't allow them to kind of, as we've heard Crepo say in the past, when you're disengaging a team and you find them in that pocket where you can re-engage, you can't do that if you're 4v5.
No, you really can't. And honestly, all the way back to picks and bans, Cloud9 looked at Amazing and said, we're going to put you out of your comfort zone. This is your first game in North America. You're with a new team. There's a bunch of expectation coming in. We're taking away the 4 best junglers. And then you have to play Xin Zhao, who is a very one-dimensional jungler. Even if he can still be effective, you're not allowed to, there's not more of a polar opposite between Xin Zhao and Lee Sin.
Right.
Lee Sin has the most utility. Xin Zhao dashes at you and tries to knock you up in the air.
Right.
It's a completely different ball game, and they really neutralized Amazing skill level.
We saw a few times how High on LeBlanc really kind of punished the fact of that all-in on Jhin. Can't get out, like you said. Let us know what you thought were the standout moments by tweeting us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. Very good stuff in that one. I'm sure there were a few plays to be looked at. I'm glad to see we got Meteos back on Lee Sin. I said he was an assist king, but he goes 4-0-7 in that
Actually,
game.
they had their choice there. They could have had Lee Sin or Elise because their final ban in the first pick, they picked Lee Sin instead. Maybe a bit more of an insult to Amazing.
Yep. So now let's send it over to Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk for the inside story on Cloud9's first win of the split.
Thank you very much, Riv. Guys, we're joined by Meteos now, the jungler, the 4-0-7 Lee Sin. So start with the picks and bans. They talked about it. 3 jungle bans, first pick Lee Sin. What's the plan there?
Well, those are pretty much the strongest 4 junglers right now, and Amazing has said multiple times that he's most comfortable on those champions. So if someone's really comfortable on a certain amount of champions, you can take them off those champions, then it's a good strategy, so we went with that.
It seemed to work out well for you guys. Let's talk about the early game, though, because this was a pretty slow early game, and both teams had 2 versus 0 lanes. So each team basically gets to control 2 lanes. The mid lane they're fighting, and then one side lane. What did that strategy? Did you guys develop that coming in, or did that just kind of develop as the game unfolded?
Well, without going too much into our strategy, it sort of just happened as the game unfolded because the 4v1 or the 4v0 pushes that you saw a lot at the end of last split aren't really as good anymore because teams have learned how to counter it, and the towers are tankier now, so they don't go down as fast. So it's just basically a new strategy that's come around.
Okay, so then as the game kind of unfolded, right, you had this weird situation where the top lane has been jungling the entire time. You had like 67 CS combined, like you and Balls together at 10 minutes. How do you get those guys back into the game? They've got to be tanks at some point.
Okay, well, the best way to get the top laners back into the game is with ganks. And in the beginning of that game, it actually went both ways. Amazing got first blood on Balls because he was a little overextended as Trundle. Champion doesn't really have great escape, so he was able to get caught by Xin Zhao with a good flank. And then right after that, me and Balls were able to get a kill on Dyrus. So basically, ganks are the best way to get them back into the game because due to the fact that they've been starved for so long, they are weaker than most champions. But the junglers, they're not really ahead, but they've at least been farming their jungler the entire time, so they're somewhat strong. And I think we both had Ellie Lizard at the time, so that's probably the best way.
Yeah, so there was a little variation between you guys and TSM in the beginning of the game, but really the difference in this game came down to objective trades in the mid game. So let's bring up a replay of one of those objective trades. Cloud9 just did it better. You guys use in this one the advantage of Balls having his teleport up and using Dragon to draw TSM out. Can you walk us through this replay?
Okay, so I think at this point, Dyrus didn't have TP, so they had to 5-man group, and then they started Dragon because Balls was pushing top, and then we just had Balls TP in the middle of their team, and I think we had better positioning than them, so we were able to sort of split their team off with Balls' TP, kill their front line, Turtle sort of got caught back here, and we were able to get a really good fight. And then we messed up after it because we didn't notice where Lulu was. We thought he sort of ran away, but he was in our jungle, and so we started Dragon, couldn't do it. Lulu came back, scared us off, and then they ended up getting it, which was a good outplay by them, but I think we still came out ahead overall because of all the kills we got.
Yeah, it was 3 kills for a Dragon is generally pretty positive for your team. So then after that Dragon fight, you guys are up a couple of kills, you're up a couple thousand gold, and we have this like 20-minute stint where it's like Ball split pushes off on the one side, and you guys are like just dancing at Baron. Why was this 20 minutes long? What kind of broke it? You guys finally chose to fight later on.
Well, it was a long game because both teams didn't really want to overcommit for something that could lose. It's the first game of the season, so I think we were both kind of nervous going into the game, and I think we had the advantage most of the game, but our Lee Sin's not really a champion that's just easy to force things on people, into the mid and late game, because if you try flash kick and they flash out, you sort of just end up in the middle of their team by yourself. And so stuff like that, it just led us to, we had a lot of control over dragons and some of their buffs, and it felt like we weren't really going to get any more behind as the game went on, so we sort of felt comfortable waiting for them to make a mistake. We tried a lot of Baron baits. They handled it pretty well. We weren't able to get it, but then finally we were able to get something that worked.
So after your first game of the season versus the new TSM, what's your overall take of this new look that TSM are bringing?
I think TSM's looking really good now. All their players are good, and I think we just happened to win this time.
Okay, so I have one final question for you before we send you on your way. We'll be seeing you throughout the week, though. For those of you guys who don't know from home, Hai suffered a collapsed lung during the off-season. That's why he wasn't with you guys at All-Stars. He's, of course, here on the stage recovering. But how much time have you had to play now with him coming back after health issues?
We've been able to practice with Hai for about a week and a half. I think there were 2 weeks after we came back from Paris where we could practice, but we took a few days off just to go back home and visit family because it's really the only break we would have before this season started. So basically, I think we had maybe 6 or 7 days of scrims with Hai coming back. And it was really hard because when you miss almost a month of practice with a player, it's pretty devastating to the team. So we were losing lots of our scrims and weren't really sure how we would do coming into the season. But I still don't think we're at our best form. And it'll probably take a couple weeks to get there. But I'm glad we won today.
And how's Hai doing?
Hai's doing a lot better.
Good. Okay, well, Medias, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your win. And we'll see you 3 more games this weekend. Now, guys, after the break, we're going to keep the games rolling with a showdown between Curse and Counter Logic Gaming, so don't click away. The North American LCS returns in 3.5 minutes.
supports out of the fight, really. Not getting burnout damage in there. It's going to be Lemon Nation going down, but Cleve falls as well as the supports hit the ground. Kai's right on the
Does it actually?
Oh, no, how did you grab both? Best high! Oh, they go in. The Wild Growth is perfect. Cleve is huge now, but is it enough? He's not even turning around to attack. He's running away on the outside. Rat-a-tat's coming through, but it's not able to shred enough damage. Bjergsen's now the focus. Welcome back. We're jumping right into our second game of the day between Team Curse and Counter Logic Gaming. As you can see, we're already hyped. The battle between the Spring Split's 4th and 3rd place teams. Now, in both teams, there were some high-profile roster swaps that could have a dramatic impact on their performances.
Yeah, for Curse, X Special is actually there now, and he's kind of the latest in a long line of supports that Kopp has played with. 7th support that Kopp has played with in only 4 splits. And Kopp has been a very consistent AD carry amongst all of that. But as we mentioned, X Special was one of the top supports in the league in the spring. He put in 306 assists. He also gained all league honors. So we'll really see if adding him to the bottom lane propels Kopp and Curse up in the standings. It's actually the 2nd All-Star support he's now played with. If you think back to the 2013 All-Star game, it was X Special versus Edward. And now he's played with X Special and both. And
Edward. Well, CLG have evolved into an international team with their European jungler Dexter, and now their top laner, Seraph, who is the first Korean player to compete in the North American LCS.
Yeah, and the team actually began holding tryouts after Nyen announced to be stepping down. And Nyen actually joined a challenger team, Team Frank Fan Gaming, who's doing quite well. But CLG found Seraph, who had been playing with the Najin White Shield organization as a substitute. And honestly, I don't think there's ever been more hype behind a player who's played one pro game before. But everyone wants to see Seraph play. He's only had that one pro game under his belt, but he's streamed well. We've seen many a highlight clip. Everyone on CLG talks about this guy amazingly, and it's just going to be a question about how well they communicate and how well he does with all the pressure on him right now.
And while CLG say Curse have been playing stronger in scrims and racking up wins, but they're skeptical that they can translate those practice matches into LCS victories.
This season will be really good for us. We've always had kind of okay records versus CLG, but I think that this season things are going to change. I think that we're going to come out strong and we're going to be putting everyone down.
Usually, I think we've been losing scrims a lot. We're probably giving them a little bit more confidence because they're beating us consistently.
I definitely think we're in a better place than CLG right now. Just based off our scrim results, we beat them in almost every scrim we played. So unless they're sandbagging all of our scrims, I'm pretty sure that right now we're just a stronger team.
When we were practicing against Curse, we saw they're actually pretty strong. But Curse has always been like good scrim partners, and just like at LCS, they play like really different. A lot of teams just, for some reason, they're better scrimmers than they are performers.
Funny Double If says that.
Yeah, I mean, it happened. Used to be CLG was the ones that were just like, we win all our scrims. I don't know what happens in the LCS. And honestly, scrim results, meh. Like they are a decent refactor of like how well you're playing in scrims. But most recent example of that, TPA at the All-Star game. They posted on their Facebook about 3-0 in Cloud9. In scrims, and everyone's like, oh man, Cloud9's done for. Cloud9 went 3-1 in groups. TPA unfortunately went 0-4.
Yeah.
What they didn't post is that the next day they went 0-3 in scrims against Cloud9. It's a tricky thing to deal with in these situations, and obviously with CLG adding a newer player that has more of a learning curve with Seraph compared to X Special, who is just veteran that can kind of walk in and play with anyone, you're going to see those types of scrim results.
Well, we're going to be able to find out quite soon. Let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It is Team Curse. That's going to be Quas in the top lane. Dominating the jungle, Voyboy in mid, Kopp at 80 carry, and X Special on support.
And on the red side, it is Counter Logic Gaming. The unveiling of Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Double Up on AD, and Aphromoo on support.
And it'll be interesting because we just saw a game where the AD carries got a lot of farm. They were the ones to farm it out. Kopp's, he's been one that loves to farm and usually has higher CS in the game. And with that revolving door support that he's been working with for the past few years, I think him and X Special now in that lane, if it is going to be AD focused a little bit with farming, could do very well.
Yeah, and Double Lift, he made his name for himself while farming, mostly.
By
and then
himself.
actually last split, he did more roaming around with the team than he ever really had before. And it was the most successful season he's had on CLG. He also then got to go to the All-Star game where he got a lot of inspiration, I guess, from duo queuing with Madlife very frequently.
The potential is now inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's probably had more practice with Aphromoo than any other support at this point. These guys, there's going to be controversy when I say this, but they're the best bottom lane in North America. I think if you just look at it as far as their ability to 2v2 and really the team working around them more so than them working around the team, definitely works that way. And it's going to be very important to see how they harness that strength of their team with, Link coming back from All-Stars, rejoining the team, so to speak, Seraph joining a new team, and Dexter working with a new solo laner.
Curse here, we see on your screen a lot of momentum and really just push that Quas had at the end of the spring split. Hopefully he can carry that over. He was a huge player during the Super Week. I believe he played Trundle 4 times. Straight across the board, and they got a good amount of wins out of that. We'll see what he can do here, but he's always liked to be an innovator or just, stick to his guns.
And Quas, he's such a curious player in the fact that this guy, CLG is the team that talks about potential, but Quas is the guy with the most potential in the top lane. It's all about confidence for him, and he has been very confident lately. When they win all those scrims, you would be amazed at a team winning scrims consistently, what it just does for their overall quality, even if they're only playing teams that are worse for them. The things that does to you psychologically to just make a bunch of big moves. We may get to see it with LMQ because they got to dominate the challenger scene coming in. That'll be the next game. But Curse, with their scrim records lately, they could roll over the start of this LCS season and surprise a lot of people.
And we saw how sure Voyboy just was in that video. We're going to stomp everybody this season coming in. Usually a little bit of jitters for himself, looking very calm though, ready for this game to come in. It's something that him and the team have always, talked about and worked with, and it's something that affected him once, but then he came back and just played it out. I was actually able to get first blood in that game as opposed to being first blood.
You're right. And Voyboy's a guy who's always heavily motivated by critics, and he's had a lot of them lately. He had a very weak split in his first split as playing a mid laner, but I think way back about 3 years ago when I was actually on Team Dignitas with Voyboy, and he would struggle a lot early on, getting ganked a lot and dying, but then he just he almost went silent for a while, played a whole bunch of solo queue, got rank 1, and then just started destroying people. And it didn't happen immediately. It happened over a period of time, and he's had a month off now where they've been qualified for the LCS, just working with Xpecial as well, a more strategic player as well. Curse's biggest weakness last split was their ability to strategically close games, and that's what Xpecial wants to do. If there's a time for Voyboy to exceed in mid lane, it would be this summer split. Otherwise, he's got to go back to top.
It's true. How many times did we see Curse, perfectly take a dragon and then get a buff, but then go for that second tier turret that got them killed and pretty much canceled it all out?
Well, the horn is blown. That means Champion Select is underway.
Champion Select does begin underway. The Twitch gets banned out right away. Nobody wants to see that. The tried and true cast it in. I think we should just glue that picture there, because that's where it's going to be for a long time.
Till he gets a few more nerfs, I suppose. It's interesting, though. He has been a little bit nerfed. He hasn't necessarily been taking over games that we've seen because he hasn't been in the games that we've seen. Jack's another common one. These aren't necessarily target bans at each other. These really just all feel like power bans right now.
Also with Seraph on that side, I'm pretty sure Quas is wondering and also wants to match up against that. It's going to be an awesome matchup if we actually get these common lanes to hit. Like we said, AD carry, or like we saw, I should say, the AD carry is definitely getting a lot of farm in this last game, and it might be a trend we'll continue to see. Soraka being banned out, Link will not be able to grab that. We'll see what goes on for the last ban here for Chronologic Gaming. What do they prioritize to be a good pick, or overall for Curse?
It's so funny. You look at NA LCS during the end of the playoffs, and Soraka's like a permaban. You go to All-Star, no one plays Soraka. You come back to NA, permaban again. It just goes to show you the regional differences in these teams.
Quas finds some love. Actually gets a Renekton ban for himself. Dominate. You want Eve, and yeah, Eve was actually banned out last game, but she'll find her way in game 2.
It's actually really tough, the Renekton ban, because Curse's strategy that was working for them later in the season was put Quas on Renekton and then make him huge by putting Lulu in there. They can still do it with Mundo, which is a little surprising that they do the Renekton ban. Mundo, Lulu might actually be the next few picks for these guys, seeing as Lucian has already been taken away from them, because that's a tried and true strategy for Curse, unless they found new stuff in the month of Script.
They did just see a Trundle-Shyvana matchup. There's no saying it's going to go that same way. We'll see what Dominate and Voyboy decide to pick up here. Looks like Voyboy is getting a bit of chatter out. Dominate waiting on his. So far, Doublelift picking up that Lucian. Loved it towards the end of the split and spring. Didn't play it anywhere near the beginning of it. Said it wasn't, as he says about most ADs, that's not when I would play.
Oh, he's not that good.
Picks it up and
it's like, oh, actually, now that I've seen other people do it, it's spectacular. Oh, man. Is Curse going to do that TF? Thresh, obviously, for Xpecial. His tried and true. He had a very limited support pool. He'll only play the very top of his pool. Voyboy's Yasuo is out of this world. It's probably his best mid lane champion.
He fares very well on that Yasuo, and it may be a Ziggs pick up here for Link, which isn't a killer to Yasuo. That flow shield stops a lot of that passive attack damage, and if you dodge everything else, it's a big matchup.
And Yasuo typically isn't the type of mid laner you pick blind. It's the it's the type you pick into a Nidalee or something else. Voyboy taking a big risk here picking it so early. And I do kind of want to go back a little bit as well, just to the Shyvana pick, only because that was Nien's tried and true champion on CLG.
That's true. And everyone who's been waiting to see Seraph has kind of wondered, is he going to revolutionize CLG? Gonna bring us 80 Nidalee? Is he going to, break the game? How much is he going to change it? Or are they just going to plug and play with him? Are they going to try and take Seraph slightly better mechanics than Yen, feel like he can just fit into the team and keep doing the CLG thing? Game one, it's plug and play. Plug and play indeed, something that CLG has seen quite often. So they'll be running the same circle here. Cop and Xpecial to round this one out. We need a top laner coming in for Quaz, and Cop needs an AD carry. Still looking at a few of his favorites on the board. But it has to be something that can get away from this team. You're going to have Dexter on you right away on that Elise. He is ferocious on that champion. That'll be... Whoa! Whoa! Yes! Cop locks in the MF, and the Mundo gets locked in for Quaz in the top lane, so they don't synergize the Lulu pick in there, and it's left open. So Link can grab that as well if he wants. Wow. Misfortune coming back. Coming back indeed for Cop. Yeah. She has been very strong for a while, but not necessarily a competitive pick because she's fairly punishable if you can get on top of her. The Thresh will help out with that a fair bit. A little bit AP ratio on that double up now. And a Kayle. Oh man, this is exciting. Woo. So a lot of damage coming in the mid lane right there. Kayle against Yasuo. One of the hardest things for Yasuo to lane against because he can't block the auto attacks from Kayle with his wind wall. Only the Q, which he can sneak in at the right moments. And wow. Yeah, so a lot of really good back and forth here. So the early Yasuo pick countered by the Kayle. I also feel like the Morgana Elise isn't that good against Mundo. Think back to the chain stuns. You dark bind them for 3 seconds, then you cocoon them for 2 seconds. Mundo, with the tankiness and health regen and crowd control reduction, more importantly, can eat those bindings and stuns and protect the rest of the team. It won't be like there's a Mundo perma-stun in your team. He can kind of walk through those things. It's not going to be a bad matchup, and we'll see really what Link has to bring back as well. He's had some time at All-Stars. We'll see how that flows with the team. Before we jump into the game, let's check who you've been voting for over at LOLesports.com. With 80% of the vote, CLG leads Curse right now. Yeah, big vote. And remember, vote over on Twitter as well. Send hashtag CRSWin or CLGWin to @LOLesports. We'll be checking back to see if the 80% holds the same after that champ select and at the start of the game. It's going to be very interesting. Curse has always been a team to pile something in for the late invade. We'll see if they try to get some kills on it, because with the vision now, both teams are kind of just like, they're doing it, we'll do it too. We saw last game that Cloud9 tried to do something different. It didn't hurt them in the end, but they were left kind of running around for a little bit. It's something that the European teams did a lot of as well. We saw the double jungle happening. That's actually something Alliance was doing over in the European LCS. These guys are very much kind of on the same page. We have a much more global game now, where even though we have small regional differences like the Soraka ban, a lot of these people are kind of adapting the same overall mentalities when they enter the games. And therefore, we're seeing some fairly similar play across regions. And excited, as everybody else, to see how these teams do, how we get into the split, because this is kind of writing the story for the team. They're going to think about this game the next time when things happen. They're going to be kind of, set back because they want a fresh start. You always do in your mind. It's hard to not think about. The fans are ready and the players are ready. Right now, their mind is dead set on a victory for their first game of the summer split. Curse versus CLG here as we get into game 2. It's going to be a lockdown on the sweeper for Dexter to start off in the jungle. Yeah, and a pink ward. Yep. With the 30-second timer on trinkets and all the early warding, you can definitely get down more vision, but CLG has taken this to the next level. They're trying to. A ward by Afrim, which is already placed. They're just going to use it right away. And a pink ward plus super from Dexter. They're going to be looking for some very early vision control here against an Eve, which is important. Slow movement, but both teams are kind of huddling all power into one spot. Curse is going to start making their way in. Dexter will be seen. That's one cleaver. The flash immediately coming out.
The Spiderlings were not able to block that cleaver. I did not expect it to land. That's why Dexter felt so safe with the Spiderlings, but as soon as it landed, he knew he had to flash. Flash burned at level 1 is disaster. They're still going after him, too.
Still going after it, very much so. Figuring that a ward either was placed and they are now past it, or they're just walking through it and they really don't care, and that seems to be the case because they're right back where they found Dexter, figuring if he was here, he probably didn't throw a ward down.
Yeah, but despite all this invading, they don't actually bring a sweeper, so they don't know if they're in a safe rush. They actually are, but there's no way of them knowing that, so they have to be very antsy here, worrying a little bit about getting caught by a binding right in the brush and then an invade.
That's true. We've seen a lot of the AD carries being played lately. Twitch, not really, he has the ambush to go invisible, but Cop on Misfortune does not have any escapes to get away from this team.
Yeah, and at this moment, COG doesn't really know if Curse just sat in that brush and recalled. They're just guessing. They do have the ward on this buff, so they can kind of do, and they end up trading blue for red. That doesn't mean they're not going to collide with each other. Everyone is on the top half of the map.
Ooh.
They
Good
got
ward,
seen
though.
that ward.
Yep.
Yep, that's real important.
Great ward coming in from CLG.
Cop.
Stops them from going over. Cop's going to be the first one in. They get it onto him. Xpecial's doing what he can. Tries to put himself in between Cop and the danger, and he does a great job at it. And you can see Xpecial is really holding his own here. Cop trying to let the
backup on
potion.
both sides.
Quas on the other side. Seraph is going to have enough damage to come in here. He actually flashes, doesn't get it, but it does go over to Doublelift. A huge start for his Lucian in whatever lane he decides to go to. Quas could be in a real bad situation, but he gets his flash over the wall. We're seeing a lot burned out here, but a good first kill.
And that is the collision we were kind of waiting for. Getting Doublelift first blood is kind of a big deal. It was a reduced gold value because it happened before 4 minutes, but it's still going to be rather important. He's not shopping immediately, but that will be big for his first item buy. Bloodthirster Rush is huge on Lucian.
And whether or not they meant to do it, being so close to the top lane allows Doublelift to farm right away and already start getting even more ahead in the game. So this worked out very nicely for CLG, putting a ward down behind them to make sure their escape path was still clear. Very good play.
Yeah, and now the lanes are going to begin to shake out. We have to note that Link versus Voidboy was unaffected by all of this. The only thing that will affect him is knowing where the junglers are, which actually, or at least where they started, which will make it a lower threat lane for both of them. Specifically Link as well, because he knows Dominate flashed away defensively and is going to be farther behind than Dexter. So Link already had an edge because of the Kale pick, now has a little bit extra.
Just watching Voidboy, such a technical game on Yasuo, making sure he always has something to dash back to if you dash forward. And like we said, one of his strongest. We'll see how he fares against that Link. A great pickup on Kale. Cop has not played Misfortune in quite some time, so having, like we said, the lanes to farm, definitely gonna help.
Yeah, you can see those spring stats that just popped up. That was over a year ago for his Misfortune. She has received that slight rework, but still plays mostly the same. Can't wait to see how Cop deals in team fights. It's that very far back style. He's going to want to try and work with the Yasuo. There's not too much, actually, for Voidboy to ult off of, whether it's a Thresh Flay or the little displacement from the hook. Yasuo can ult with those, and that's when Cop is going to be wanting to get off his bullet times.
And instead of sharing, it looks like they are caring on the side of Curse. One each in the Wraiths and one for the bottom Golems. They're not going to be going double like CLG here and trading that experience. We'll see how that actually affects it for Quas and Dominate coming into this one, because if they do find a fight, they're worse off not being in twos.
Voidboy does have Flash. He might end up having to use it here as Dexter and Seraph come in from the flank.
Good push. Dexter taking one shot. They don't have too much vision over the side, but a great pink ward. That's Dexter's early pink. And that's what they need it for, vision on to Dominate.
All right, so COG doing a lot of movement early on in the game. You could tell that was kind of their last rotation on the movement because they left a wolf up in the bottom left side of the map right there, meaning they're probably going to try and stick to their own jungle from here on out. They're in denial mode.
So is Quas as well. Don't go too far, Dominate. They want to get him to the brush. They could have
to move
way better execution. Yep.
They're expecting this, but also the turret is too dangerous at this point. Yeah, and COG is just going to continue the jungle. Safe play.
Safe play indeed, but this means Curse is also setting themselves up for things that aren't working. So a little bit of time bought there. they're going to be still getting Wraith. They're going to still get White, and they're going to get what they need.
Quas has to be very careful right now. Even though it's just 2, he just hit level 3, and he's a big, squishy man.
Oh, usually this is just before level 5 when the jungler comes up, but they're going to go ahead and do a 2v1. Not getting Quas down. He is chugging down on his health potions right now, still taking some caster shots, and it looks like he is going to be quite dead soon. Running towards the turret, 110, 150, HP's going up, but it's quickly about to go down.
We've seen that many times before. Top laner who's under level teleporting top against 2, expecting to be safe because it's not 3, but underestimating the level disadvantage that he is under. 2 kills for Doublelift before he shops. Picks up the BF sword straight off the bat at 6 minutes. He's going to be a terror.
Yeah, already a big lane bully within the game, and now he is ridiculously huge. Still level 4 to level 4 on Cop, but that item makes him so much bigger right now, especially if CLG were to try something very, very early in the game for a team fight. But right now, they're happy with what they've got. You can see Voyboy keeping those dashes available for himself. Takes a little bit of damage. They trade just about even as Link heals himself.
Yeah, even farm in mid lane. Kale and Yasuo both scale very aggressively, I'd say. Kale probably scales better, all things considered. So CLG very much comfortable right now with what's happening. Their other lanes are holding even. Seraph has just been happy in the jungle with Dexter. Hasn't really had to do much. It'll be interesting to see how he holds his farm. Now he's doing the teleport in the bottom lane, but notice how there's equal levels down there in the bot lane. It's not level 4 versus 2 or 4 versus 3, 4 versus 4, and he is safe with that teleport. But it didn't save the turret. Mainly just using it for positioning.
Did save it. Able to soak up the experience a little bit faster. Dominate.
Oh, no.
More than 5 seconds to take that one out. He is hesitating on it, but that's because he's pulling the team in. Link's going to be there. Intervention is up, but that's a level 4 Dexter. They got to be careful. These guys are going to die real fast if they get that front end burst. Back to the side. A great repel coming in from Dexter, but the denial of vision from Dominate into the brush. Seraph now running for his life. One last attack coming in from Quas, and they are able to finalize kills separated from each other to mid and red buff. Quas takes one more shot coming in from Link, and it looks to be a great fight coming in for CLG and Curse on both sides for what you're looking at.
2 down for CLG, which is actually a benefit of Curse, but the negative is that Quas died again and he's level 3.
Right.
Seraph was level 5 when he came in there, and Doublelift was happily farming that whole time. In the skirmish sense, it was a win for Curse, but in the game sense, having a level 3 Mundo that Curse relies upon to soak up the bindings and cocoons from Morgana and Elise is very bad.
A little bit of gold for Doublelift coming in. CLG picks up pink wards on Dexter and Seraph. Map control is a priority right now for them as they get a little bit of ground on that fight. They know the teleports are down on both sides, so it's all about the movement. They're just walking around and being in the right spot as it is. 8.5 minutes into this game, only a small gold lead coming in, 1.8 due to all of that. We'll see if they can continue to hold it. Cop is at 57 to 66. These guys have kind of just been pulled out of the lane when it happens. Free farming, and they're still missing a few here, so trying to catch up.
Yeah. Doublelift wants to get his Bloodthirster as soon as possible so he can start stacking that up. Lucian with the Bloodthirster is a mid-game monster, especially considering there's pretty much going to be no one on the enemy team that can duel him. Even Yasuo doesn't have the strength at this moment to take down a Bloodthirster Lucian.
The one thing they got is the wall. Hopefully he can block it out once he starts doing the culling, but it's got to be in the right spot. Doublelift can always find a way to get into the right spot. I'm sure that comes from the Vayne mechanics, though.
Yeah, the general AD carry mechanics. If you're Cursed, the Dragon is incredibly important for you right now, but you can't necessarily use the teleport as bait because your top laner is level 4. You want your top laner to be able to teleport down with ultimate and make an impact, but he can't do it. He's 3 levels behind the enemy AD carry, and they're leaving him alone in that lane. They're sacrificing Quas for the overall team right now.
Needs to get to that level 6. CLG knows they have all the time in the world right now with vision on the map. They're able to throw down the pink wards and wards they need. Curse will grab the dragon here. They start to move and do for themselves. They're not waiting for things to come to them, so they still have strategies on the board to use.
Yeah, I mean, considering what happened at level 1, giving Doublelift that 1 kill, and then the bad teleport by Quas early, Curse is working with what they have left. They also picked into a pretty difficult matchup in the mid lane for Voyboy, so the fact that he is sticking even in CS is good, but what is bad is that Link has managed to pick up 2 kills just in the back and forth, which will mean he will soon be able to really bully out Voyboy hard.
There's no telling when the fight's going to come to you when your mid laner gets a few kills that you weren't the one to give him. Zeo coming out as the Static Shiv almost finished up here for Voyboy. He's trying to do what he can. This lane will be pushed a bit more, and hopefully he can get himself roaming a bit. His Link, he usually loves to roam. When you see him on Ziggs, he's out at level 5 before he even has the ultimate. Right now, just soaking up because he knows there's quite a bit of vision to be had in the jungle. Right now, it's only on their side. Whoa.
Whoopsie. He's got it.
It's a tricky wolf.
Yeah. Check this out, though. It's Voyboy running top lane instead of Quas. We saw a very different story from Cloud9 when Balls was down below, where they were allowing him the free lane farm. They're allowing Quas no farm. How is he going to get back in the game? I feel like you can't necessarily win a game if your Mundo is that weak against a team composition that relies so heavily on having him be a strong frontliner. This is I think it's a bit of a strategic quality by Curse early on.
Moved towards mid, and then he did just back, so I guess he goes back towards the top lane. A little bit of movement there, as you're saying. Curse isn't using to their advantage.
And look at this. I mean, even on the other lane where Seraph is farming with Shyvana, he's freezing it because he knows there's nowhere for Quas to farm right now. Voyboy push top, there's too many people mid, and there's a frozen lane in the bottom. This is exactly what CLG wants as far as the farm denial top lane gameplay strategy is evolving.
Control over the game. Seems like Seraph has a good mind on what to do. They wouldn't have brought him over if he didn't, so he's going to be happy to stay in that bottom lane and farm 44-27, and he knows he doesn't even need to back. He's not finding face-to-face pressure right now. It's only minions coming at him. Middle lane now occupied by the AD carries and supports. Aw.
It's a nice share, honestly.
Nice guy. Good dodge
Thresh
out.
doesn't get the execute on his auto attack, so he has to find creative ways of sharing cannon minions. That's actually an interesting thing. I was talking with Dominate a little while back about how he's very protective over his cannon minions with previous supports. If Bunny Fufu would miss one cannon minion while trying to share, Cop would take him for the rest of the game. X-Special might need to fix that up a little bit because sharing the cannon is very important for your support's gold flow.
Absolutely. You can see the Hook sharing it up as he did it just previously. And it looks like Dominate's going to be clearing the whites as there is nothing else to be done right now. Quas still having a hard time in the top lane, but it's Link rather to be here. Playing on Kale. Haven't seen him on it in a while. Maybe bringing a few things back from playing with Cloud9, practicing over in the All-Stars area.
Voyboy still getting the free lane farm as well. The mid lane farm has been dominated by CLG. Curse is in a pretty bad spot right now, all things considered. CLG with great control. Fancy moves!
But not a show.
A lot of dashes on Yasuo. Maxes his E, actually, on Yasuo. So sweeping blade. Hence all the dashing.
Hence all the dashing, indeed. Nash's Tooth picked up by Link. Be able to help a little bit more. I'll be interested to see when Curse can get themselves in range for a fight. The utility Cop brings on Misfortune, and as he always has been very big. 113 to 120 on, a bit behind in CS, but that's what he's doing and making up right now in the mid lane as he soaks up. Don't miss it.
There it is.
All right.
X-Special, the reliable gold sharer on Thresh.
That's why they got him.
Yeah.
There you go. Minute 57 on the Dragon. A bit of pressure that I'm sure CLG wants to use. Dexter says, you are not getting that. Great Cocoon going out, and he's going to give a little bit of medicine over to Dominate on that one. But it doesn't look like they want to give this one up just yet. The pink ward coverage on that blue, on that outside banana brush right there is giving them what they need to keep eyes on Dominate. He's not able to do much.
Yeah, notice the 2 blue buffs that CLG has as well. It just speaks to control. On the overall map. Gold lead now 2,000 instead of 1,500. Static Shift is completed onto Voyboy, so he might look to be a bit more of a team fight threat. But without a tank line to go in, Yasuo can't really go in either.
Right.
Unless they're able to find skirmishes. But with the way CLG is moving around the map, the skirmishes are just not to be found.
Something we were wondering was, you know, will CLG be able to conduct these fights with Seraph and intense communication? Will everything go correctly? And I think the pick on Shyvana, oh my gosh, so close. I don't think Doublelift wanted to eat that turret shot.
Yeah, Cop out trading Doublelift hard right there. No Summoner's Burn though, but some map pressure down. Some time now for Cop and X-Special in the mid lane. While Doublelift has to go steal up in the jungle.
Good rotation coming up here. Dexter, as well as Link. Looks like Link's taking out a ward for himself. He's going to find Dominate. Oh my gosh, he crushed Dominate down to half HP in a few shots on the left side of the map there. Whew. That's going to be a Lantern save. So Link is not anybody to be messed with right now.
No, kill with Nashor's Tooth. is already scary and will remain to be scary for the rest of the game. It's like another 80 carry on the team as far as relative threat goes, and it's going to be a matter of Seraph protecting that because they're running a one-tank team as well.
CLG moving into the jungle. They're a team that just wants to take everything before they win. All your inhibitors, all your turrets. They want to make sure it's a definitive takedown.
If you remember, very early into the spring split, CLG had a 4-0 win over Curse where they just controlled everything. It was actually with Hotshot GG on the team. That was kind of a mark where, hey, this Curse team doesn't know what to do when they start falling behind. They need to break those habits. That's one of the big reasons they signed Xpecial. Xpecial says that's what he wants to do. He said this is when he can become a leader. This is a big moment for his career. And early on, at least in game one, they are getting very much outplayed by CLG team-wise.
The first kill for Doublelift. Oh, the flash in. Wow, Aframu taking a lot. Throws on the Black Shield a little late. A great hook onto Dexter, but Voyboy gets himself into the fight. Quas going back and forth. Seraph looking to go down. A shot from Voyboy takes him. Possibly the double kill coming in, and it is going to be a hit up there. Link gets one for himself before he goes down, but Curse makes the necessary moves to take down mid.
Huge fight by Curse right there. They had the goal disadvantage, but now they can get it back. They still have 4 people pushing this, and Link and Seraph, their 2 solo lanes, are dead.
Beautiful. They have the Tormented Soil and the Static Shift to come in. No worries on lane pushing. No worries on the turret going down. They're going to grab 2 in a row on this one. Very good plays. Voyboy coming up huge. Xpecial with a good grab there. Everybody on time for that fight.
Moving the gold lead to 1,500. Let's check out how this works. Afro really overcommits at the start of this one. The whole team sits in the box, and the binding didn't even land. Then Quas gets a great TP in behind. Even though he was behind, he could not be damaged because all the focus had already been blown elsewhere. That is the perfect fight for Curse. CLG lost their patience, missed the initiation, but went anyway. Curse turns it around beautifully.
Not something I expected to happen. Doublelift being so far ahead in items as that fight came up. The culling going to the opposite side of the fight, pretty much parallel with everybody.
Well, actually, I believe Doublelift hadn't really bought before that fight. It was Bloodthirster to Bloodthirster. They were even on 80 carries as far as items are concerned.
Cop getting himself back in quickly. Looks like down to the bottom lane. Link is going to have good damage onto the turret, but he does not have too much vision, and that kind of gets him scared.
Oh man, game on. I mean, we're talking...
Absolutely.
We heard the players talking about how Curse has been winning in scrims and has a lot of confidence in. Honestly, when you're down 2,000 or 3,000 gold, a lot of times if you've been losing a lot of games, you just end up kind of giving up and allowing the other team to push you around. It looked like that was what was happening with Curse, but the way in which they re-engaged that fight spoke to having a lot of confidence and decisiveness right there. They teleported in, everyone went strong, and it ended up turning into a 2-for-1, but more importantly, 2 turrets.
And if you recall, Curse is one of those teams that could more than not win a fight when they're down in gold. They kind of take you by surprise. And that's exactly what they needed to do. CLG was not ready, but now does Curse fall back into a bad habit of we got a little bit, do they take too much? Yeah, they want to take more, but they usually go for too much. We'll see what happens. Is it CLG trying to step onto the wrong side here?
You know, CLG is trying to maintain blue buff control. They'd love to have it on Link and Dexter. That time, Dominic gets it.
And Smite down. Dominate known for securing and stealing, if you will.
He's a great smiter.
Yep. A lot of good smiters now in the league. Picking up Dexter. Got Amazing now coming in. It's going to be good fights when we get to the objectives. 20 minutes on the clock. CLG has found themselves about 1,600 gold lead. And 5-4 as the turrets have been cleared off the front side. No, they got 1 top and 1 bottom left out. So 3 down on each side. The second tier mid.
And now with this very close game that has become 3 turrets down on each side, 1,500 gold.
Right.
We really have to look towards Xpecial. And I know it's early on in the season, so you can't judge everything by this game. But Curse's big weakness was their strategic play. They could play with teams, but they couldn't close the better teams. They beat almost all the bad ones, but always lost to the good ones. This is what Xpecial needs to do for the team. He needs to kind of guide them. Obviously, everyone on the team makes calls.
Yes.
Dominate's very vocal as a player. It's got to be him and Xpecial making the big calls here and finding ways for them to win. Group them together at the right times and make sure they don't make big mistakes. There's Voyboy.
Oh, a great dash out as well, and they're not going to be able to continue this. Dexter gets one last Q. Very cautious play. Voyboy has been kind of acclaimed in the past for getting himself into bad situations when he thinks he's okay, but he's definitely taking into consideration the safety issue when he does engage now.
They saw 2 bottom. The longest binding in the history of mankind right there, lands from Afro Moo.
Extra grab.
Yeah, but the other guy who's tested here is Voyboy. He's under so much criticism. 2-0-2 on Yasuo, picks in a bad matchup, knows the ult's down on Link, see if they can get a close.
They do get the ultimate. That's the slow. They think they can turn it on to Voyboy, but they get him up, knock it in the air. Link cannot turn it around fast enough.
Nice team collapse right there. Getting a kill down onto Link. He's doing that Hurricane kill build that has gotten so much popularity. A lot of things about that Hurricane build that are actually working quite well. When it splashes the Hurricane attacks, it applies Kale's passive on all the targets. So the team shred is actually very high. You combine that with the Shyvana shred, and you can get some pretty nifty looking team fights there. Shyvana doesn't have shred anymore. Never mind. But all the damage is Shyvana, and you get some pretty nifty team fights.
Double lift. Very low in HP. Special trying to get in with the mobility boots, but he cannot get in range just yet. We were talking a little bit about the strategies of, you know, how Dominate makes those calls, and they'd always say he'd be the one to make a call, and he sounds so sure about it that we would do it. Yeah. And then I think Special can bring in for them those solid calls that everybody kind of gets around without thinking, all right, we're doing this on a whim. So I think that, as you said, might be the closeout.
It could be. It's always great to have two kind of different-minded strategy callers. You have the guy that wants to make all the calls, but then you have one other person who can come in when they want to make another one. And that call could always actually trump the other one. That's my personal favorite communication style. I'm not sure if that's how Curse is doing it, but they need some communication right now because COG's grouping around Dragon.
As long as the communications aren't polluted, you're good to go. Got the Dark Binding coming out, a good clear. Nice calling coming out from Double Lift to deter the entrance into the Dragon fight, but I don't know how it deterred.
They will
be. The hook goes in, just missing Link on the flash as well. Quaz on the other side, he is partying right now with Afro Moo. They're just going to go ahead and go for a walk. Met up with Double Lift on that one. Now Quaz is a third wheel here. Link is also coming in. Voyboy throws down the ultimate. Tries to get into the fight and Cop's too far away to really apply the damage on the bullet time. A 1-2-3, but he can't finalize it. The static shiv made it look like he was gonna get them all, but it was just too little.
That fight was so close, and I say, even though he's dead, MVP Afro Moo right there for drawing everyone around, and delaying things just the right time. So after the Dragon goes down, watch Afro Moo. He stops Dominate from getting into range for the slow. That could have killed Link and Dexter if he was able to get there. The binding stops, and then he also forced Mundo back in this direction, close eventually to his peril because he landed yet another binding as he retreated. No one was in range for that bullet time. Voyboy was an inch away from trying to clean up because of all the damage. What a fight for CLG. They regain control of the game.
Really doing a great job. Seraph's been participating in a few of the fights. He's been out of there for 3, has the 4 assists under his belt. Still building himself quite tanky now after that Blade of the Rune King. He's got health and magic resistance. Hasn't really finished his item. He's just piecing together what he needs. It's been working because he hasn't seen much fight. CLG is playing this knowing it's always kind of a 4v5 with Seraph off on the edge.
Yeah, he's doing much more side farming than Quas is. Quas is trying to become involved in the team. The teleport there, they just lost everything. They lost the Dragon and they lost the team fight control. Plus they gave up shutdowns for Voyboy's killing spree. Curse is going to need another really fortunate fight like they had to pull back the first time. They want a chance in this one because the scaling of CLG right now might just take off.
The teleport is down. That could be tough for Quas to get in very quickly. We always hear that once Mundo's in the middle of the fight is when the problem is created. So they need to be able to activate that. 7-6 coming up on 25 minutes, and there's pink wards galore going out by CLG to be able to activate that. 7-6 coming up on 25 minutes, and there's pink wards galore going out by CLG. They got a few more to put down. They got one towards Baron and one on the bottom side towards Dragon, making sure every objective is clear and they have eyes on Dominate.
And the farm across the board for CLG is much higher as well. Link 232, double 224. Items as well starting to pull ahead. Trinity Force is much more powerful than the Phantom Dancer of Cop. Those 2 early kills really showing through for Double at the moment.
Seraph fearlessly now running down top lane. Looks like he's going to get some warding for himself if he can get over to the right spot. He just decides to put it down a little early. He'll stay up here, drawing now Quas to the top side. He talked about that CS just a little bit ago. 50 is the difference, and it's pretty much a full item coming in here. Just the Spirit Visage, or I should say Spectral Cowl right now for Quas. As CLG is formulating something. Good vision by Xpecial.
And everyone wants to know as well, we're talking about this Vision game, the Quas and Seraph playing their own matchup in the top lane, how Seraph will interact with the rest of CLG and how the communication barrier is going to be, especially with teleport top laners having to come in at exactly the right moment, something even North American top laners struggle with frequently. So far, it is really CLG playing a 4-man game and Seraph coming in when he wants. So at the moment, it's actually working very well.
And they're not putting too much on his shoulders either. They're not saying you have to do this and this.
Yeah.
He can get accustomed to the team. Ooh, wow.
Oh dear.
Special. They do get the pink ward, but they're not able to set up much. He says, get away. One last hook. And, you know, once Seraph is tested, it's going to be quite a surprise for people if he comes out on top, because right now they're just kind of thinking it's kind of the middle line. Nothing crazy has happened yet.
Slow and steady wins the race for him.
Exactly.
Down bottom, trying to split push. There is a red buff Yasuo though, but he's got backup. If he can draw them towards Kale, they will kill Voidboy.
He actually taking quite a bit of damage here. Dragon's Descent out of the fight, wasted what he needed to. Blade of the Rune King to get himself a little bit more HP because it looks like it could continue here. Quas and both Dominate coming down on the top side. As they get out of that, we do see that Seraph can live through a 1v1 here with Voidboy right off the bat, so that's good if they want the Dragon's Descent initiation.
That was without his Chain Vest. Now he just picked up a Warden's Mill because he's building towards Radwin. So that type of fight will not happen in the same manner again. He did not even die, and if he can make it back in time, they will really not lose much. But they did lose temporary vision control of Baron, in which Curse is going to try and get a pick to get back in this game. This is smart. Whoa! Double knew that was a dangerous ward. Luckily, Curse didn't have vision on top of the Baron pit to try to hook him coming in.
Doublelift might get post-traumatic stress syndrome walking around that area after taking red buffs. Gets a little bit scared and his memories come back. 43,000, 39,000 right now. We were talking a little bit about Seraph earlier. CLG in general, really, as we said, an international team. We're a team that went to Korea to train. Now years ago, now has a Korean player on the team. Definitely focusing to advance themselves and not just between the two leagues. They're looking out.
European jungler.
Yep.
Coach lives and casts in Korea.
Yeah.
It's really just going to contribute to, I think, the overall growth of the league, and even especially in North America, because you're bringing in little bits of everyone's scene into your own team to try and combat everyone. You have little secrets about everyone.
Right now faring quite well, the entire team of Counter Logic Gaming. Doublelift and Aphromoo having a very nice early game with an early kill for Double. And he was able to pick one up right after that as well. So far assists from there. I'm sure he's not too happy about that, but they're looking to get some more. Curse to mid real fast for about 3 share on minions. Looks like they had something in mind there, but it just stopped.
Yeah. What's in mind right there for Curse is they're falling behind, and they're hoping that something good happens, because Kale is becoming a monster which they cannot deal with, but there's also a nice tank line being built up by CLG, so they want to focus Link and Doublelift, but they can't, because there's black shields, interventions, and a strong tank line being formulated by the CLG. The team composition is absolutely coming together strong for CLG as they rotate to pick up another dragon.
And it is indeed theirs. Link picking that one off. Once they get to these turrets, that Lich Bane is going to be hellacious damage that they're going to be dealing with. With that Dragon Jet, it could be a Baron. We're looking at about 5,800 now, 4,000
They have to pull off right now.
Down to 3,600, and Baron is going to be left. Seraph's hanging out in there alone right now. Oh, he hit the wall. Oh, no. He's going to take half health from Baron. Very unfortunate to start the fight. He dives. Copy stops. Bullet time right away. What a dive in from Seraph. But do they have the follow-up? Dominate takes a few more culling shots on the backside. It is not going to be enough. And CLG is going to go on a tear here in this fight. Face to face, Doublelift says draw, and he comes up with the win. Shot to the heart of Cop.
Wow, the reach from that Seraph ultimate on Shyvana destroyed the bullet time. It meant the rest of Curse was trapped without the finishing damage required. Watch this fight one more time. They took a lot of damage from Baron, but honestly, so did CLG. Hitting the wall and getting taken to half there really made them panic a bit. They do stun, and here's this. Cobb thought he had a perfect bullet time, and honestly, he did. But there was a dragon in the way. That would have completely changed the fight. Aphromoo then follows with an ultimate of his own. Zhonya's at just the right time after the stun there, and the high damage team of CLG with Link and Doublelift obliterated Voidboy, who was then in the middle of the team with nowhere to run.
CLG getting what they wanted out of that. Curse thought they had a little bit more time to work with that there in CLG's rotation, but we all know about CLG, and we all know about rotations.
At this point, everybody knows the word. Some people disagree with it at this point, but honestly, that Hurricane on Link The 306 on double. It built towards a GA, actually, I feel like, which is a smart move against the Yasuo.
Yeah.
Knowing that they have more than enough damage. If he goes GA, then Link doesn't even need to worry about ulting double lift with his intervention at the right time. It simplifies team fights even more so for CLG. To be exactly what they want.
Special building safety in the Mikhail's Crucible. Aframu, safety and damage with his Zanyas. That's going to be finished up there. 2,000 gold more in the pockets of the support there. So just across the board, 3,000 gold for the mid lane and AD carry. CLG is far and away on top of this game right now in every lane.
And speaking of Link, if you were CLG, you could not be happier about what conspired over the All-Star break. He got to play, first off, in the environment of Cloud9, which I'm sure there's a lot of learning he can take to CLG from that. But he got to scrim against Faker dozens of times. The things he could potentially learn from those things, not to mention playing against Shiyang, the Chinese mid laner as well, just that entire experience really brings a lot to his repertoire. He didn't even play Kayle at the All-Star, but he's playing fantastically now, out-farming everyone, just powering through down to that bottom lane and really being a strong player for CLG. They need stuff to add to the strength of Double now from the bottom lane, and they're finding it.
This also has to happen a lot more for the solo lanes lately. With the amount of roaming we get from the junglers and the top laners, Link has to fend for himself. So All-Stars is only going to help having that experience coming in here. Voyboy seemed to struggle a little bit, but not in the lane, just towards the outside part of the game. So that means the teamwork of CLG is just far and away better right now. 7-11 as they move in. It looks like the pickup of Seraph is so far working for him.
Yeah, he hasn't had to do much, but he has done things at the right moment. Right. Little hiccup there with the wall, but uh-oh.
Wow, whoa. Could have looked for a lot there if they would have gotten that kill. They may have kept going. Don't know if they want it. Dominate does get seen on the edge. No initiation from both sides.
COD is trying a split push here with Kayle because Kayle can 1v1 pretty much anyone. If they get enough hooks on X Special, they drop him down.
Right down indeed. Black Shield, Repel goes right up. Dexter comes down, and the safety measures work beautifully.
Yet now with minions on both sides, they can take a bunch of things. They're splitting Curse even more thin. Sometimes you think a team would group 5 before after getting a kill. CLG continues the split push. They might get both turrets.
This is ridiculous. You got a Lucian in the mid lane to crush down those waves. Seraph as well, taking a lot of damage. Dragon's set used as a disengage. The rotation now coming up from Link, and he's there, but very good kill from Voyboy on the long range hit.
Well, they drop one. Double Lift and Link are still very strong, though. They're going to continue this. They're going hard for the inhibitor.
My
Voyboy's ultimate, if he can land it, would be big. Oh, dear Lord.
I think he got taken down quite quickly because I blinked and it happened. That's going to be the inhibitor going down next. Dexter gets picked up. They cannot get a combination of hook and infected cleaver in there. This is CLG taking the everything. Whoa, you have another inhibitor? We'll take that too. I'll be surprised if they go for Nexus turrets.
This could be it. They dropped the 2 primary damage dealers of Curse, and they can shred anyone, as we've just seen. After we got soaked, it doesn't matter. Another
few shots. Special gonna go down quickly. They are just pretty much letting them walk the plank here as they enter into the fight, and CLG is more than happy to chew them up.
15,000 gold, 15 kills, 33 minutes. They're looking to win this one, Riv.
You can see Double Lift just activating the W to get the 2 passive shots off, as well as the Sheen proc, taking out Quas as he gets onto the fountain. CLG coming out definitively here with the Seraph pickup. A beautiful job by Counterlogic Gaming, and the scrims, they do pay off. We see it coming in at 34 minutes into the game. CLG grabs the Nexus.
Smiles all around for CLG right there. They had a little hiccup in the mid-game with one lost team fight, but their composition outscaled. First, look at Seraph. He did quite well. Even though he wasn't relied upon, he did the split pushing. He was a farm-starved Shyvana that was still effective in team fights and allowed the others to carry.
Right place at the right time. Not having that Shyvana, as I said, in the right place at the right time, doesn't allow the incorrect rotations to happen from the other team. If he's wandering back and forth, it's not going to work as well. He did his job. You could see him kind of sitting in the chair there and being like, I farmed a lot.
I killed minions, and I interrupted Shyvana.
That was
misfortunate.
Awesome.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions about, hey, do not expect immediate success from CLG.
That's true.
You still can't expect it, but that was the 4th place team from last split, beat handily. CLG finished 3rd last split, if we can remember, so it's only up from here because they want to reestablish their 3rd place. They want to go for 1st.
You got to remember the beginning of this game, Counterlogic Gaming pretty much spread out a bit, and then 3 strong to do an invade, leaving a breadcrumb ward, making sure the escape was safe, and that's how they came up with the first kill. Very big there, and even Seraph blew his flash on that play, but still kept himself safe throughout the early part of the game without that flash.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that star of the top laner route. It's really the team's responsibility to find farm for that guy, because he's so weak that he can't sneak into situations and fight people. They have to draw the enemy team in places that allows the other team to farm. The team we've seen it done best in NA so far in these early 2 games we've seen was obviously Cloud9, because they are the ones who know how to get balls going more than anyone else. Curse didn't do a very good job with that game.
They did
Quas
not.
was never able to be that frontline tank, and it meant pain for the rest of the team. Voyboy, as soon as he went in, would get obliterated.
Right. We have to say as well, Curse coming in with a new team for themselves also shouldn't expect results right away. But we see it's not an unknown commodity pickup. It may be one of the better pickups that Curse has had to go through with throughout the leagues. They did have Edward, which was also an amazing pickup, but these pickups haven't shown amazing results for them.
No. Throughout time, Curse gets the big name pickup, and then they end up fizzing out. This needs to be a different time for them. And, you know, much like the game we just saw between TSM and Cloud9, the old TSM couldn't beat Cloud9. So how's the new TSM going to do it? Obviously, the old Curse did not fare well against CLG last split, and it's the beginning of something. They still have time to grow.
Absolutely. Let's toss it down to Kobe, who is on the stage with a member of the victorious CLG.
All right, thank you, Riv. I am here with Double Lift. Congratulations, Double Lift. Now I got to start at the beginning of the game. 4.7. Trinkets are reduced, and what are CLG's thoughts on the level 1s with the new trinkets here? Because you had a very successful level 1.
Yeah, so right now the top teams, us, C9, and TSM, as far as I've seen, we all do essentially the same thing, which is just delay invading. Because 30-second wards don't really cover like 144 invades, which is how long it takes to go from your jungle to the enemy buff, you just walk from your jungle at like 144 to any one of the enemy buffs, and they're pretty much yours, unless they're 5-manning at that buff. But because of the change, you can 30-second ward their buff previous to the invade to make sure that it's safe. So everyone just kind of does the same invading level 1. That's why 2v1 is so popular.
Well, everyone didn't do that this time around, and you ended up with first blood, and then again, Quas teleporting in. You guys actually pulled off a very nice 2-versus-1 tower dive. Who's giving the calls there? Was that you or Afro? It looked like Afro's leading that one.
Yeah, so when Mundo TP'd in, I was like, does he just want me to get 2 kills? Like, this is cool. And then I saw he was level 2, which is just a big shame because there's no way he can live at that point. I think I said initially, and then Afro just hit a really good bind. And also, we're notorious for having me get first blood and then lose the game. So when I got first blood, I actually got really nervous because I've gotten first blood in a lot of games. We always lose.
Looks like you've broken the curse against Curse. Oh, that was bad. Sorry, Freak. I do want to ask you, though, about Seraph. Because everybody wants to know about Seraph. How is it actually playing with the Korean top laner?
So at first I was really not disappointed, I guess worried about his English in-game, just the communication, how it was going to be during the game, especially when the crowd's going crazy and like yelling stuff. It might be hard for us to understand him, but his communication is actually getting a lot better. And right now, I mean, he's just perfectly meshed with the team. Not like his English isn't perfect, but the way he talks in-game is very good.
I also just want to add one more onto that. Not many people are talking about what Link is bringing back from Cloud9. Has he brought it back a lot for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, when he played with the best team in North America, he definitely took some notes, I would say. And he's helped us out a lot with the information he got from Cloud9.
All right, successful espionage mission from Link then. Now, the final question, you guys are going up against LMQ later today. A lot of hype around LMQ coming into it. How do you feel about the matchup?
We actually played really poorly against Curse, and we're going to probably go back and watch our game and look at all the mistakes we made, because we made a lot. Yeah, that wasn't characteristic of us. Like, we normally don't play that badly in LCS, so even though we won, I'm pretty disappointed with our performance, and hopefully we don't play that badly against LMQ, or else we might lose.
All right, well, thank you, Double Lift, for your time. We are going to send it now over to Freak at our giant finger painting station.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I'm still a child at heart. I love finger paints, of course. So this is a game, CLG versus Curse, where I kept seeing CLG get dragon after dragon after dragon after dragon over and over, and Curse never really did much about it. But in this case, Curse tried to go for a Baron to kind of counteract that. So we're going to get that on your screen. And so, unfortunately, this Baron actually got stopped, because you notice that Seraph's already TP'd in, right? He's come down from his teleport. The rest of CLG is coming up from the bottom side. So they're going to go for a big battle here. Now, I want to set up this actual fight, because you realize Seraph's a bit low, Curse is a bit low, CLG's got a gold lead, actually. They're going to feel comfortable fighting this battle.
What's interesting then is actually how CLG plays out their team comp in this sort of fight. So let's roll the clip out, let's start it and see what happens. So Seraph's waiting around, he's gonna eventually dive in once he spots that Cop's available. He's actually gonna flash dive in, and then Morgana's gonna follow up. So pause right here. Now, there's a gigantic cluster of champions here, but Afro, it's worth pointing out, has finished his Zhonya's Hourglass. We've seen support Morgana builds change over time. Right now, both Afro and Lemon are rushing Zhonya's on Morgs with their engage tools, so they're actual divers to help the team fight in there. Dexter's here back, helping double lift. Link's up here being a DPS right at the top of the fight. This is the back line of CLG. It's actually Afro and Seraph that are diving the front line, trying to kill the back line themselves, because you've got a Zhonya's, and Seraph actually could pull a Link ulti, and Link doesn't do it, so scumbag Link doesn't save his teammate. The synergy is not there, apparently. But let's roll the clip out and just watch how much havoc gets wreaked in the backline. Double lift, he got those 2 early kills. He deals so much damage. There's so much disruption from the 2-man dive. He gets free damage up there, gets a chase down Cop, and it's actually a fairly easy fight for CLG at the end of all that one, just because they've gotten the gold lead from all the dragons. When Curse finally did try to make that big move, it didn't really work out for them. And as you saw, it was just an awesome fight for CLG. So, of course, next up we're going to see LMQ. Now, for the teams in the Challenger Series, the dream is to make it to the top tier and play in the LCS. Now, this year, 2 new teams made it in. When we come back, we'll get to see LMQ in their first LCS game against Evil Geniuses. As we go to the break, let's take a look at the road LMQ and Complexity took to get here, and salute all the players out there who aspire to achieve greatness, brought to you by our friends at Coca-Cola.
First and foremost, League of Legends is a very fun game. It's a MOBA, and it's like something that I very much enjoy.
I was really surprised. I was like, wait a second, you can actually make a living out of this in the future because it's getting so huge.
League of Legends for me is a measurement of my talent and my ability to show my hard work.
I'm prepared to change my mindset for being a well-known player.
If you qualify through the Challenger Series, you control your destiny.
Getting into LCS is a bit of a dream.
It's just something that I can look up to and say, I can get better at this. I'm not the best, I can get better, and I want to get better.
You can't make any plays by yourself. You know, it's a 5-man team, and there's no one person that's gonna make the game for everyone else.
It was a combination of dedication, hard work, a lot of determination, I'd say.
The only thing that can be on your mind is the game. Nothing else. Nothing else matters.
Being able to qualify kind of legitimately, you know, by my own hard work is definitely a big goal for me, and I'm ready to take that step.
I'm in my own little world where it says, I will play my game and I'll do whatever it takes. I'll play as good as I can.
To play this game and to happen to like it and be good at it is a bit of a dream.
If we lose in the relegation, as a team, we would have to sit down and talk to each other because there's like a lot you're giving up when you lose.
We can maybe make it into LCS next split.
Getting into the LCS is the end goal.
It's going to be my biggest day in the last year of my life.
This could be the game. They're trying to win the game and take it into the LCS. The Nexus is falling. LMQ are in the LCS. Complexity Black make it into the LCS. And they absolutely deserve this spot.
我觉得这种激进的打法，主要问题还是来源于我，所以我决定改掉这个东西，变得可以稳，可以凶，这是我要做的。
American LCS. It's time for our third match of the day, LMQ versus Evil Geniuses. Both teams are fresh from the summer promotion tournament where they successfully fought to secure spots in the LCS.
Yeah, and for Evil Geniuses, they were actually the only team from the spring split that survived the promotion tournament. And clearly, they want to turn that around. So as we reported earlier, this is actually Yellow Pete's final game as the starting AD carry for Evil Geniuses. Altec, who is formerly from Cloud9 Tempest, will take over starting tomorrow. It doesn't come as a huge surprise because they publicly stated that 3 of their roles were up for tryouts, so we may actually see more roster news in the days or weeks to come. But for now, this is the last game Crepo and Yellow Pete will be playing together, and it's been a long run. So they'll hope to make it a good one.
Absolutely a good game indeed. And meanwhile, for LMQ, they easily won their way through the summer promotion tournament, playing like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and we really haven't seen as impressive of an entry into the LCS since Cloud9 won their way into it over about a year ago. LMQ took down XGG Gaming in 3 one-sided 30-minute games, and you never really felt like they didn't have complete control of the series. But the test will now become, how does LMQ fare against the rest of the North American LCS, against the top teams, or even just the teams in the LCS, because they've mainly been playing challengers.
Right, and when they did, after they did win that one, they had some losses that weren't really that public that people knew about. They're like, oh my God, they're just still winning. They did lose a few games, so they are vulnerable to losses.
Yeah, we'll have to see that because the question always is, did they lose because they were just trying out strategies? Every time the games really mattered, the ends of the tournaments, they were clean through. Except for Cloud9 Tempest, that one was a 3-2. So you never know.
So let's check out the starting lineups as we get to it. Our third game on the blue side, it's going to be LMQ. Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiaowei Zhao in mid, Vasily at AD carry, and more at support.
And on the red side, it is Evil Geniuses. Inox in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Yellow Pete on AD carry, and of course Crepo on support.
It'll be very interesting. The LMQ in the LCS is like the whole unknown commodity. We have a few supports or a few junglers here, but this entire team now on the stage. They've been there for the promotion tournament, but they have to prove themselves again throughout an entire season, and these are best of ones that they're going to be going through.
And it's an interesting thing about things we know about LMQ and things we don't know about LMQ. One thing I'd say we know is they play fantastically as a team. And honestly, the bonding these guys have went through, all moving over to China, playing together. This is an experienced team now. They played together that entire Challenger split. Same roster, got better and better. And when you watch them, they are very decisive as a team. With really warm hands after these hand warmers get going. We know that they play very aggressively. That's what Vasily was talking about. Sometimes over-aggressively, that it is punishable. He wants to try to win that back. But the things that we don't necessarily know is where they really stack up individually when the pressure is on.
When did they know to strike? Seeing the bottom lane that has been so for 3+ years almost.
Yeah.
EG, Crepo, and Yellow Pete right here. We always knew EG to be the team that would extend that game out forever, and Yellow Pete was in that farm mode. A lot of people hoping that the Kog'Maw makes an appearance coming into this game, and you know what? If it does, it's going to be awesome because Yellow Pete always did have a striking Kog'Maw.
We've seen a lot of lane swaps, too. Kog'Maws
we
can
have.
survive in the early game.
Right.
The only way that wouldn't necessarily work is when Evil Geniuses was successful in the promotion tournament, they channeled a lot into Inox being a top lane carry, which means a lot of the free lane farm has to go to him, and Kog'Maw generally needs that. So they would somehow have to get 2 people extremely, extremely farmed if they wanted to pull off the strategy like that. But it would be a nice last hurrah if Pete could get a pentakill on Kog'Maw.
Absolutely. We know the pressure is obviously going to be on him. Having a last game, you want to go out well. The rest of the team is obviously trying to keep their mentality in a good state.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have been looking at EG as, you know, they did make it back into the promotion tournament, but they're the only team. Is that momentum they're using to keep going? Because it was a tough ride for them.
And what do they have left?
Yeah.
You know?
You're right.
They put 3 positions up for tryouts, and as of now, there's no one different, right? Inox or Altec doesn't come in until tomorrow. There still may be future roster changes. You know, Snoopy did not look very strong throughout most of the split. What has he done in the offseason to improve his game? A tough start against LMQ here, who really, we don't know exactly where to rank him. Many of the teams put him at 4. Could they be as high as 2? Could they be the best team in North America? We don't actually know that right now.
You know, and what if Yellow Pete does good this game? Is that locked in? Is that something you have a player play one last game to start the split?
Yeah.
But if he does good, is that intentions for the rest? Who knows? You know, there could be a lot of decisions to be made. Yellow Pete very ready for this game. Prepared to go in hard with Crepo. They know there's a bit of aggression there. And Crepo, we know, a little bit more aggressive than Yellow Pete. So maybe, you know, that switch in an AD carry that formulates a little better, that talks back, talks with, is what they need.
It's interesting because over the years for EG, early on, Crepo and Pete just had so much synergy together. They were the ones that could take the game to late game. They almost never died in the bottom lane, which is what they needed because they had Froggen in the mid lane and they were that farm up style. But as the game has evolved, Crepo has wanted to get more and more aggressive with trying to make big plays. And Pete hasn't necessarily followed up with him. Those. And it's just kind of slowly falling apart. He is stuck with that passive AD carry, but it's all smiles right now because this is the last chance for them. They got to be in high spirits. They want to take down LMQ.
Absolutely, especially if they get that 2v2 matchup with Moore and Vasily. Doublelift himself has even said, playing against and watching Vasily, he's learned a few things. So there's going to be a very hard lane in that.
If you're crazy aggressive, oftentimes AD carries will just let you do stuff. It's actually something that I'm a Cutie Pie used to do a lot of when everyone was giving him a bunch of praise. He would just be incredibly, incredibly aggressive. Like he had backup all the time. Like, whoa, back off, man. What are you doing? And you just end up giving him a lot of advantages. It forces you into trading back against people, which Pete might not be ready for.
We'll have to see a lot of big names coming out for LMQ as well. Ackerman, godlike from the World Championships, so he's coming in with that stage play, that strength as well, and he is a solid player. You can always get at least the middle ground out of him. He's never going to do bad.
Yeah, absolutely. He is the rock with which LMQ can rely on almost.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Almost trying to be a lot like Dyrus is for TSM.
Right.
In that top lane. You can see Crepo breaking out his big piece of paper. He's very happy about that. The pick and ban strategy for Evil Geniuses.
Coming out big on this one. Twitch going to be banned out. Cassidy takes his place as well. Again, keeping that spot warm with a Lulu Morgana getting banned out on this one. So we're seeing different bans from game to game. Everybody knows that the beginning of the season is enough for the switch-ups. So they don't know what to ban. They're just banning what they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, so they're banning a lot of the protection champs right there. Lulu probably mid laner, Morgana support. Once again, when EG was victorious in the promotion tournament, they generally allowed Inox to play carries. And that means either they run like no tank with supportive mid laners or really tanky jungler for Snoopy. Getting rid of those supportive mid laners really limits the effectiveness of having a top lane carry.
Wow. First pick, 80 carry coming out for
Big smile
LMQ.
from Vasily.
Yep. He's like, I get priority first game LCS. Feels good. Lucian is going to be locked in, allows him to be the bully if he wants. He's trying to find the fine line between aggressive and passive. But I don't know. I think he's going to go more towards aggressive because when you're a player like that, you always are out for blood.
Especially Lucian.
Yep. Inox snooping now. Like you said, Inox on those carries. really kind of puts Snoopy in a position where he's got to do a little bit more of his own farming, his own findings for how he gets into the game. But right now we see the Kazakhs being pulled out, has seen bans throughout here in the start of the summer split in NA, but now he gets picked up.
There's an outside chance that could actually be a top lane Kazakhs for Inox, and Snoopy could go with something else. We cannot take that out of the potential right here for EG just because Inox likes those champions.
Not a lot of junglers focused out between these two teams. You got even there. But other than that, quite a lot of high-tier jungle being left up. We do see Shyvana being picked up as well with Xiaowei Zhao's LeBlanc. Terror in the mid lane right there from him.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit outside of his normal champion picks.
The supporty ones,
He
right?
would do the Nidalee or the Orianna, things that can just get a lot of CS, reliably wear you down. LeBlanc requires you to be a bit more of a playmaker, but taking those legendary farming skills from the mid lane and putting them on LeBlanc can be strong. This is the Pete Parade right here.
Man.
What's he going to pick? Urgot? Kog'Maw? One of the two, right? Kog'Maw is just like a plushie for LeBlanc to attack.
I know.
A pinata,
oh,
so to
man.
speak.
It's already got a hole in it, the pinata. It goes down so quick. They're going to leave it up. He's going to make us wait.
Final
Last
pick,
one.
80 carry.
Elise and Kale. First pick, 80 carry to last pick, 80 carry.
Kale, as we saw in last game, Link
Oh,
did
man.
spectacularly on it. She has been
wreaking havoc
all over the place, especially in solo queue. But now, taken to the NALCS. NALCS actually feels to be the league with which solo queue picks can make it in as quickly as possible, and then they filter throughout the rest of the LCS or pro leagues.
Right. Justice was rocking on it the other day. Kale's definitely had some good play time within the LCS on both sides of the pond. Vasily picking up that Lee Sin, and we get a Leona to come in here. So it does spell aggression for that bottom lane.
Yeah, that's a lot of going in.
Yep.
Not too much of going out.
Everybody
Everyone's
has to
close.
dive in.
Yeah. So that probably means there's a mobile AD carry getting picked on the other side, or Urgot. One of the two.
Or Urgot, because they'll swap the in guy. Oh, man, we'll have to see what they decide to go with. Still got a few up. You can be safe with Kate. Graves has been seeing a little bit of playtime as well, but you're still kind of in or out of the fight with him. They are talking it. Kepo says, what do you want, Pete? I got it for you.
Really?
He typed in Kog'Maw. He typed that in, so he's going to have to delete those characters or select with the mouse. No, he locks it in!
Giving the fans what they want. Even though, honestly, it looks like a tall task for the Kog'Maw to do. Well, they do have intervention, so they can protect the Kog'Maw in that sense. And it actually was the top lane Kazakhs. This is a team of squishy assassins. They need to get far ahead early in order for this stuff to work. Otherwise, they should probably get wrecked.
An early game
in later team fights.
Not something we see every day.
Nope. One last hurrah here for Pete and Krepo.
Trying to go in strong with this one. They really, it's not a nothing to lose game, but it's kind of an all-out, as any game would be. But if you haven't played against LMQ, watched them, seen them, obviously they have, but it's still going to be testing the waters throughout this entire game, even for us. We haven't seen LMQ here on the LCS stage.
Expect lane swaps. Kog'Maw against a Leona lane is something they absolutely want to avoid. I wonder whether LMQ is going to be shooting up towards the top lane to try and meet them there, but it's going to be a lot of the early game invades and stuff. That chess match early on to try and get the right stuff.
Well, the teams are loading into the game. Game 3 is about to get underway, so let's take a look at the voting. According to LOLesports.com, 75% of you think that LMQ will win and come out on top of this game. You can also share your predictions throughout the game by tweeting hashtag LMQWin or EGWin to @LOLesports. Make sure you get your votes in as the games go, and Yellow Pete starts getting out that living artillery.
Yeah, well, with that Kog'Maw pick,
right,
does the EG chance increase when they probably have a very good overall win rate with Kog'Maw throughout the history of their competitive career? They just haven't picked it much lately. There'll be a second before we get in that game. You can see Krepo having some quick issues.
Getting a recreate on that.
Ackerman as well.
No name. There's all the way down the line. LMQ still talking. We've actually asked players, you know, what is this portion about? If there's a pause, if there's a lull before the game, your adrenaline's like right there. You're about to start your first LCS game, and then it's like, hold on. So you kind of just wait, discuss. What were our plans? What are our plans? Do we have something to do at level 1? Like I said, Millennium put something on the plate right away. They got the scrying orb, they went to Dragon, and they tried to get a hook into the bush. If it worked, then they would have been up and up, but not. So we'll see if EG, a team that does like to do things early, as Curse does. A few teams in the LCS do.
And when EG gets a lead early, Riv, they generally were able to win games last split. That's one of the big ways they're able to beat Cloud9 Tempest as well, with some good early game strategies. That's also where you pretty much want to take down LMQ as well, because they're tremendously skilled at snowballing against games and teams, playing many inferior teams in the challenger scene to them, because they were just the kings of that league. They were consistently able to just bust ahead of teams and try and rush them down early.
A lot of people have been saying LMQ is beatable in these scrims. And a lot of the players think they'll finish middle of the pack. A lot of the pro players we've been chatting with, they figure it'll be a little bit past third. If they can get third, then obviously LMQ is showing stronger. But who knows? They could still go all the way. Depends on how they see the teams throughout the season. We got to remember, Team Solo Mid struggled in the middle of the last split because of the patch change. That could happen to any team during any split.
Yeah. These LCS seasons are a marathon. 28 games against each other, and you have to consistently adapt to the changing game. It is just the way League of Legends is. It's always been a changing game. It will continue to be a changing game. It is as much about how good you are in a current patch as you are at adapting to future patches.
Right. And everybody's got to adapt. It's not just your team.
Yeah. It's actually very interesting. I got to talk at the All-Star. I got to talk with a lot of the Korean players, Mad Life, Shy, and Faker in particular, and I asked them kind of how they adapt to the changes and what they think of the game changing so quickly. And they had a very professional answer. They just said, everyone's playing on the same thing. As soon as a patch comes out, you have to just find the new best strategy. There was no, oh, it's too fast. It's like, because it's the same for every single team.
Right.
So it's still the equal playing field, and that is part of the competitive landscape.
And I think the thing that is an advantage there is when you do have the winning strategies already, you can instantly try those again with that precision, and you can say they work or they don't.
And see the parts that work well, the parts that don't quite work well, and where you potentially have to
And then you just make the quick changes, especially, and even Korean teams say that they do look at other teams. They, you know, you've heard them multiple times talking about Meteos in the jungle, watching Cloud9, watching other teams. So it's not just them formulating everything for themselves. They're taking and they're modifying.
Yeah, and with overall playstyles, trying to take and modify them. LMQ is now an American team. They've been playing in this ecosystem for 4 to 6 months. How much of the Chinese playstyle are they going to carry with them, and how much of it is going to be the North American influence?
Right. They still have a team that is forward-based.
Yeah, exactly.
It's your face. We'll have to see if they decide to go past the turrets, as Royal would have, as we're kind of talking about Chinese teams. We are into the game. LMQ coming in versus Evil Geniuses. And we are on to the Rift for Game 3 as the players make their way off the fountains. No irregular trinket buys here. Going to get the early wards out. And no consumables in the mid lane either, so it looks like we could get a good back and forth here. No name. A little BM there towards Xiao.
Well, he started with his Sonic Wave. He had to see where he was. He's got to look for his own teammate. Many a gank may be happening for this LeBlanc. That LeBlanc versus Kale matchup is going to be so critical. But more critical is the way these early game wards and invades play out. LMQ very defensive early, and there's a chance EG just stands in that brush for a while, maybe until about 1:30, and then tries to late invade.
Very much closer. So it's just Snoopy.
Oh, they couldn't even get it. If they were all waiting in the same brush, they would have killed it instantly, but now that invade path is ruined.
Good ward coming out very early. That's going to be coming in from Ackerman, so he gets himself back to safety, and they say we do not need to put ourselves in a bad position here. I think this might be the first time we see a team stay on their own side completely.
This could be a really good mind game by EG. They backed away into the lane. They know where the ward is by LMQ. So if they walk through the lane and then just go through the brush anyway, they could still get a good delayed invade. Even though there's no way LMQ would think it's coming because they feel like they have all the entrances warded. This is an entrance that they did not think to ward. Will they go, or are they just waiting up here for a laner?
I don't know if
they would have to go right now if they wanted to stop the blue buff, but they're going to wait here.
I see Pobelter backing, but he can't get to mid lane fast enough to show himself and say, yeah, we're at laning phase. But this is still kind of a slow move here. Pobelter is making his way towards mid.
They're doing it. Can they make it in time? They're a little bit, it's 150. It's a ways away. Oh, they may have timed this just perfectly.
Nice ward there. Yeah, Pobelter meets lit mid lane, so they're not really looking for anything else. It's going to be the hook. Just missing as Ackerman sidesteps, but they get the ward, and EG's patience could be paying off here. This is going to force LMQ over to the other side of the map. They do have Vasily and more in the bottom lane, so it should be all right.
It still worked out great for EG. They didn't get the hook kill, but they did time it just right. You can tell they've done that a couple times. They waited until exactly the moment so they could arrive just into vision range. as the blue buff spawn.
Very nicely done. Not too much of a one-up just yet. We'll see where LMQ goes after this. We are going to see that buddy system coming into the jungle here. Something we've seen the majority of the teams do throughout Game 1 and 2 of the NALCS. As the gold is dead even to start this one off. It's going to be Pobelter pushing the lane in first, getting that level 2. So Xiao Zhao is forced to farm here.
Pobelter needs to watch out for the Lee Sin gank because he knows that their blue buff is getting invaded. So it's actually it's a nice tell of the side he needs to cheat on in the lane. He does not want to stay towards that, I mean his left, but the viewer right side of the lane.
Good guy help over to No Name as Ackerman continues to soak up that experience. And see that, again, another team that doesn't super share. They go ahead and take whites by themselves, and then the red by themselves.
Lane swap that EG kind of wanted. It's going to mean a lot of 1v1ing here from Pobelter and Xiao Zhao.
There's a good silence. He throws down the heel to get a bit of that surge and movement speed. But Xiao Zhao knows he still has a bit to rebuttal with on the attack.
Interesting how Pobelter actually has 2 points in E, 1 point in heal, and no points in his Q. The Q is the main trading tool by Kill, mainly in lane. Pobelter going for the lane shoving more so than anything else early on.
Trying to keep that Xiao Zhao from farming too much or leaving the lane and getting kills on what would be that very squishy yellow Pete as the game comes to it. Good damage on the top turret here. They're going to have a bit more, 4 more shots to get through the turret on that one with the minions they have. Vasili's doing the same, but he's getting solo experience down here once he gets those minions.
Yeah, this is what a lot of teams have adapted to doing when you have these extended freeze lane swaps, is it makes your AD carry, especially someone like Lucian who has pretty good bases on his spells and relies pretty heavily on levels sometimes, give him more of that experience and then hope to create action elsewhere. It's tricky though with level 3 Leona, but they're going something big. They get the hold and
oh
it's done!
My gosh, a 3-man minute, 4.5 minutes into the game. Leaving Vasily to get all that farm in his bottom lane, worked out mid.
And they get the reward exactly. Now more is more farmed as well because of the assist. Plus the 1v1 matchup is so critical for LMQ's success. Xiao Zhao can take that and move throughout the rest of the map.
That's what I was talking about earlier. A team that has something on their plate from the beginning. They knew they wanted to activate something before 5 minutes. We saw that Moore was moving around from about 3.5. So he was standing in that jungle for over a minute to coordinate that, and the rest of the team made it happen perfectly. A missed gank there could have been pretty costly.
Yeah, they landed all the skill shots though. That's the important thing. The root landed from LeBlanc, and they comboed him before Pobelter could even flash away.
So with a bit of the upper hand now, only 800 in gold, but a good rotation here from LMQ. So now EG has to really keep their peripheral vision open to make sure those ganks aren't coming in from the support at level 4. Looks like Vasily pushing up to the turret once again. He hasn't gotten too much damage on the turret, but that's again something we've been seeing is just more lane farm for those AD carries.
Look at that, 42 farm already for Vasily.
Yeah.
No opposition. And now with the Kazakhs in the lane, it's not like he's going to be denying him much farm. Snoopy having to share jungle experience as well. That's the thing with these double jungles, is when they do end up going to the AD carry lane, think back to Season 3. The double buff jungler and the experienced up solo laner could often 2v2 that lane, making it dangerous.
Right.
But with this double jungle, they would be far too weak to 2v2 the support and the AD carry, even when they are both there, which just makes it even more beneficial for the AD carry and his ability to get farm.
Being able to push off 2 always feels pretty good.
Well, this is a nice
Snoopy
bait.
waiting for him, actually. No Name is there, and he goes in. He should be dead on this one to safeguard. He flashes out of that one, tries to throw down the Iron Will, but he does not have enough room to get shots in. This is going to be EG closing down on LMQ, trying to bite off a little too much.
What a great bait there by Snoopy and Crepo. They kind of gave LMQ a taste of their own medicine there. They have Kog'Maw on the top lane. Crepo said, I can make plays in the jungle too. And then the close, since Moore had already burned his flash for the last kill, gave him the second. EG strikes second and more effectively.
That's a very good point. We just were in the top lane watching Crepo back, and as he came off of the fountain, they know they wanted to make a play. EG still knows to keep themselves in this one. You can see No Name thought he was all good to go here.
Exactly. From his perspective, he was just looking for a little counter jungling. But only being level 3, it was rather dangerous. Snoopy with a pretty nice follow to get close enough. Inox with a great roam because he was already pushed back in his turret. It was an incredibly dangerous invade in retrospect for No Name. And a battle in mid.
Whoa, Xiao not very low! The silence was there with the auto attacks. Pobelter been leveling that E. Blue suede shoes for Pobelter coming in at 7 minutes.
Wow, everything going EG's way right here. They also won in the promotion tournament, much like LMQ, and they are looking good early on. 2 kills on a Kayle in the mid lane can be disastrous for an opponent. That's what Link actually had in the last game. He went off.
And it's not going to hurt that the carry, Inox, who is trying to do so on Kha'Zix, did not go for that split push champion, has a kill for himself as well, and that was brought right to him. He didn't have to do anything for it.
And we haven't actually seen the same level of top lane farm denial we did in games 1 and 2.
That's right.
Inox is at 29 CS, Ackerman's at 20. We saw 3 CS at 8 minutes in some of these other games. And Kog'Maw can absolutely take a Shyvana 1v1 when there's the experience denial in the way we've seen.
Crep will come in at 4. You can see how the levels are hurt here, but they're taking that into consideration with all the roaming they've been doing. They got to engage a little bit safer. And so far, an engage here in the mid lane, a double distortion into the chain, but actually grabbing the minion.
Pobelter's going to need his ultimate up. It'll be up in 10 seconds, but he can't take harass like that, knowing the support is roaming. And I need to clarify what I'm saying about the experience denial on the top lane. It's not as much as we've seen in the previous games because the supports have been roaming, and it's mainly been 1v1s, but it still exists because of the early double jungling that happened.
Ackerman's sense was really on point to keep himself alive here, knowing that there was just too much aggression in the movement forward there at EG. Has to back off.
Repetitive buff invades as well. That's what we see with these extended lane swaps. They kind of trade whose buff is controlled by who. You can see EG's actually pinging the blue buff right now.
Trying to move in, leaving Yellow Pete up top once again to get himself farm, and we'll see what Ackerman can formulate here. He's just waiting as much time as he can. Oh, they're going for the full roam around here. The back play, just on the outside. Go for the repel as well. They're putting a lot of focus here towards this top lane, and we see now movement from LMQ towards the bottom.
Yeah, Inox has got to be careful. He does have his ultimate evolved, so he gets that really nice escape, and he ends up not even having to use it.
Everybody feeling a bit of that same pressure in the top or bottom lane for the singles. Looks like Inox and Ackerman stay alive for the time being. Looks like those turrets finally go down. So a little bit of gold spread out across the teams. Xiao never hesitating to go in with a distortion and just add damage to Pobelter.
A lot of mind games going on there. Pobelter was trying to juke as soon as he got jumped towards to try and make him miss that point blank ethereal chain. Just didn't even use it. Hook lands though on him more. Do they get him in turret range to aggro? No.
Good play back.
One shot.
That peace of mind to not attack at all, not try and put any damage down. No aggro from the turret. Very, very close game. It's still that 800 gold lead that we've been seeing throughout. No real items have been finished either. Super low farm game here as the rotations have just been taking over. Xiao still trying to put pressure in that mid lane and get use of that blue buff.
Xiao is doing a number on Pobelter in the laning phase. Just Pobelter was able to pick up that nice 1v1 kill and get the roam kill. As far as actual CS and harass goes though, Pobelter's really getting hit pretty hard. No blue buff to speak of either, so his heals can't keep up with the harass of Xiao.
And he's been in constant pressure. His flash is down, his ignite is down, intervention came up a few seconds ago. He's been constantly using those, and LMQ has been making sure of that. They do not want him with any other extra advantages as they come into fights, which I'm surprised they haven't pressured yet. We haven't seen too much towards Dragon as teams, but now with 2 minutes, we may.
Yeah, the early Dragon, of course, an easy pickup. Inox continuing to get a lot of experience. A nice timely teleport there. Even though it'll be down for Dragon, his farm is a priority for EG. They need his Kha'Zix to be farmed. They use him as that top lane carry. So a nice teleport right there.
Back to the matchup. Duos in the bottom lane. Krepo trying to get an early ward. Is this going to cost him? A good rotation here and a read by Snoopy, but No Name is trying to do the same thing as they go in. Krepo taking a lot of damage. The dash forward. The shot's hit, and he dashes back for the calling to continue onto Yellow Pete. Great mechanics coming in from Vasily. A nice shot on the solar flare. A double kill coming in. They're going to chomp down right onto Pobelter, and across the map, EG starts to fall.
LMQ flipped a switch, turned it on, and they just went for it at that point. Krepo got a little bit too aggressive. Moore knew he was close to 6, so if they got the first kill, it was almost like a reset. He could skill up his ultimate very quickly and go for more. What a nice move. Check this out, even though there's a fight there. Missed the mid lane fight. They just burst him through the shield, basically. They got a lot of damage down beforehand, and they just caught him moving towards his lane. There's been so much in that lane for Pobelter. Everyone has had their hand at trying to take down Pobelter. That time was Ackerman's roam.
Simple mind games, and you see Pobelter's flash had just come up. They took it down again. Inox using the stealth to get out. Have to wait that extra time to use it again, but he doesn't even try. gets himself to safety. Quite low mana there, and he'll probably be backing. 20 seconds left on the Dragon. It'll be good to have Inox for this fight, but teleport is down, so he's going to be running his way down towards that Dragon pit.
And his ultimate's down.
Yep.
So he's not near the effectiveness you would want from a Kha'Zix. Little baby jump with no stealth isn't too threatening in the Dragon fight. Ackerman going without teleport as well. Oh no, Krepo gets hit again, but can he dodge enough stuff?
Close.
Why does he need war control over there? The Dragon is what they actually are worried about right now. He needs to get in position to the Dragon, get his pink ward down in an important spot, and use that to try and bait out hooks.
Slowly hatching this ward. Morris doesn't even know he's sitting on it. Krepo looking for the hook, but they don't have the follow-up on this. Xiao in the face of danger, trying to bait out a few more attacks here. You can see No Name and the rest of the team just off on the wing, but EG is setting up for this as well. The Dragon fight about to come in.
And Vasily with his Bloodthirster is very scary. It's not a completed item onto Pete yet. No Blade of the Ruin King on Kog'Maw. Vasily cleaned up this fight. He would effectively put his own stamp on this game for carrying. It's going to be about who gets a catch.
Yeah.
You only get a catch, can LeBlanc burst down a target, or can Krepo land that death sentence on a squishy target?
They're trying to get the hooks out, trying to get the cocoons in the right spot. The follow-up just does not seem to be there. There's quite a bit of gap closure. The rest of the team can't follow up right now. The Yellow Pete on the backside, only with the unfinished Blade of the Rune King at this point to the Bloodthirster, so that's going to be tough. Once Yellow Pete does get items, he'll be a force to be reckoned with. But right now, like we said, just a pinata.
Yeah.
Squishy squish.
No Athenes on Xiao yet, so mid laner's not hitting huge damage breakpoints. Getting the blue buff onto Pobelter was very important there as well. You can see a very close steal attempt by No Name. LMQ starts the Dragon in a very aggressive fashion, forcing EG to move in there. EG is slow to respawn.
This has given Inox time to get the ultimate back up. There's the solar flare right onto Yellow Pete. A flame back off of what they tried to get down into the back line. This is good damage coming from Inox. Inox turns now, more in his face, but he goes for Vasily, trying to take down the 80 carry right away, and beautiful focus from Evil Geniuses in this Dragon fight. But Xiao now makes himself present, misses the first attack. The heal comes out from Vasily, and EG dominates the Dragon fight.
3 for 0 for EG right there, and everybody very low. They traded damage exactly how they needed to. They retake the lead in this game as LMQ got dominated in that team fight. They forced the Dragon, which does put them at a bit of a disadvantage because they're taking the damage. And watch how, even though they landed the solar flare, the follow-up was crushed by Krepo. The play and the box, the thresh was huge in that one. And also, Pobelter kept LeBlanc out of the fight. LeBlanc had to walk all the way around as Pobelter was fighting in this one. So not only did they get the play to stop the initiation, they also stopped LeBlanc. They protected the Kog'Maw and made it work.
Great play, leaving LMQ to flash away there. What I thought was really LMQ's fight to be on that one. We know LMQ for being a team fight team, coordination in a team fight, but EG being down, able to come out big there. Now 15.5 in, 6-4 with that Dragon. They don't grab a huge amount of map pressure, but they do know the fights can go in their favor, so that'll give them something to think about.
They're team fighting quite well right now. It will be interesting because they don't have the true tank, and Shyvana will turn into one. How quickly they can shred through the enemy tank to kind of equalize the battlefield there. And they need to, if in fights like that, they need to be the ones that play the peel game right like that. Krepo's flay needs to happen in almost every fight in order for them to be successful like that. But boy, that was a pretty successful one.
Looks like Yellow Pete actually fixing himself together a phage for that second item to go for the Triforce. Remember back to the Genshin build.
Yeah.
Loving it up.
The one Genja build that stuck. The one people decided to copy.
He's 1-1 and 2. Picking up that kill helped him finish his blood.
And it helps Kog'Maw because he is so immobile in the first place. With the Blade of the Rune King, that enhances it. The Trinity Force will do that as well. And he actually has a lot of spells he can use in between that stuff to get the Trinity Force procs out. It is good, also considering he does so much damage from his skill set as well. There is logic behind this Trinity Force Blade of the Rune King Kog'Maw.
Krepo getting himself maxed out on HP as much as he can. Ruby Crystal going in with the Giant's Belt, so he can get himself in for some initiations. A lot of front-end burst damage coming from Xiao with that Deathfire Grasp. He knows that the intervention is going to be there, but the silence is on! Can they finish this one? It's only going to be another shot. Oh, the Q doesn't activate it! He was not leveling his Q throughout the game.
Yeah, he is the weak Q is what he has skilled up right there. maxing E instead, as a lot of the kills that go Berserker Greaves for the Hurricane build do, just because they want to wave clear and get the farm. But it costs him a kill right there.
So close. Xiao limps away from the fight happily, and he's able to start that Unthian's Unholy Grail for himself. The Chalice being picked up. He's got 40 CS lead about in that mid lane, and Pole Belter was just trying to get something back, but the cookie crumbles the wrong way.
Yeah, 2-level edge now for Xiao.
Yeah,
that's Pole Belter. Inox, though, very farmed on the top lane. Going to be trying to get that Hydra completed fairly quickly. Krepo gets jumped on. Where's the follow?
Wow. LMQ being very LMQ-ish for a second. Trying to go hard right under the turret, under the nose of EG.
Yeah, it doesn't give him a turret, and it does basically trade ultimates right there. More used a lot onto Krepo. Krepo did have to burn everything, but no turrets, so I'd say a slight edge by EG. Every time EG actually wins these big team fights, LMQ is coming back in the rest of the game. So it's kind of like the laning phase, and the general play of LMQ is better than EG right now. But the team fighting and the clutch moments are going to EG to keep them in the game. That means as soon as EG loses one team fight, they're most likely just going to lose complete control of the game.
It's big. When you think of LMQ, you think of solid lanes. Xiao in the mid lane. When does he lose that in CS? When does he not get the first kill? Oh my gosh, instantly popping down, as I said, Pole Belter in that situation. He knows what he can do. Pole Belter just tried to do that himself and wasn't able to, but Xiao knew he could do it the other way around.
Just for a ward as well. One other look at this, landing every single spell right there. DFG first before everything else.
Perfect.
Proccing the sides, and then the last detonation of the Ethereal Chains finishes them off. It's going to be one of those things you get a GIF online to show every little moment of
slow it down. Point here, diagram here, add and subtract. Looks like the turret in the mid lane is going to go down. That's only a few shots coming in from the rest of the team. The Sheen proc there on Vasily. I actually think it's just a normal shot. And they won't be fighting this one too much. Xiao in the bottom lane with Deathfire Grasp down. I mean, he's only a few seconds away from being able to kill Pole Belter again. You got to be very careful.
Pole Belter would have to ult almost immediately before the silence kicks in. Making it a very difficult, stressful moment for him. 3 kills on Kale, but the fear of LeBlanc.
Seeing what EG can formulate. They are putting their pressure in the mid lane with Inox on a little bit of roam. They're saying he'll catch somebody on the rotation. Well, right now, he's only got Ackerman to mess with in the top lane. Right now, they're both level 11, and it's going to be an all-out fight. It looks like Ackerman tries to go for broke in the beginning and realizes that that might be a bad idea. Goes for the flippy-floppy flash.
Yeah, a very early flash. His ultimate was still up as far as running away. I am confused as to why he would use that flash so quickly, because Shyvana's ultimate can be charged up very quickly elsewhere. But he keeps the ultimate, meaning he better use it almost immediately in the mid lane if he wants to make that flash worth it, as if he was saving a cooldown. But he kind of needs to go back top to stop Inox from farming. Great win there by Inox.
No Name looking ahead mid now with Ackerman. Good damage from Yellow Pete as he activates that Bio-Arcane Barrage to get extra damage out, or range I should say, on the turret. And it looks like they're going to be able to take down top. No Ackerman with a good rotation over here, and the wards keep Inox safe. So EG pushing themselves into the right spot, getting good forward wards down, and LMQ is only left with getting these picks off, like Xiao on the bottom lane, and they're not really grabbing turrets off it.
A split pushing the block.
Yeah.
Not going to finish a turret, but definitely going to stop other people from being able to farm that lane. It's kind of a long game strategy where you're not trying to get turrets, but you're just trying to gain gold on the enemy team. And that's kind of what LMQ has been able to do outside of the big fights, always gain gold. But with only 2 turrets down in 21 minutes, you can see the negative effects of that solo in the block.
Still back to farming. Nobody's really trying to put pressure on anything. Dragon has come up now, but we have 2 members top lane, No Name and Ackerman, or he's already put Burnout to get himself over here. They're running down to Dragon.
Yeah. And the Dragon is really what EG has to do. Because I really like the strategy of LMQ with LeBlanc as a split pusher. It's against the entirely squishy team of EG. No one can actually go into that. Normally would send a tank against him and push him right out. EG doesn't have that option, so LMQ is taking away their strategy, and they make it to Dragon in time.
Get there quite fast. The vision from Sonic Wave. No Resonating Strike to connect on that one as LMQ wants to keep themselves in position. Remember, this was the fight that cost them the lead last time, but they've got too much position here as they move in.
Yeah, last time Pole Belter was able to keep Xiao out of the fight. That time they did not have the vision control to safely go and check, and LeBlanc could LeBlanc people if they walked through. Instantly kill another one and they end up giving up the dragon.
For a second, I thought that purple wave was a Kha'Zix. I was like, where'd he go? He disappeared. But he's going back to top lane. Still pretty even levels across the board, except for what we were saying in that mid lane, 14-12. That's why Pole Belter has really been focused by Xiao in that bottom lane, but they go back again. EG is not ready to force anything, so they're back to lane farming, back in to let Inox do what he can. Kind of hit like a wall here from getting so big and hasn't been able to finish these items.
EG has lost control of this game in a sense. Even though they were able to win team fights, they just haven't been keeping up with the lane pressure from LMQ. Yellow Pete and Crepo in their last draw. You know, how is this Kog'Maw going to be transitioning? He almost got his Trinity Force. Pole Belter is a little bit struggling because of the kills from LeBlanc that have been putting down on him. And there's the, oh my word.
Oh, from the outside, Ackerman comes in. Crepo gets chewed up right away. Inox doing what he can. Thinks he can get into Xiao. They throw the intervention out perfectly onto him. But are they trading enough damage back? Yes, they are. Inox very close to going down. No ignite on him, and he's able to get away. Sonic Wave just missing as they take down Yellow Pete on the backside of that fight. Snoopy back and forth. Xiao does not go down to the Acathian. Surprise, gets himself to safety. Snoopy goes down after he was trying to get to Xiao, and they put it perfectly. Yes, they have the team fight capability.
Kind of like I wasn't able to pass off the fight to you. EG wasn't able to respond to that one because the ultimate came down clean and stunned 3 people at that point. 2 had to flash away immediately, 1 disappeared, and then the fight is chaos for EG. They got initiated on clean, they couldn't peel anymore, which means all the Squitchies are prone to assassination attempts. Nowhere is safe. Yellow Pete, he had nowhere to go really, gets popped very quickly there by LeBlanc. Almost finished off Xiao with his passive. And then this is actually just LeBlanc toying with Snoopy. He wanted to repel to try and jump on him, but he never saw the vision, and Vasily was able to pick up another kill.
Not sure how many fights I've seen where the opposing team comes from almost every direction on your team. LMQ somehow gained control over the entire area before even initiating that fight. And EG had the vision coverage too, so a little loss of mind there by EG as they felt too comfortable. So now moving to the mid lane, hopefully able to pick up a little bit, stave off the bleeding that just started.
Yeah, that is a lot of potential pain for EG. Lose one fight after, you know, losing control of the game. And you lose so much more. You can see the reflection in the mid lane and the bottom lane CS numbers. Monstrous. Ackerman, because he is not relied upon as the carry top laner of LMQ, he is behind Inox in farm. EG has done a lot of maneuvering to try and get him more on Kha'Zix. It's just not necessarily working out.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that was a little scary.
Both giving each other respect.
No ultimate up for Xiao, so he couldn't turn it around. He's also respecting the intervention of Pole Belter.
Slowly, you can see the Yellow Pete getting all the farm as he should. As an AD carry, you're not doing your job if you're not farming. Good rule of thumb to know. And we can see that Vasily rather, has taken that into consideration. As you said, 243, 46 now, highest in the game at 4-0-1. A bit of aggression has seemed to pay off for him this game, but he did find that fine line between safety and aggression. Ackerman now. Oh, wow. Inox actually getting pinched in. Forced to use the leap over the wall. Gets the resonating strike perfectly to make sure Inox cannot participate here. And it looks like Snoopy get himself into a pretty scary situation. Is going to be forced down in the eyes of LMQ. They actually go back to Yellow Pete. Snoopy's left kind of in the middle of the fight. Inox getting another resonating strike and a good hit up by Yellow Pete to quickly take that down with damage from Pole Belter.
2-4-1. They could not finish off Ackerman right there. Now Xiao wants one more, but doesn't think it's wise. There's still an intervention on Pole Belter actually after all that.
Getting into the base could be quite hard. The Void Ooze along with Pole Belter clearing out the waves is going to make it very hard to get close to an inhibitor turret, but with more Solar Flares and Zenith Blades right now, I don't know if EG can be safe behind a turret at this point.
Especially with how willing LMQ is to die.
Yeah.
If one thing...
Still can resort to that old play.
Yeah, they had a lot of practice diving people that they're ahead of in the challenger scene. It's something they're very good at, and their team composition is suited to do so. Shyvana tanking up as much as possible. Sunfire cape completed.
They're always hunting people.
Base of the mountain. They have good vision control as well. You can see 3 sweepers, an upgraded sweeper actually on No Name, and a Sightstone. Pink wards across the board.
Making sure they have every advantage that they can right now. They don't want to give up even one bit. The Stuart's in, gets the Eye of Pole Belter right quick, and you can see how fast that Hurricane build clears waves. And he quickly goes to put a ward out as well that's not easily cleared. It knocks again with Ackerman, back and forth. They have gone toe-to-toe numerous times here, mainly with Ackerman walking away, but I think this one's due to vision, and he's very good to walk away.
Still no lifesteal as well on Inox, so when he does trades like that, he needs to deal with his W. Whereas the Bilgewater Cutlass is on Ackerman. If they do that for too long, he could actually win a bit of a sustain war.
Ooh, this is going to be big. Is the silence there? The intervention actually takes off that burst damage from the front end of that second activation. It looks like Xiao Wei's left with just a bit of damage. Ackerman, like you said, if that is an elongated fight, he could be able to come out on top. A 2-second wait on that invisibility now, and it does cost Inox's life.
Ackerman takes him out 1v1. Inox tried to make a play.
Yep.
The team itself was down thousands and thousands of gold. He was being relied upon to be a carry top laner. When he can't take down the guy he's ahead of in farm, it's probably time to call it. At that, I mean, EG wants to make a big play, but that's why Inox wanted to try for that. He knew he needs to be able to win that matchup for EG to win the game. He tried, and he failed.
We're seeing Snoopy as well, far behind No Name in CS. Himself, Snoopy having to build tank. He can't really put any pen in the build like an Elise would, so can't really help Inox with these fights either. A lot of synergy coming in from LMQ around the board. Winning lanes, even if they didn't, they're able to win the fights now. And it seems like they're coming out on top. 13-8, coming up on 29 minutes, I should say, with a 7,000 gold lead. And LMQ is being quite definitive. They haven't really backed off.
Yeah.
They've been taking things when they can and pretty much are on course to end this one.
Yeah, we think all the way back to the start of the game. They were the first team to roam. They initiated a mid lane war.
Level 3.
Yeah, mid lane roam. They did get a little bit punished for their over-aggression, which is going to happen with a young new team that likes to play very aggressively. You need to find your windows with which you can aggress safely. And honestly, the most aggressive teams do make unsafe calls every once in a while, but the fear that they instill in the other team is often worth it.
Adapting very well to that one game play. The best of one. LMQ looking now to bait out the Baron Boogie. We'll see if EG kind of wants this. Snoopy's going to get hit up quite hard. They deliver that early damage to get just that bit of advantage on the fight. You saw that hit onto Snoopy. Not even a priority target was enough for them to activate.
Well, if they're actually going to be threatening the Baron, having a low health Elise would be ideal. With the Kale heal, though, it's not that realistic. They're just trying to get vision control. Look at all the wards they have on the outer ring of the Baron pit, which actually tells me that LMQ is looking for a peel fight if they go back to Baron, not to do the Baron, but to jump over the wall, because everyone on their team can jump over the wall and get a fight.
Talking about that earlier, it is a very scary but very LMQ-esque thing. All in. Everybody go forward, not backwards. Right now, they may have to give this one up, but Ackerman goes forward before it goes backwards, and they are still actually going forward. The close in here from the left side. Xiao off on the wing. It could be very big, looking for a solar flare, but nah, they're just going to... Whoa! They are going to try for it. Xiao I thought would have come up towards the whites and made his way in, but they're a little far back on that one. The solar flare used out.
Solar flare for flash is basically the trade there. That's one thing with Cogma.
That'll
When
work.
it flashes up, you can avoid it, but if it's down, it means the next one can get him. Flash a much longer cooldown there than solar flare. Solar flare is going to be up in 41. Flash, of course, is a 5-minute cooldown. So
It's also good.
A little bit of a mismatch.
A tough fight for Yellow Pete. So low on mana. Kog'Maw shreds through his mana once he starts using your living artillery. Always trying to activate that Bio-Arcane Barrage. So we'll see how much effect he has in this fight. A level 16 to 15. Pole Belter's kind of brought himself up in that. Ackerman in a good spot. He's going to try to get an attack on. Blade of the Rune King. No, the Cutlass goes down. Tries to activate a Yellow Pete with the intervention. The lock is still on time with the intervention save, but the follow-up is too much. LMQ going hard. Throws the fake out down to the bottom side. Pole Belter goes down, and LMQ makes a push for the inhibitor turret.
Inox had actually roamed bottom to try and get a push going to take advantage of the large minion wave down bottom. But it just backfired because LMQ was able to reach EG at that point. They thought with the Lantern they were able to get clean, but LeBlanc just chases too quickly, too many dashes, and now they're on Baron.
Snoopy, he is alive to do it. The Volatile Spider goes out, not enough vision. Baron going down, but it looks like they're going to back off of this one. It has too much HP. Krepo takes a big hit up. He gets her. The flay into the hook. Krepo flashes, but the culling reaches him just on the tail end. Inox trying to get out of this one. The movement speed coming in from the ult as he goes Viz. And it looks like they're going to be able to go back to the Baron. One coming up, which means Pole Belter won't make it in time. And that's two still down.
I mean, that was one hell of a play by Krepo.
Yeah.
But the situation that EG was in was a disaster anyway, so I don't know if a great play doing a bad thing is still a great play.
Right.
It could just be a bad play because you lost anyway. They were able to kill Xiao Zhao, but check this out. He actually interrupts him mid-dash towards him with the start of the play to stop the assassination, and then he hooks him and pulls him in beyond the cocoon from Snoopy. So it wasn't perfect. But then the rest of the team gets run down by Vasily, who is now godlike. The Baron goes to LMQ, and they assume complete control of this game.
Well, if this is any indication of what Vasily's decision might be of whether to play aggressive or safe, I think the aggressive one suits him a little bit more. You know, 7-0-4 in the game right now, and he's looking to buy an Infinity Edge, not
Absolutely.
any defense.
Doesn't feel like he needs it at this point because he's really, the rest of the team is playing so aggressive that he is completely safe without defensive items. No one on EG is really capable of reaching him right now because it's LMQ who is picking all the battles.
EG coming into this game, as we were saying, Yellow Pete trying to make that last hurrah on his Kog'Maw to see what they can do. Maybe affecting the team here in the knowledge, but they are still trying their hardest. Yellow Pete 242 down in CS quite a bit, and Vasily made sure of that. The whole LMQ team did. Now as they pressure the inhibitor turret, EG's indication of anything is going to be coming from Crepo. If Crepo can do it or Snoopy can get a cocoon, that's all they got. LMQ sees it every time.
And with the ultimate burned on Pobelter, it just means it's time to dive. More might look for the solar flare. Minions are out, but they're still in the turrets. That means they want to go.
Baron's keeping him quite strong and healed up here. I'm sure Ackerman's going to be diving in quite soon to this one. The play goes out, and there goes Ackerman. Dragon's Descent into the fight, quickly taken down as Crepo. He can no longer give shields or support to the team. Yellow Pete is taken down, and candy flies everywhere. The Pinata has been knocked out, and it looks like they are going to be able to end on this one. 40 to 50 seconds on those death chambers. LMQ sits inside the base with a wave right on their heels.
What a nice debut in the LCS for LMQ and Vasily. 9-0-6 on Lucian. They destroy Evil Geniuses. Start their season with a win.
Very nice job. It's going to take just about 35 minutes for LMQ's first win here in the North American LCS, and they do take down the Nexus versus Evil Geniuses.
That is that for these guys. 21 kills. They did have a few missteps in team fights.
But that shows that their adaptation is spot on.
Yes, their overall game plan. The way they were using the Blanc as a split pusher to starve out EG from a lane for the entire game, and the way they systematically just dove through EG, baited out Pobelter's intervention almost every time, very rarely getting blocked from kills by that spell, and then just finished him off. Get it again.
Ackerman with great dives into that one. The fight in mid lane, where LMQ came from every side, just keeps replaying in my head. I don't know how many times I've ever seen a team get closed in like that. Yeah. It was almost like an ambush that was set up 5 minutes ahead of time. It was crazy.
LMQ, we knew before the game they played very well as a team. We just weren't exactly sure how their individual play was going to stack up. Evil Geniuses is not the biggest test they'll face in the LCS. That's true. No secret that they are still undergoing roster changes. This was Yellow Pete's final game in the LCS. Not the most triumphant way to go out, but at least he did get to play that Kog'Maw.
Yeah, he did pay respect to the fans. They called it out. They wanted to see it. Kog'Maw was played, and he came out well in the beginning. It was what they needed. Those lanes that we've been seeing that just allow them to farm up. But then LMQ closed down the map a little too quick. And as you said, nobody was really able to get a lane to farm in because of the pressure.
Yeah, Xiao's LeBlanc was far too overbearing on the strategy of that game. Every single person had to fear that. And even though it was a little bit different than his regular champion pool in Italy or in Oriana, it's much better against Evil Geniuses in particular because more so than other teams, they're ones to run without a tank. And against LeBlanc, a team full of squishies is a scary thought.
Right, and we usually see, as EG does what they do, they switched Inox kind of to more tanky towards the end. The beginning of the split, they allow him to go back to those carries again. It worked out a little bit for him. He did have good plays. Those kills were brought to him in the beginning, so it kind of flowed into EG. But when we saw EG had to go to the kills, that's when LMQ started to take ahead. We saw them just kind of taking Pobelter out as he would come by Wraiths, or they were hunting, looking for kills.
And let's be fair. Having Inox play carries and ganking for him repetitively is what got them back into the LCS. That was their main strategy throughout beating Cloud9 Tempest. It just didn't work against LMQ, who throughout the promotion tournament were the strongest team in there by far. They really made a statement when they dismantled XGG 3-0, and they're going to hope to make a statement in the LCS. They don't actually have the most difficult schedule this week, so there's a good chance they come out of this with a very powerful record.
It would be a great start. The fans as well want to see it. They have kind of thought there was the LMQ hype train to get on now. There was the C9 hype train to get on. There may not be any hype trains this season, which is pretty cool because everybody has a chance to kind of blow up the standings.
Yeah, there are so many bandwagons or hype trains, whatever you want to call them, on every team because everyone thinks their roster changed.
Take a ticket.
This is the one that's going to make the team the best. We're going to get to see Dignitas with Shifter and Zion. How's that going to affect things? I mean, even Complexity coming in here. Great unknowns. Many people wrote them off before they could make it in. They're here too. Where's that train?
Where's that train indeed? All right, we're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk to break down LMQ's big North American LCS debut.
Thank you very much, Riv. So LMQ starting the season off tied for first place now, one of 3 teams with a win here. And they look very good. They're one of 3 teams with an unmodified roster over the last couple of months there. They looked coordinated, as Jat talked about. It's a scary team.
Yeah, and they should. They've been playing together for a long time. They all made the move over here together, and that really should bring a team together. It definitely has. They're a very cohesive unit.
Yeah, one thing I actually really liked was there's an interview with one of the players who says, I want to win the Season 4 World Championship for America, right? They're coming in and they're fully embracing that culture too, which is, I like that. I was always like, well, you know, with the team sort of importing themselves over and choosing to be an American team, but coming from China, are they going to make the transition to be an American team? I think it's actually their goal here, and so it's a team. I think it's going to be a fun team to watch as they grow throughout the series.
And this game particularly, I have to say, they had a really good plan. This Pobelter versus Xiao was obviously a very crucial matchup to them. They had an early roam after taking the side turret, sending 2 people mid to get that kill on Pobelter, and that's where that CS lead that they were talking about, Xiao over Pobelter, because he got pressured early, and that wasn't the last time that they showed up mid either.
No.
They set the top laner there. Everybody repeat ganks at Pobelter, and you can see it definitely flustered Pobelter. He had an off game.
Yeah, he missed a lot of ultis. There was deaths where he just didn't cast on a teammate, or times where he got chunked out without casting on himself before getting silenced. And I do want to keep talking about the rotation of the mid lane, though, because we've had this evolution of the lane swap metagame, right? So back in like Season 2, it's like, well, you freeze it out, you 2-on-1, maybe you dive the guy if he defends his turret. Then we fast forward to like the beginning of Season 4 here, and it's like, oh, it's 4v0s, and you go hard for the turrets, you kill 2 of them, then you reset your lanes. Now we're at a point where it's slowed down substantially, and you've got like 2-on-0s. But when you've got a 2-on-0, you can leave the AD carry by himself, and the support can go roam. Like now on 2-on-0s, now the mid laner's got all the attention instead of none of the attention, because people are freed up to go do other things. It's really fun how it keeps trying to transition it.
And he should know that because he knows everyone's on that bottom side.
Yeah.
And what you got to do is have either ward coverage or play to the other side of the map where you actually have control. So let's bring up a replay here so that we get something on the screen for you guys and you can see what we're talking about. This one is the early kill onto No Name after the invade, I believe. So
let's roll it.
This is just no. This is just one ward here from EG that gets Snoop the ability to set this one up. By the way, there's that one pink ward in the river by Dragon that Snoop bought very early, and he spent a lot of time getting down there and positioning that vision. That's how important vision is and how close EG are to making a comeback. You see, they get 2 kills off of this. That one pink ward in the little pixel bush down there awards them a huge boost of confidence, a big comeback in this. And you can see at that time, LMQ actually had regular vision wards all over the jungle.
Yeah.
That's why No Name goes for this invade, because he feels confident that they have complete control over it. They can see everything. He's catching them off guard, but he doesn't walk through that tiny bush, doesn't see the pink ward. It cost him his life as well as Moore's life.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, like, I know at the beginning of the season we're like harping on it. It's like, man, you guys got to walk through that brush and attack move through it. And it's still happening. If you're new to the NALCS, maybe you haven't learned yet. Guys, those brushes are very important. Yeah, and that was kind of the story of this game. And I know Jat talked about it during the commentary, is that LMQ was kind of playing everything else right, but EG was like finding these fights. And like the actual battles tended to go EG's way for the first 20 minutes or so. They kept finding team fights that worked out. And when you've got Thresh peeling for a Kog'Maw, you tend to have pretty good team fights. LMQ, though, they managed to find so many good pickoffs, though. They would flank around, Xiao would make individual plays, and that was how they got their way in.
Yeah, I do want to talk more about Xiao, revisiting this LMQ using the pick advantage and the vision advantage, because Xiao on LeBlanc, obviously they want to get him ahead early. They want to send an assassin at a split pusher. That's how you That's the oldest way of dealing with split pushers. You send a more powerful assassin to kill him. Kale, this new Kale build, a lot has been said about it. This is a purely AoE either for shoving a wave really fast or for team fighting. This is not the same old Kale build. You do not have your death cap. You do not have a Lich Bane. You can't burst people down. You have to play it differently. And Pobelter, we saw, he flashes in, tries to get a kill with the Q, does not turn out for him. This Kale build is all about damage over time. It's sustained damage. When you play against a LeBlanc, you have to either use your ult on yourself very early before you get silenced, or you're not going to have any damage because you need to be auto-attacking the entire time.
Exactly. So, we talked about Kill going for the team fight build. EG were winning team fights. We have a second replay, actually, of EG winning a dragon fight around 14 minutes in, and a lot of it is really awesome. We can get that clip on your screen. It starts out with Krepo being amazing. If we want to actually roll this clip out, I wanted to highlight how awesome Krepo does here. So it's a great solo flare by Moore. He pegs Yellow Pete. This is like the obvious engage, but that play was awesome. The box stops the engage because Ackerman doesn't get in either, and Yellow Pete's Voidoo stops the engage as well. There's a really good ulti to keep Krepo alive from Pobelter as well, and it's just clean up at this point.
So yeah, Krepo deserves a lot of praise for that play, but Pobelter, we gave him some flack before. He basically, by zoning Xiao out at the beginning of this fight, for all intents and purposes, he killed Xiao for that fight. They had no mid laner that entire fight. That was a 4-on-5 fight. So Pobelter, after zoning out Xiao, he then joins, adds that sustained damage that we're talking about from the auto-attacking Kale, and decimates the fight. So that was an instance where Pobelter performed extremely well on this champion. And the build with the Runon's Hurricane, by the way, the side things don't splash, but they do apply the magic damage from your Righteous Fury, as well as the passive, as well as the magic damage from your Nashers. So it's a very strong build, and it does put out a lot of AoE damage, but like we said, sustained.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing is I guess I kind of misspoke when I very first spoke when I said LMQ is one of 3 teams with unchanged rosters, the other 2 being Complexity and Cloud9. This is still EG's old roster, I guess, so half the teams are
unchanged right now.
Yeah, it's so far unchanged. So yeah, and that was a team with coordination, right? Like the team fights, the 5 of them working together, that did work out by and large. So hey, that's going to work for them, but they're going to have a new AD carry next, I guess, tomorrow, which will be interesting to see for it. Is like, does the new champion pool change much? Do they get to do other things with that one? So that'll be something to watch out for. So also, I kind of liked Inox's split pushing Kha'Zix. I think he went 4-3-4. He did pretty well for himself. That was still the style they were going. Snoopy, Elise, Ancient Golem going for the tank stats. Kale there as well. I remember chat talking about, well, if you ban away the support mid laners, then you don't get to turn fighters into tanks. But I mean, with Kale, that kind of works. And like,
well,
almost
if
works.
Everybody on your team is calling for a Kale ult, then it doesn't really work. Because you want to use it on Kog'Maw, you want to use it on Kha'Zix, you want to use it on yourself as Kale too.
Yeah.
So everybody needs that ultimate. They've only got one.
It's true, but like theoretically, like optimal play computers are playing for us, like it would work just because Thresh can stop the Shyvana and the Leona, so that like you're not kind of getting AoE down.
If you block damage with
and then LeBlanc is telegraphed, right? You're going to DFG someone, you're going to see who she goes for. Generally speaking, I feel like you can play around that. It's super freaking hard. Theoretically, that comp would work.
There were some team fights as well where people were dead and Pobelter still had his ulti.
Yes.
So it's not that easy to
deal
with that quick damage.
When you die and have a second, the reflex is kind of difficult when the thing's going on. You're talking, maybe you sneeze accidentally and your hands on the keyboard, who knows? All kinds of weird ways it can go. So LMQ, of course, they did amazing. We talked about bursting people out. There's actually one more replay we want to show up here. This is LMQ. About 23 minutes into the game, they get a nice collapse on the mid lane, if we can get that replay up on your screen. This is one actually that we should take some time to kind of set up where everyone's coming from. You can see a scattering of icons all around the minimap.
Yeah, pretty good ward coverage from both sides, and both sides are pinging. Everyone knows what's happening coming into this fight, and they both have the plans. Teleports abundant teleports.
All right, so you can roll this out. It actually starts close to 4v4. Kale's going to join pretty soon. Lucian Kha'Zix still away, but the engage, it's basically a 2-man AoE, and Krepo doesn't get to stop anyone from engaging because he's stunned by Solar Flare when Ackerman comes in. And it's a pretty easy pick on Inox. Okay, he does eventually get out with the Kale ulti, but it's already fighting down a man, which just gets it more and more difficult. You finally got some auto attacks down from Pobelter, but he gets traded back. And, Yellow Pete's not in a good spot anymore. Like, if the fight starts and LMQ's already surrounding you, there's no way for EG to get out. Krepo can't disengage when he's already dead.
Exactly. They have been corralled here into this middle of the entire map. The center of the map here. That's where you don't want to be stuck as a Kog'Maw team with immobile AD carry. And if Thresh is close to you, he's not going to lantern you anywhere.
Yeah.
Pabelter was not there at the beginning of the fight, so they didn't have the crucial ulti that they need to block a lot of the beginning damage. So yeah, not turning out well for them.
Yeah, so you talked about immobile AD carries getting picked off. I always got to say, as an AD carry player, when my team's winning and they're the engaged team, it's really easy to play in the back lines, but Vasily on Lucian had an amazing game for himself here. Right? Started out with kind of mundane lanes and one to fight up against, but overall 9-0-6, always there for the cleanup, always going to put damage down. This is a champion he will go to time and time again. It works out for him.
Does work out very well. And congratulations to LMQ. Good first game here in the North American LCS. I'm sure they're pleased.
Yeah, and pretty good stuff for these guys. So we're going to take a quick break so we can sift through our Twitter mailbag for your thoughts on our question of the day. Then it's straight into our next game, Complexity versus the recently renovated Dignitas. Don't go anywhere.
Right. Xiao with that Deathfire grasp. He knows that the intervention is going to be there, but the silence is on. Can they finish this one? It's only going to be another shot. Oh, the Q doesn't activate it. But it looks like they're going to back off of this one. It has too much HP. Krepo takes a big hit up. He gets her. The play into the hook. Krepo flashes, but the culling reaches him just on the tail end. He can no longer give shields or support to the team. Yellow Pete is taken down, and candy flies everywhere. day one of the 2014 Spring Split. I'm Rivington Vision III, and taking over the analyst desk with me is Joshua Chat Leesman. Now, earlier in the broadcast, we asked you, which player move do you think will have the biggest impact for his team and why? Here's what you've been saying. Not Chester says, there's a new Seraph in town, and his addition to CLG will bring the team the much-needed power to finish top 2.
Yeah, I wonder what Chester thinks, but I agree with this one. There was a really nice move. We saw them dismantle the number 4 team from last split in Curse, and I can't wait to see the rest of their games.
Absolutely. Our next one from @RorySG. Shifter moving to Dignitas. That Shifter/Crumbs combo is going to be a stomp on other mid lanes.
And I can't wait to see that game in particular. It's what's coming up next. Dignitas with really strong solo lanes from Team Coast. How powerful is that team going to be? Or will some of their old weaknesses with Baron and all the other things still come back to haunt them? Can't wait to see it.
And our next tweet comes from @Matthew Maxwell. Definitely special. He's not only mechanically sound, but his situational awareness is incredible. Them initiations.
Yeah, I agree with that one. It didn't work out for them in game 1, but it is a long season. You can speculate about what would happen, but you can't draw any conclusions yet. And there was one other tweet actually from Soul Dropper. I think the return of Rivington will have the biggest impact for the caster team. Glad to see him back in action. I personally agree with that because having the 4th caster around, especially Rivington, is nice.
It's good to be home. Definitely back with the family heart as well to the tweeters out there. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for everyone who wrote in, though. And remember, you can keep sending your thoughts to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS. Now, as we gear up for our next match, Complexity is a team that have fought hard to earn a spot in the LCS. But now that the thrill of getting in has faded, they say that the battle has only just begun.
1, 2, 3, I guess it was really surreal the day we qualified. Like, I almost didn't believe it.
It feels like it hasn't settled in still.
You're on a clean slate and you have everyone to prove wrong.
Is it going to be enough? Robert takes it down. Complexity Black make it into the LCS. Wow, freak.
I'm glad that I'm finally here. You know, it took me almost a year and a half to finally be able to play an LCS game, so I'm very looking forward to playing my first LCS game.
Okay, we made it. We made it into the LCS, but we still haven't played in it. We don't know the feeling yet.
Right now, we're the underdogs on LCS by far over everyone. So right now, we have a lot of minds to change, and we have a lot to prove, so I'm really excited that I'm in that position to do that.
Getting a house or getting the team together and getting the right, crew and getting, allocating all the resources, it definitely starts feeling like this is very, very serious. Like, we have to be very serious about this because one mistake could really screw us over.
I'm like one of the oldest players, and I just need to keep up with the new players that are coming in. I feel like I can still make it big, and it just takes a lot of work. Hopefully I'll do well.
We're gonna have our house, we're gonna have our computers, and we're finally gonna be able to sit as 5 and play 8-hour scrims a day. The improvement that's gonna happen in the next week is gonna be exponential compared to anything that's happened during the amateur scene.
We understand that there's going to be a lot of growing pains. It's going to be an incredibly bumpy road.
As a goal as a team, I think we're just looking to not be in the bottom 3.
We might not be the first place on a team right now, but we can compete for it in the future. If we just keep the right mindset and not let, some losses that are, inevitable, they're going to happen, not let them get to our head. Eventually, we're going to break through. And it's going to happen soon, sooner than later, hopefully.
Sooner than later. The goal is to go upwards, keep going, now. Be the #1 team eventually.
That's always the goal.
Yeah, #1. So they got.
If you're not first, you're last.
It's true. Even
No,
if you're
it's not
second
true.
place, you're still not first place. There you go. So we're going to see how they can do it. It's time for our next match, Dignitas versus Complexity. Now for Complexity, this is their first game in the North American LCS since they took out Team Coast in the promo tournament.
Yeah, and Complexity were considered the underdogs in the Challenger League. You'll remember that Team Coast had the first choice of who they would face in the Summer Promotion Tournament, and they chose to face Complexity. But Complexity surprised Coast, and they made them pay for choosing them. They fought their way through 4 games to take that series.
And they overall played really strong as a unit. They're once again going to face off against the same solo lanes they faced in the promo tournament. Zion, Spartan, and Shifter are once again playing, and they've been picked up by Dignitas.
And that could be a good thing for Complexity because Prawley performed extremely well against Shifter, but Shifter has had time to collect himself now, and he's got a solid team behind him heading into this season with very high hopes. I mean, Dignitas, they've been looking for a new solo laner for a long time. And they finally got what they wanted. Now it's time to see how quickly can they integrate Shifter and Zion into the new squad, and how quickly can they make use of Skara's coaching. Can he shore up those problems that they've had around the Baron pit?
Well, we're going to check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side, it's going to be Complexity. West Rice in the top lane, Broken Shard in the jungle, Prolly in mid, Robert X. Lee on AD carry, and Dub It Up on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top, Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Crumbs. Mid, Shifter, AD carry, Cutie Pie, and supporting, Kiwi Kid.
So these 10 guys going to be joining under the Rift. Basically, I really want to say they're both two new teams to the LCS. I think when you switch out two guys on your roster, especially solo lanes, I think more than anything else, it really modifies how you play as a team, right? We talk about Dignitas being a team that they had kind of like a lack in their solo lanes, right? Where like Cruiser, he was good, but he wasn't able to kind of beat all those really, really top guys. Where Zion like single-handedly carried some games for Coast. Shifter the same. Like they were able to single-handedly beat top teams. This is something that Dig haven't had for a really long time.
The thing is, these solo laners have had very high highs. They've also had pretty low lows.
True.
Everybody remembers the games where Zion gets completely shut out and he's unable to affect the game. We'll have to see which one shows up here, because they are working with a new jungler, and that's the most important partner for both solo lanes.
I'm going to see how this all combines. Nidalee banned away from Shifter. Kassadin, every single time that champion getting removed there. The pick and ban stats, by the way, are from the summer split. From the spring split just a couple months ago.
Also, for the West Rice fans, Rengar is currently banned globally, so we don't get to see the Rengar from West Rice. Very big fan of that. I'm sad too, because there's a lot of neat tricks with the new Rengar.
Well, he can just play Warwick or Garen or Kennen, bring those champs back out.
He does have an interesting champ pool. He's not afraid of going against the meta and using something that no other top laners are currently using.
Absolutely the case. Well, it's going to be Jack's banned away from Zion Spartan, which I guess unfortunately for Dignitas is now a meta pick. So it's actually a common ban for these guys. They're more used to playing against it. But Zion was kind of playing it before it was cool. He's the hipster top laner. Now it's going to be on West Rice to be that guy.
Yeah, it's an interesting couple bans here from Complexity, because not only do they ban out the two biggest champions for Shifter and Zion that they used during their coast periods, but they also ban out Evelyn, who helps both solo lanes just by being in the game. So it's sort of another solo lane oriented ban there, even though they're banning out a jungler. And all the solo lane bans for Dignitas means that the mid lane has shrunk so much, West Rice is playing to the bans.
There you go. Well, it's going to take all 60 seconds to hover when that Lee Sin comes through. It's a Broken Shard special, but also a champion that West Rice very much enjoys.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to take that one for a while.
Very versatile champion right there. I like to call that the flex pick.
Yep.
You go to many different locations, even mid lane, even support.
True, we've seen that. I mean, Lee Sin's so strong, he can't help but flex pick. Taking the toss now, 40 seconds to make their first two choices. Zion and Crumbs, I gotta say, first time seeing this duo together, I do want to see how it pans out. LeBlanc still available for Shift in the mid lane if he wants it. And actually, according to Complexity, talking to them before the promo tournament, they said LeBlanc was queen of the mid lane. You could pick her against anything. And then there was one tier below with 3 other champions.
Well, when I talked about the solo lane bans here, a lot of the Dignitas bans were actually solo lane, just straight up mid lane bans.
Yeah, all of them.
And with the first pick also taking away another mid laner, it leaves up maybe like Orianna here for Prolly. We'll probably expect him to go with one of those safer ones, but he doesn't have to lock it in early, so they can go ahead and counterpick either of those solo lanes much later. They can wait until they see Dignitas team develop here, even though they've already showed pretty heavy pick there with LeBlanc.
And one of the best split pushes in the game as well is Shyvana, so you know Dignitas gotta wait around for a while and play the map, and their team's gonna work pretty well for this one. Complexity, if it is gonna be the jungle Lee Sin, it's gonna be all about early playmaking, but Kha'Zix's still available, Elise still available, other high priority picks are available for these guys. They're taking the time with this one. Lucian also, like, there's been no support or AD carry bans. We're waiting all the way down to the 4th and 5th pick to see if we maybe see those champs.
As you mentioned it, they do lock it in. Now, Twitch has been slightly above Lucian, everybody really preferring this champion, just so you can get those assassination picks when teams are moving between objectives. In the mid game, there's so much travel time now in the game, and so much switching of lanes, so many people coming to new lanes, disappearing from the map and returning. Twitch really thrives in this new meta. Yeah. It's been shown time and time again. The Blade of the Ruined King Rush, it's a huge, huge
force on the map, similar to that Evelynn that was actually banned out by Complexity.
Well, instead it's going to be a fairly similar lane matchup there. Dignitas also in front of the big mage supports there in Zyra. The crowd was going to do it, by the way, when Urgot was hovered over. I was trying to decipher that while listening to you, but that was the attempt there. Teemo, of course, my favorite champion. Please do lock in if you can. Yeah, we actually saw in Cloud9 vs TSM, Lucian die to Twitch in the mid game once they both had their first big item. Something that Amikitibai will have to play around.
I really do like this 2 vs 2 matchup if they did meet up too, because it'd be very action-packed.
Oh yeah.
Both of these supports add even more damage than the ADs in the early game here. Karma and Zyra are probably 2 of the highest damage supports that there are for the early levels, and they're both extremely strong at harassing from range. The only thing is that Zyra has a bit of an easier time because she can work with the minions to block the Karma shot, and she can just pop plants up underneath you versus the Karma and Twitch.
Well, last 2 picks come through for Complexity, though. Dr. Mundo going to be grabbed, most likely for the top lane. And the Lulu pick gives me pause, actually, because Bubadub's known as a big Lulu main. Though traditionally, Lulu's the mid lane or Karma's the support, you could see that the other way around.
Ever since that Bjergsen Penta, you got to keep that in the back of your mind. Karma mid lane is a very real possibility, but they won't hold on to that right now.
Last pick is Elise, though, for Crumbs. The rest of these picks you can easily kind of square down and say this is definitely the lineup there. So Elise does come through. No jungle mans at all, and Elise, Lee Sin are the ones that people go for in this.
Yeah, very popular junglers. As we said, there are pretty much those 4 top junglers at the moment. The Evelynn, Elise, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix. 2 of them picked up here because you have to spend so many bans if you want to take out the jungle pool. But really, what's interesting to me is Westrice on Mundo. Now, Westrice has a tendency to go very deep and go very aggressive. You know, start farming behind a turret very early.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful with Mundo. I think this pick may actually force him to change his playstyle and give a new look for Complexity. He'll play further back, especially if we do get those 2v0 situations where he's jungling.
True. Or he's tanky enough that it doesn't matter. He's covered up his weakness by playing overaggressive, by being unkillable. Maybe. He'll play York next time. It'll continue that trend going. The teams have locked in their champ. Let's see who you guys have locked in to win. And according to LOLesports.com, 72% of you are tipping this in Dignitas' favor. You can continue to vote on Twitter by sending us your picks to @LOLesports using the hashtag COLWin or DIGWin for the team you think is going to prevail.
A lot of talk in there. Chatter from Dignitas and smiles from Complexity. So everybody's heading into the game with high hopes here, as they should be at the beginning of the season.
It's true. I mean, you got to figure, like, your champ pools are ready. There's only 3 bans. You got to play something you're ready to play in the first place. And then you say, okay, you've had all this time to prep for your first match, get your stuff ready to go. And then it's just fun. Like, even if you do lose every single game, it's still fun. You're playing League of Legends for a living. Like, that never sucks.
Great ad for the game right there, Freak.
I'm just saying. It's a whole lot of fun.
All right, yeah, something though that I'm very interested in is the communication on Dignitas. They're notorious for having their in-game communication just being sporadic and just filled with a lot of jokes and laughter. Now, if you do clog up your communications with jokes like that, yeah, it's good to be good-natured and everybody on the same page and having fun, but in the game, you need to be making those split-second calls. You need to have everybody on the same page, not necessarily the time for the jokes.
Are you telling me that jokes have no place in professional League of Legends?
I would never say that.
Thank you. Okay, good. I'm safe now. I like this. So Dignitas, they opened up with a sweeper, and I was wondering to see if teams would do this. Because you know wards are coming out early on. You can get 10 free gold for sweeping on a ward, and get rid of
Cost you mana, Freak. It's not free. What? I teach you?
The
nothing
sweeper?
is free.
No, the
League of
sweeper.
Legends. Oh, I thought you were talking about 10 gold from the Karma queue.
No. Oh, that's good too. That's depends how many people you hit.
Everybody's rich.
Yeah. So much cash dollars in this game. I know Millennium used to run blue trinket a couple
Sweepers
times.
cost you cooldowns.
True. You have opportunity cost. You don't get a free ward.
There you go.
You kill one then.
All right. Anyway, we do have the defensive wards coming down. There's been so much talk about new trinkets. Basically, the new trinkets are amazing because you can use them after only 30 seconds, but they still only last 1 minute. So it's not like you can just defensively ward your buff at the beginning of the game and then go for your invade and be confident that nobody's going to your buff because your trinket ward will just run out.
Yeah.
That's why everybody is still waiting for these later invades, waiting till at least the 140 mark. And now everybody going 144, jump in onto another buff. It's pretty much the same old story, except that both teams actually have vision during this time. So they see the invades happening. Everybody feels much more confident in the beginning of the game. And we have the classic swaps of AD carry and support.
We do have some different plays, though. Dignitas is actually soloing buffs with Crumbs, while Zion Spartan's jungling by himself, like this wolf camp down here. Meanwhile, Complexity is actually sharing experience in gold. So I want to see how it pans out with the 2 single jungles versus the double jungle.
If you are going to have 2 single junglers, Shyvana is not a bad choice as far as top lane semi-jungles are concerned, especially if he starts Burnout. So it probably should not hurt them that bad. And as well, when you share lane experience, lane minions, you do get a bonus.
Yeah.
But when you share jungle camps, you do not get any sort of bonus, so it doesn't hurt them to be split up at all.
All right, well, right now, level 2 on everybody involved, though a bit more XP on Crumbs, still to be fair. Looks like Complexity are not looking for that 4-0 push. They're taking plenty of time going around the map. They are looking to this mid lane, though. Shifter does not have any vision right now, the fact that Lee Sin's coming around behind him.
Yeah, neither mid laner with vision. It looks like Complexity will get... Wow, nice trinket!
Puts it down, good damage. Oh, Cleaver's going to hit for some damage as well, but there you go. Shifter down to 1/3.
I do that all the time. Throw down my trinket and just walk right by it.
Just look cool. Level 2 didn't have it.
Now this is a very gutsy move here. We've seen a couple top laners already today teleporting in. When you know there's only 2 people here, you're usually not worried about getting dove just 2v1 in the current meta. However, it can happen. Probably, though, gets a visit from Crumbs.
Silence comes in, big damage. He's not going to burn any summoner spells. First blood goes over to Crumbs in the mid lane.
All right, solo laner off to a great start here with the new jungler. Crumbs takes a little longer coming in for his gank, but he makes it pay. Probably goes down, not burning any summoners, though, so at least he will still rely on that flash next time it comes around. And it is an early first blood, so it's not the giant amount of gold that he's going to have to catch up from.
And look at this, Broker Shard only now hits level 3 because of the double jungling. He only just now got Safeguard. So it's kind of a low-level jungler. Crumbs level 4 for himself. And so I feel like there's a very big difference in the level and like item lead for the Dignitas jungler. Westrice also taking gigantic damage just from the support.
It looks like it has shaken out. So he's going to have inflated CS numbers as well from killing plants, which only give you 5 gold. Misleading as far as the comparisons we're trying to make, but Dignitas have done a really good job here getting the wave to shove against them. So Westrice is just clawing, scratching and clawing to try and get any stray CS, any stray experience that he can. Whereas Zion has just opted to go straight for the jungle. It's a little bit more dangerous for Westrice, but he does have the cleavers, and he's doing a good job soaking up experience here, even though the lane is pushing away from him.
And it's good moves by Cutie Pie that you saw him run up and tank the cleavers just to deny CS, to guarantee Westrice was farther down. See, Westrice, we've seen him gain 4 CS. 2 of those were plants so far.
Pretty now the wave. Basically, Westrice also, because the damage he's adding, he's getting that wave to shove into the turret quicker so that it will reset. And really the story of these games has become who can control the minion wave experience better, because minion waves are the most abundant source of experience on the map. And experience is the most important resource on the map this early in the game. That's why people stop taking turrets so early, because you only get gold for the outer turret. 650 gold is not worth however... Westrice is going to get attacked
big CC Dignitas on as well. He doesn't even bother trying to flash.
That was the more dangerous option.
Yep.
We saw him pay for it right there. No wards. Strays up into the river, but Broken Shard has a chance at a steal.
He does
Talk
have
about
his flash, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you could ward hop. No, his trinket's down. He can't even ward hop. He's got to land a blind Q at this point. Broken Shard, big damage. Zion Spartan flanks around the room lands as well. This is not good for Lisa. He flashes, but Zion, he's going to follow 3 kills to Dignitas, plus the dragon.
Well, this game, the story is all Dignitas this time around. It looks like these solo lanes are definitely paying off. Zion has had an easy time in the jungle, playing safer, while his top lane has been denied him. And then Shifter in the mid lane also making plays, being able to control it.
Yeah.
So everything really working out for Dig. And Crumbs finally gets his time to shine here. He is an extremely strong jungler, always at the top of the challenger ladder. And he actually plays many different roles as well, plays many different lanes, which allows him to understand how to gank a lane much better.
And he's playing freaking out of his mind. He's doing a very, very good job with the team, going for the standard Ancient Golem build as well on Elise. One thing you mentioned actually was Shifter and him making plays, doing really well in the mid lane. One thing I saw was very interesting. When Probably tags him with help picks, he uses Distortion off to the side, and as soon as Glitterlance comes out, he respawns back to the point, which basically guarantees he dodges Glitterlance. I was like, that's a really cool move. I never thought of that before, but Shifter is pretty freaking good at this game.
And now he's level 6.
Yep.
He gets that kill pressure that he's been waiting for with LeBlanc. You can see Probably does back off, and he gives up those few CS just because he's worried about being attacked from this top side. He does not have ward coverage on the top side river, so he does not want the exact same thing to happen to him before, where Crumbs comes down and falls on his face.
It's interesting though, actually, is Probably's up 12 CS, 14 CS in this lane. Even though he got killed for first blood, he's actually getting Shifter away from minions pretty often here.
And there goes Crumbs.
Crumbs. Red buff's on. No Cocoon even attempted there, just puts the guaranteed damage down.
So again, good play from Probly. Has to give up maybe a couple CS in the process. Blue buff will help him in that area though. And we said before, he did great against Shifter when Shifter was on coast.
Yeah, he's continued to do extremely well. Brokenshard taking big damage though, forced to jump away. He's trying to get back on cooldown for not a very useful ward.
Ooh, closing in here. Bubba needs to back out. Might even be too late.
Ooh, he's got nowhere to go. Pulls the TP in from Westrise. The TP does not. Oh, it does get stopped. They take it back. He's going to flash away. Bubba trying to get out for this one. Robert X. Lee, though, coming up with the rat-a-tat-tat. Big damage down, Kiwi Kid. Forced to run away. No kills.
Also, look at this movement here from Probly. Roaming straight up the river. And he flashes in for it.
Ooh, gets rooted though anyway, just the same. Now Kiwi Kid forced to, I'm a Cutie Pie trying to run away. He does survive in this one, burns his flash for it. Bubdub's root would have landed, so a lot of trades of summoners, but no kills.
Yeah, those are all just flash trades though. Pretty even across the board. Not too much missed here. Big lead in gold from both the kills, as well as some CS here for Dignitas.
All right, so Complexity now. We're going to watch this one. They've managed to stop dying for a little bit. They've got 2,000 gold down.
Crumbs is looking to continue that, though. Ooh, if Robert goes aggressive here, it's perfect timing for Dig.
And the root's going to land on Robert. The ulti lands as well from Lucian. All the bullets almost hit, but now Crumbs in from the side. Bubba ignited after the heal, I believe, but down to 200 health. Crumbs will repel, not go in for the fight. Robert X. Lee by himself pushes the rest of them away, keeps his teammate alive.
Cutie Pie may have that BF sword, but he does not have sustain for this lane either. Robert has been able to heal straight back up because he can continue to auto-attack the wave, and that gives him control of the entire top lane here, even without jungle support. It's a small win for Complexity because having the jungler show up top frees up Brokenshard to try and make something happen elsewhere on the map. Bottom side is dark. He could go for ward coverage inside the blue, but really he's just putting defensive pinks up and farming.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Okay, so it's all going to be everyone backing off. Complexity do get first turret kill. You got to say the fact that he's got some sustain, the fact that the ganks got turned around, and some good stuff for all this one. Westrise about a minute to go on his own teleport. He did cancel it, so it's only the 3-minute cooldown. And he's going to have that before too long. Westrise actually is holding up very nicely against Zion Spartan. 154 in minions. The one death earlier on I'm going to ignore for now, but the fact that is he's getting his items in.
You know what? As far as solo lane comparisons go too, Probly is punishing Shifter very well for Shifter's roaming. And then he follows it up with the roam of his own. So they didn't even lose map pressure because of it. Even though Shifter got there first, Probably got an extra wave of minions and was able to join and trade flashes.
Yeah, and now he's got a 20 minion lead because of that one. Dignitas is short for the mid lane though with a couple of guys, actually 4 of them there, only Lucian in the top lane, but they're forced to back away very quickly. Looks like the defense from Bubba and Probably is plentiful.
It's a good thing for Complexity as well that Robert's having such a strong early game. He's been able to shift him down to the bottom where he has another safe lane to farm. You could see that lane is going to be held by his turret as well. They want to get that Twitch to the Blade of the Rune King as quickly as possible. As we said, this Dig team is going to be moving around the map quite a lot because they're looking for picks of their own with Elise LeBlanc. But when you're looking for picks, it also opens you up to getting caught in compromising positions by someone who's invisible.
Ooh, nice move shifted, though. We're going to get caught out by Brokenshard there. Can he get over the wall? Ooh, the kick not quite enough. Good Lance barely misses as well. Shifter gets away, but loses the summoners for it.
They take that opportunity, though. Dig just got a lot of ward coverage down on this bottom side of the map, with Brokenshard showing mid. And since they didn't get the kill out of it, not too bad here. Crumbs actually does stop it.
Nice play there by Crumbs. All right, but now look at this. I just kind of keep taking stock of the game, though, because the kills keep turning into not too much. But actually, hold on. Zion Spartan, good damage on a West Race, putting him down below half. But Complexity are within 1,000 gold now. This team gave up 3 kills on a Dragon and are clawing their way back in steadily after the laning phase. CS-wise, they're winning a majority of their lanes. Even the support's up 1. It's a good thing for Complexity.
Yeah, I think a lot of Complexity's hopes are going to rely on the power of that Twitch, too, combined with this Lulu mid. Probably is going to be a big part of keeping him safe if he does get caught out. Another Dragon, though. This is going to be very detrimental for Complexity, unless he goes for another Miracle Steal. Here, Twitch can line up a very good line damage, though. Outside Dragon Pit, he doesn't go for it.
Brokenshard's got no way out of that one as well. He ward hops in, smites early, gives away the kill. Dignitas get kill and a Dragon out, putting them now almost 3,000 ahead.
And they don't decide to force the fight. I mean,
yeah.
both top laners do have teleport, and there's plenty of wards down there for him to join with, but nobody calling for that one. It was just Brokenshard trying to seal. I really thought Twitch getting people at the entrance to Dragon. Wow, Restless has to be really careful, though.
Red buff Zion Spartan, though, really big damage. There's the flash from both of them. Dragon form gonna get juked away by Westrice. And if he can land into more cleavage, he's gonna get out of that one. Well played.
Look at his face, too. Calm as ever.
Yep.
Westrice barely escapes the jaws of death.
That probably takes a big chunk of damage there as well, but hey, Chalice is enough MR to keep him alive in this one. 55 MR on the block. Keeps Shifter pretty safe from counterattack as well.
Problem is here for Westrice is Zion has not gone back to purchase. That was even without boots, without an upgraded Blade of the Rune King. Zion, he will be able to upgrade that Blade of the Rune King now. Yeah, when he goes back, he's going to get a huge influx of power.
We something to be afraid of. We just got a Chain Vest added for Westrice, but you know, early Ruby Crystal and then not a Sunfire yet. That is going to be a bit of an item difference that you've got to track right here. Teleports available for Zion, not for Westrice now, but Dragon's not up, so that might not mean too much. Crumbs does walk through that brush. All right. He was in the LCS for a split. He knows about this one. Stays to make sure it's dead, watching its corpse decay into the ground. And now Crumbs looks to flank around the bot lane, around the mid lane, puts a ward, turns back.
Now, I talked about Zion's blade being completed, but Robert has his too. And I think he really needs to affect the rest of the map because Complexity are falling further behind here as Dig continue to take these dragons. They continue to control the objectives. So I think that Complexity, they really need to make something happen here with a surprise attack from Robert on one of these lanes. He does have the power to do it, but he's got to be careful about where he goes because if you show up right next to a block, then you have to worry about getting 100 to 0.
Gotta play that one properly. It's interesting though, Dignitas seems like they're willing to play this game very slow. They just froze the bot lane. They were taking as much time as they could. Eventually it pushed out anyway. They look for the flank though, the dive from the bottom lane. No one is around to defend the Zion though. Gonna get himself into a 1v2.
Yeah, see if Westrice can actually bait him in here because of the red buff, Zion might get a little overconfident. Okay, his speed buff is down. It's time to go.
Here we go. Dragon Form gets him away. Now can Brokenshard follow up? Lands the Q. Nice play right here. Good damage comes in. Now Zion easily kicked into the wall. That's a kill picked up.
They bait the burnout. After the speed buff is gone, they go for the kill. However, all resources from Dig have been spent bottom. They show everybody else down there, and yes, they get a turret. However, that's 2 lanes in Complexity's control. They shove both top and mid.
So probably getting good damage down on this one. Top lane. Of course, that turret's gone at this point anyway. Westrice going to get some free time to solo farm. Builds a minion lead up over his opponents. Probably gets away. Doesn't miss anything for that one. Shifter gets the remnants of that CS. And yeah, you can see the gold lead. 2,000 gold now. It was 3,000 before all those plays, but Complexity got more out of that.
Because they actually secured the kill up top, and as we said before, minion waves. They were able to farm 2 lanes with the minion waves during that time. Bottom tower was already extremely low, so losing that, not too detrimental for the Complexity team. It also allows longer lane for when that lane pushes back, another safe area to farm, little pocket of gold that they can get. Lulu is very safe at farming these mid lanes here. As you can see, great wave clear, and then that speed buff on herself to get back away from danger over to the side where she does have ward coverage, towards the bottom side of the map.
He's pretty safe in this one now. We're going to see what else can happen for these teams. Dignitas was playing the game fairly slow, had that measured push down to the bot lane. Zion got himself caught out. Shifter looks for plays, won't quite find that. No level lead in the mid laners, actually probably now hitting 11 first is a lead. More wards coming down on both sides this one. Dragon a minute and a half, but these teams are definitely taking very slow, measured advances.
And it's really been Dignitas, you know, with more movement across the map, trying to create those picks and being successful every once in a while, but it's been Complexity really doing a good job of evading them, buying Westrise time to scale that Mundo up, get him to the point where he actually can go where he pleases. He's actually done a good job of himself as well, dodging Zion. But this time, he's been cornered. 2 versus 3 would be okay if they were under the turret.
Charge, gigantic damage. Warthog won't get him too very far. Crumb still on the chase. There's the Q in from Shifter. Kill picked up. Now Westrice trying to run away. Still has the ulti available. Pops it now, but he's been ignited. The damage is going to be enough. Double kill now for Shifter. And top lane is Dignitas.
Well, again, as I said, Dignitas continue to look for those picks. Complexity can only avoid them for so long. They need to answer somewhere else. All these champions being positioned up top for Dig means Complexity have to take something else. Immediately, Robert goes very, very offensive, shoves down bottom in the mid lane end of the fight.
Ignite on Akiba Kid, down goes the Zyra, probably getting locked up. The ulti, big damage comes in from Shifter. The Zyra pass will help for that one, 1 for 1.
Crumbs wants to make him pay as well. Coming in here looking for a dive, but he's standing on a ward.
That one's not going to mean too much, but here comes the brawl. Robert trying to go up on Cutie Pie, though most of the ulti is timed out, but big damage comes through, forcing the flash away as well. I mean, Cutie Pie does survive. There's a TP in from the backside by Zion's Spartan. The teleport coming from Mundo as well. Can he keep Robert X Lee alive? The man does not have any summons, but Westrice is enough to push back Zion.
Now, they both teleport up there, but the top lane of minions was actually just at the turret, so some minions do get lost to the turret in that exchange. Yes, he does save Robert's life. Robert actually going extremely deep there, using the Blade of the Ruined King active to trade for the Cutie Pie flash. He's got to be very careful, though. As we said, he's out of mana, can't get that speed boost.
Crumb's taking a big chunk of damage there. Will not get chased down. His team's nearby. So Complexity does back off of that.
Dragon number 3 live. And Complexity do not want to continue to give those up. They need Robert there. They need the Twitch because without him, they do not have a hope of winning a Dragon fight. Now, he did use his ulti in that last assassination attempt. And that's a big part of what Twitch does bring to those Dragon fights. Yet they're still starting it off. They got the recall timers there. So Complexity doing a very good job timing the backs here from Dignitas. Bubba Dub, though.
Pretty good damage on Bubba Dub, though. This Dragon very, very low. This should get grabbed out. There we go. Broken Shard with the smite. And Dignitas forced to run away. Robert X Lee rooted in place. Big burst comes out. Shifter explodes him. Now Prawley forced to run away. Does Dig win this fight? In comes Zion Spartan. 2 kills picked up so far. Bubba Dub makes it 3. Now only 2 members left alive. Broken Shard stunned over the wall by Crumbs. Nice flash by him. Now only Westrice alive. 4-0 for Dragon for Dignitas.
They may have misjudged their damage there a little bit. Were able to get the Dragon, but not quick enough. Great job by Dig collapsing. Not only do they get the kills, which more than make up for Dragon, they also have free reign of the map. 2 waves in their favor. Dignitas now have a huge upper hand in this game, controlling the entire map. All right, so this is Bubba Dub just getting shot. That means they only have 2 people this whole time. Damage from Mundo and Lee Sin were the only people doing damage to Dragon. They couldn't finish it quick enough. And as we said, if you're Robert, you go for an assassination attempt, be careful about showing up right next to a LeBlanc, because Shifter just blows him up.
Yeah, the confidence too. He thought there were no pink wards spot him. There was one in the top right of the screen that saw him go in towards the fight, and the skill shots kind of led him right in. Probably's ulti also on cooldown from saving Bubba Dub, so all these support tools that could have saved Twitch from the burst weren't there, and he exploded.
Yeah, just forcing that fight around Dragon when they don't have a lot of their very important cooldowns for Complexity. They thought they could just get it and get out, but then they decided to take the fight there. Got caught around the pit for just too long. Good job by Dig capitalizing though.
Okay. Crumbs, nice, he repels to save his spiderlings. True support, keeping his little spiderlings alive. Crumbs doing the right thing.
He's gonna have to worry about the main spider here though.
Westray is gonna put some damage down. The Burning Agony taking down the poor little spiderlings. They're all dead now. Crumbs, human form, trying to get away. The root, he dodges all of it, but not enough damage comes through.
Westray has had some very good jukes so far this game, I have to say.
You know, easy way to land skill shots, he always jukes west. False. Yeah, you're right. Okay, shift there. The back away does not land to the Broken Shard Q. A bit of damage out of the Zyra plant, no big deal in this one, but we're up to a 5,000 gold lead. Dignitas consistently outfighting their opposition. Shifter, he tried to roam so many times, he lost out in CF, but he's 6-0-2 this game. The guy has found his way into so many fights. He's the only death for Robert X. Lee. Knocking the Twitch down in team fights, pretty important for this Dig lineup. And these guys are making it work pretty well. I'm a Cutie Pie, 180 CS, 004 in Lucian. He's putting in enough work to keep the team afloat. So far, Dig's new lineup, the individuals that got picked up are doing pretty well.
And it's this early game that nobody was really worried about for Dig. Everybody assumed really, especially with the addition of these strong solo lanes, they'd have a strong early game and they would be able to control this stage of the game. However, it is the point where you have trouble finishing off a game. Here we go. Kiwi Kid forced the burn his ult from the ambush of Robert.
Raleigh face checks the brush. Big damage comes through. A lot of burst. Pops his ult to keep himself alive. Not going to be enough. Shifter picks up the kill. 7-0-2. Robert actually goes back in for Crumbs. He repels into the air, but he's got nowhere to go. He's going to be going down. He stuns up Robert. Broken Shard claims the kill. 1-for-1 there. The re-engage. No real damage from Shifter.
Just a 1-for-1 trade. However, Cutie Pie is shoving a free lane here. So not only did he get free farm, he's also getting turret damage, and that one will go down.
Well, Dignitas taking the turret lead back now, 4-3. Complexity did generally manage to capitalize off the kills they did get into turrets, but Digger is accruing gold from the random champion kills they're getting all around the map, and eventually getting those pushes in. QB Kid added Umbrella Namicon, by the way, to his support build, so we can help keep Mundo's health bar down. That'll be fun to watch for.
Ability power and spell penetration, very, very popular with the Zyra supports, bringing another source of very strong AP damage to a team. She does a lot more than you think, and it will also help out with Mundo, being able to apply that passive with everything that she has, plants included.
So all kinds of scary now. Zion's Spartan level 14 to West Rice's 13. It's not even like 13.8. He's just flat out level 13 here. So the level lead has panned out for the Dig top laner. Blue casting this die off rather rapidly. Shifter looks for a play, can't quite find it. Pushed away by Bubba Dub. Ulti comes in. I'm a Cutie Pie dealing some good damage, shooting backwards just to be stylish. Gonna be alright with that one. Bubba Dub does get away.
Robert does open up again on Kiwi Kid. No ult this time means he has to burn his flash. Well, he does have his ult this time, but he had to flash because he took too much damage, and the ult would not save him. Now, as I was saying before, the Dignitas, everybody expects pretty strong lane phase from them nowadays. However, the end game, closing out games, has been something that has troubled them. It looks like they have a pretty good start, though. They've got great ward coverage in this blue side jungle of Complexity, so they can make picks on that side. And that's the side that leads into Baron. They have one of the most confident Baron Spiders. If they can actually set up the Baron area in their favor in terms of vision, Crumbs is an amazing Spider. He has very, very strong objective control as far as junglers go, especially being on that Elise.
And Brookshard's tried to test him a couple times this game, and every time so far, Crumbs has come out ahead on the Dragon Smite so far. So he's got the undefeated track record in the season. No miss smites for Crumbs. See how long it takes for anyone to miss any of theirs so far, but right now everyone seems pretty perfect. Crumbs looks at the pick here on a Bubba Dub. He will get the face check from the Karma Cocoon. Doesn't land. Takes the ward down pretty securely though, but there we go. Dragon's back up.
And Complexity playing the waiting game. They have West Rice with a teleport ready, slowly farming up that side lane there, the top lane. Cutie Pie is the one that actually is going to beat him. So really Complexity, they're just trying to wait it out a little bit, delay Dignitas here. as we said, they've been trying to avoid picks all game long.
No pick
They
quite
just want to
found.
increase their vision.
Good dodge to cute. Everything really nice. Roots up there. And here comes a team fight, though. Big Burst comes out in the front line. Complexity forced to run away.
Double tellies.
Damage from Lucian. Westrace shows up, gets rooted, though. Pretty low on health. Has to flash away. Probably's low.
Oh!
Good pick by Broken Shard. Keeps him safe. Now Westrace forced to run away, though. But Complexity, good moves aside, still on the retreat.
Yeah, a lot burned as well from Complexity. Westrice ulti, Frawley ulti. The only thing they have left is the Twitch ultimate, which is, well, to be fair, the most crucial around this Baron fight. As we said, they need that vision.
All right, well, Dig going for the B word here in this one. Complexity go for the engage. Can they stop him? Keeping it. Roots up Westrace. Damage comes down. Down goes the Twitch right away. Westrace also going to go south, and here comes the Baron attempt. Number 2, low health bars. Broken Shard first, and that triple kill for Shifter. That's going to guarantee the Baron picked up there from still undefeated in smites.
And Dignitas show just what I was talking about, the correct way to go about the Baron baits. They have complete vision around there. Straight pink wards everywhere. Shifter does make off the successful pick. And they're not only able to get the Baron, but that means because they got 3 more kills, they can secure everything else on the map, buffs and Dragon included. PewDiePie is even going for the greedy shove by himself right now.
Well, they know they're pretty much safe. Only guy can stop him is Frawley and Bubba and he can get away from those guys. Watch that fight again. Man, down he goes.
So that's the power of all these pink wards that they invested in. Not only do the pink wards clear out Complexity's vision, but also, even if Twitch does try and get off some stealth, opens him up for another Shifter sneak attack. Shifter knows there is no way they knew he was in that side bush. He had a perfect angle to go for that. Just pretty much LeBlanc dream right there, being able to disperse down the Twitch. As soon as they get that, they know they've won this entire mid-game, basically.
So both times that Robert X. Lee has died now was him walking through, basically in front of pink wards that Dig already has set up, and Shifter one-shots the guy. And it's a repeated pattern here, and it's very well played by Dig to control all this. They played Baron perfectly. They're playing Vision very, very well. It's all good for these guys.
Yeah, all those questions that I posed have definitely been answered. Look at that, 4 more pink wards, even though they still have 2 down.
Yeah.
You can't have 6 on the map.
No.
So somebody is just holding on to 1, even though they already have 1 already up. Dignitas have definitely reacted to the problems that they had before. Maybe it's the Scar coaching. Maybe they have just looked over enough replays here. But they are doing a great job. Vision control, not a problem.
Again, and Westrice succumbs to it as well. 2 more pink wards down in the bottom jungle. Dig happy to replace theirs. Move them somewhere else. Important stun on a probably good damage there. Shield's part of it. But now the mid lane under fire. I'm a cutie by putting really good damage down, and there we go. Another turret, 5-3 now. Dignitas, 25 seconds of 5v4. Knocking at the front door.
They've got such a tremendous gold lead as well. You know, they can tank a few tower hits here, rely on that Baron regen, and just the threat of Shifter. A 10-kill LeBlanc.
Oh, the flash stun, though. Robert X. Lee explodes there in that fight. Bubba forced runaway as well, but the Cooling's going to pick that one up. 2 for 0 so far. Underneath the turret, Dignitas going to keep going.
Ooh, that's going to be at least 1 inhibitor here. They can actually continue this siege on Nexus turrets. They've got minions coming in, and they actually just decide to get another inhibitor down.
Yeah, it's a nice route from Kiwi Kid pushing back Westrace, and there we go. Inhib turret. Number 2 going to fall. Mid lane going to be theirs one more time. 10 seconds until anyone respawns. 5v3. Nice for Dignitas there. They push down more of the base. Minions are gone. You look now for the bottom lane one more time. No supers, but they do have a cannon, and they are going to go for the Nexus turrets now.
All right, Dignitas with a very impressive showing. Will Complexity even try and go for the last stand here?
Oh, they're going to try the respawns now. They have all 5. Here comes the fight. The last Nexus turret will go down to Zion Spartan. 5 vs 5. The last fight for Complexity. Can they make it happen? Westrice in the front, but he's going to explode. Double kill there for Shifter. Explosion, triple kill. Broken Shard stuck inside the base. Everyone going down except the Lee Sin. Quadra kill for Shifter. Will they give it to him? Hectic kill for Shifter in his first game on Dignitas. And they're going to start their series out 1-0.
15-0.
Yeah.
So you lose a few CS roaming around. Not a big deal. He's LeBlanc. He gets so many perfect assassinations. Dignitas, not only do they have strong solo lanes, but they had great vision control this time around. They actually won around Baron, baiting it.
They played it perfectly. It took us until playoffs to get a pentakill in the LCS in the spring split.
First day.
Took us 4 games. Shifters first. I gotta say, this is an omen of things to come. This is one of the best roster switches in LCS history.
So it looks strong.
Yeah.
We'll see how they can perform against other LCS teams, though, because Complexity are a brand new LCS team.
I mean, it's definitely, sure, it's maybe not the hardest test. It's not like he's pentakilling C9, but this is still a very good performance. Talk about the moves they made, the right choices, finding kills, the Crumbs Shifter synergy, First Blood level 3, right? All these things worked out because they're good players. Skara, he's already there. He knows. He's coach, right? He's going to tell them what to do, and he's got smiles on his face. That guy's not going anywhere from the scene.
He's not very happy in that coaching role as well.
Yeah,
all the players are happy with it. He's happy in that role. A lot less stress on him, not having to actually sit in the chair and perform during the day. So I think it's worked out better for everybody on that team.
Yeah, and they look really awesome. I do want to see how they can perform because we've got a lot of new, stronger faces. You assume CLG, TSM, the rest of these guys made lineup changes for the better. Dignitas look pretty good right now. LMQ, though, also a strong face in the map. EG, we'll see how they do with Altec. As we heard in the very beginning sort of video, when the split started, this guy saying, this is a scary lineup of team. This is going to be a tough split. Like, everyone down the line knows there's a lot of skill on the rosters here.
There definitely is. And that was a positive change for them, it looks like. As he said, Crumb's working pretty well with the solo laners. Zion had some good plays just by himself as well in the top lane.
I do actually want to touch on your Skara coach point, though, a little bit, because it's weird, but I almost feel like that's probably the best roster change for Dig, actually. It's not like, not removing Skara from playing. Like, he's still a good player, but, like, yes, an extremely talented player with years of experience, a great voice, respect from his teammates in the coaching role. And this is something that I think we started seeing in the Western teams in the recent past, is like, look, you get a dedicated coach who's going to put the hours in and help you guys improve. That is the best way to get better as a team.
And the biggest thing about it is that, as you said, they respect Skara. He's been on his team. He paid his dues. He put in his time with the team so they can have unfiltered conversations with him. And they respect his opinion. They can bounce ideas off of him. And that's where the biggest growth comes from, when the players are open to discussion with somebody that they actually value their opinion.
Yeah, so Dignitas is a big group, looking good. We'll see if they can keep that one going. Guys, remember to share your OP plays by tweeting at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. I'm feeling a pentakill might be part of that one.
I don't know.
Like
they gave it to him at the end.
Yeah, I mean,
CLG
did that for Double If too, and we still got that one.
Okay.
I mean, it's the respect pentakill. It's like, all right, you earned it. Like the killing hit him, and he's like, you can die.
He did. Basically, he did kill the Twitch at the beginning of all the team fights. So I guess he played the most crucial role. Deserves his name in lights.
Brookshot even walked forward to give it to him. You saw he walked by the front of the fountain. It's good manners right there. Well, we're going to head over to the analyst desk, though, to hear more on that last match.
Thank you very much, Freak. We are happy to be joined by Shifter and Crumbs from Team Dignitas, coming off the first win of the season with a bit of a revamped lineup. Shifter, got to say congratulations on the penta. But ultimately, Crumbs, I want to start with you and say, you know, you got 2 new people on the top and the bottom around you, or top and mid, I should say. What's it like working with those guys? How are you feeling about the team?
I couldn't be happier with the position that this team is at. You know, every lane is at the strongest point, I feel like, and really, over the past couple of days, it's just improvement after improvement, and I really feel like with this roster, like with the entire team that we have, everything backing us up, Skara, the coaching, everything, we're going to go places.
Shifter, 15-0, first LeBlanc game on Dignitas. That's a nice start, but at the start of the game, it seemed like you were actually struggling a little bit in lane. How did you turn that one around? You were down in 50 CS at one point.
It was mostly because the initial gank where we got off Probably, I was actually pressuring him really hard because of an early level 2, but I wanted the next wave to shove, so I just, you know, Crumbs, just take it all. I don't care. I just want it back. And I actually did a lot more roaming than staying mid at all. I've went top bot like at least twice before 10 minutes or so.
Crumbs, I kind of want to ask you before we get into the replays, when you have a change like this to 2 of your solo lanes, what did you work with Shifter and Zion, Spartan, and Dignitas to kind of vamp them up and get them ready in time to be at an LCS level with Dignitas' squad?
I mean, going off, obviously they're already an LCS caliber players, but as soon as we find out, we just started duo queuing. That's the easiest way to start getting hype, just duo queue over and over. And honestly, our record of duo queuing, like me combined with either Shifter and Zion, we probably have like 70 wins and like 5 to 10 losses. So it's really nice. Like we barely lose in solo queue. So
power combo.
Yeah, so just duo queuing all the time. That's a nice way to just kind of understand each other as a player. And, I mean, I've played against both of them for a long time, so we kind of know how each one wants to play or how they play. So it's not a crazy change to adapt to.
And of course, it all ended in this game with the pentakill. And we're going to get this up on the screen just so, Shift, you can kind of walk me through, not necessarily the mechanics of this play, but just how are you feeling coming into this last one?
Okay, so all we want to do is try to pop someone because that's the way we could end it. I had my ult up right now, I think.
Yeah.
And if we just killed someone, it'd be an easy 4v5. I got a champ window, didn't really mean much. We got the Nexus Tower, and then I think we get a really good route on Robert here. A really good Zyro. Wow. I get a 3-man distortion or something, get a chain on Robert, and then I just flash Q for the Karma. And then, you know, Broken Shard, really good guy. That respect Penta. Just give it.
Maybe there was an outside chance he thinks he could kill you guys off the Nexus to extend the game a little bit longer.
So coming in on the first game, obviously you guys doing very well. Before we run into our next replay, I want to ask you, Shifter, we talked a little about the Scar coaching. When you came onto the team, was there anything you guys kind of had to talk out where you didn't meet eye to eye as mid laners?
No, I think me and Scar have always talked, you know, even when he was on Dig, we've talked about, you know, mid lane matchups. We did 1v1s with each other, so we kind of knew how each other thought. So it was just really easy to mesh.
Do you guys still do any 1v1 matchups, or are you only practicing against solo queue and other LCS mid laners?
I usually ask Scar about like theory crafting and such, like item builds. I usually 1v1 other LCS mids because they're more in practice. Scar, you know, he just messes around solo queue nowadays, so his mechanics are as top notch as they were before.
Got it.
Right on. And we're going to pull up the second replay on your screen, a dragon fight that we did replay and watch, but just to see it again. Crumbs, walk us through this one as we start. I believe the second dragon here.
This fight, I think, yeah, so we see Mundo. They're trying to finish Dragon, so they're really far behind. So pretty much at this point, they overcommit for Dragon because they're all deep inside the pit. So we're coming in for this. We're saying either blow them to flash over or just keep them there. He gets a nice chain on the stealth twitch, and then Shyvana's coming in for the flank, and then from this point on, getting Dragon, but being in a poor position to actually fight after is not the best thing. So we ended up pretty much wiping them here. We lost Dragon, but we ended up getting crazy map control. Got red buff after that, got their blue buff, and from then on, it was game over.
Yeah, even though it's objective control, it's not necessarily a good thing because you ended up losing a whole bunch from there.
Yeah.
Where does Dig actually kind of go from here? Because this was obviously Complexity coming in, just qualifying, not expected immediate LCS success, but you guys actually are. So how do you feel like now? I guess I can't get you guys to predict your stuff, but how are you going to be doing for the rest of the week as you're preparing for your upcoming opponents?
I'm feeling a 4-0 this week, to be honest.
Right.
Any particular reason?
No, I just think we're a better team than our opponents.
Right on. All right. Knowing that, or thinking that as well, in the beginning of the game, you guys had the 5-minute dragon. Kind of had something set to go, ready. Was that planned out, or is that something you could figure out you could take at 5 minutes?
Well, going into that game, we saw that Twitch and Karma were still staying top the entire time. They were freezing the lane for a really long time, and Zion was just jungling, and it happened that his route was going towards Dragon, so he was like, okay, well, if they're going to stay top, obviously their bottom lane doesn't have a TP to get down here. We can just take this free Dragon. And then I think we ended up getting a kill for it too, because maybe Broken Shard tried to flash, was just lurking around, trying to get a steal, so we ended up getting a little bit more than just a Dragon. So we did that twice and ended up just getting a big lead off that.
Right on.
Yeah, and this couldn't have been a better start for your guys' LCS season, but everyone kind of started out. Now we're going to have our first teams playing their second game, LMQ versus CLG. Do you guys have any quick predictions for the final game of the day?
That's going to be a wild one.
Yeah, both teams, I don't know, they're both looking really strong. CLG, I know, just in scrims, they did really well against us. I think Link has improved, like, he's amazing right now. Like, after All-Stars, he just came back and he's just destroying everyone.
After being touched by Fake.
After the Faker handshake.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Congrats on the Penta, and to Dignitas, congrats on the first win of the season for you guys. All right, everyone, we got to go back and spend some gold. But when we return, we'll get into our final game of the day. That's Counterlogic Gaming versus LMQ. Keep that browser where it's at.
You know, that's the theme of the last Pink Floyd album, the Division Bell, that communication solves everything.
I'm here with you guys.
We can definitely take this. Just take this. I'm coming in. Take the fight after. Force them to all flash out. Twitch,
I'm running
Twitch
over.
is behind. Twitch is south.
Twitch is
Twitch
is
hit.
hit.
I stunned Lulu.
I'm coming over.
Okay, I'm on Lulu.
I'm ulting. I'm gonna ult them.
Okay.
I'm gonna buff it up.
I got nothing.
I don't have anything.
I'm gonna flash kick
I'm on
Lee.
broken
I'm
shot.
flashing
I'm on
Lee.
broken shot.
Lee.
Okay.
Nice.
Go mid.
LMQ is really the dark horse, I would say. You don't know what they're going to do, and we've scrimmed them, but I don't think they play like that in LAN. So in scrims, they're really super aggressive. They make the risky plays, stuff like that. Maybe that slump will be gone by the time they get a couple games under their belt under LCS, but it's up to them.
Well, we've seen a pretty good mix of hyper-aggression and smart play from LMQ. They did win their first game convincingly.
Both of these teams already won. So
Yeah.
this is going to be a good matchup.
First team to get a win and a loss. First 50% win rate here in the LCS. Gonna happen. One of them's gonna be it. Welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Split and our final game of the day, Counter Logic Gaming versus LMQ. This is a match that the players are extra hyped for.
Oh yeah. The players are extra hyped for this one. And for me, can I just say that specifically, I'm excited to see the bottom lane matchup here because Doublelift and Vasily have sort of a rivalry brewing. Doublelift said that he has learned the most from playing Vasily, more than from playing Vasily than he has from any other AD in North America. And it seems like whenever these guys match up against each other, they have something to prove because every time I see them, they're going absolutely ham and they go just very, very aggressive early.
Yeah.
We saw earlier today, Doublelift starting off with a First Blood and starting off the split with a very commanding performance on Lucian against Coast, getting 5 kills without dying.
Had a really good performance for himself. Of course, Vasily had very similar situation on the gigantic Lucian game, showing a lot of aggression against evil geniuses, but we also saw Xiao come out swinging.
Oh yeah, Xiao not only brings his strong farming game, but he also applied a lot of kill pressure in that game. Mid with Pobelter, and then also around the map. He was able to keep all of EG's split pushing efforts under control by assassinating people over and over and making everyone very wary of stepping out into the fog of war. He punished them every single time.
It was interesting, he counter-built, because he went Athenes into Deathfire Grasp into Void Staff. It was the anti-tank item build. I don't see that order very normally on LeBlanc, but it let him blow up tanks. It was great. Overall, the team with strong coordination and playing cohesively, looking like a team not to be taken lightly. Honestly, yeah, both these guys are looking good, though.
Yeah, very excited for this matchup, as we said. The term aggressive gets thrown around a lot with these guys, but
it's gonna
we
keep
expect
happening.
early action, and for the people who are playing fantasy and have these players on their team, that's great for them because that's how way you get the most points. It's just people just killing each other over and over again.
Yeah. Hope you guys got Shifter, by the way. I feel like you've
15-2.
already won week 1 if you have Shifter and no one else in your team. I'm going to review the starting lineups now to get started on this one. Blue side, Counter Logic Gaming. Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift on AD carry, and Aframu on support.
And on the red side, it's LMQ. Up top, Ackerman. In the jungle, No Name. Mid, Xiao, AD carry Vasily, and supporting is Moore.
So I do want to hope that we get 2v2 matchups here. I think they'd be the most interesting. Just because chat said it and I agree with them.
Well, we kind of prepped this one up, and everyone's going to be like, 2v0.
And the 2v0s, and they're going to CS those minions by themselves. The true test of AD carry.
They can't both get Lucian this time, though.
That's true. There's only going to be one of them. We're not playing blind pick. But maybe it'll be Lucian and Twitch. We haven't seen that matchup much.
Good one.
Yeah, I'm hilarious.
But yeah, these teams, very excited to see because CLG, they practice a lot against LMQ as well. So whenever teams do practice against each other quite often, maybe they save something for when they play in the LCS. And it won't turn out like the scrims. Maybe somebody's going to be super passive. They're going to play really long late game.
Yeah, you typically do, I think, where you don't want to show all of your normal plays and you don't want to show your normal team comps against the team, and you hope that your scrim partners hold to secrecy and don't tell them, oh, they got this comp or they run mid-Tristan. Like, that doesn't typically happen. But yeah, that's kind of the goal here. And so you try, strats like 1 through 5 against half the teams, and you try strats 6 through 10 against the other, and then you make sure that you know which ones are good and you bring them out at the right time. And this is going to be one of the games that both these teams have prepped for. Generally speaking, when we talk to these players about Super Weeks, they're like, yeah, well, we prep for 1 day at a time. And once we're done with game 1, we sit there and we talk about game 2. And both these teams have had 2 to 3 games to wait in between and say, okay, here's what we're going to go for. Here's the next strat. They get ready for the picks and bans. They figure out who's going to get Lucian, and they move on from there.
They go over their errors from the previous game.
That's
Speaking of talking about game 1, CLG, yes, they did win. There were quite a few errors from multiple members.
Yeah.
And Doublelift said it in the interview after. He's very aware. They were not completely happy with the way that game went. So they're going to talk those over during the break, as he said, and come into game 2 with a better game plan and make sure that they don't repeat those mistakes.
Yeah, specifically, it felt like there was some missed Kale ultis from Link. For whatever reason, it felt like he wasn't saving guys that were getting low and getting out. Like, Seraph would die with the ulti available, then Link would ult himself. And then, he would do well on the team fight afterwards, but...
It's a very tricky champion.
Sure it is.
Timing is everything on Kale.
It's massive, because you're so squishy, you instant die, and you don't have the traditional escape tools of an AD carry. It's not like you're playing Caitlyn, you can just net away and just kind of do whatever. It's like you must be in auto attack range of everyone else to do anything. And you have to time all the rest of your abilities very properly to make that one happen. I was, however, particularly impressed by the Aframu Seraph synergy. It's one that we'd actually seen growing for a while online, but it's true. Those are the two guys who were diving the backline in team fights. Dexter was generally being defensive. It was Morgana and Shyvana going in there.
the two of them holding the backline down by themselves and being like, you can't kill us.
I feel like Aframu can just work well with anyone. I mean, he works well with Link. He works well with Double Lift. Seraph just joins the team, and he immediately has this great connection with him as well. Aframu just seems like an all-around, extremely strong player. Very nice guy, so maybe that helps him a lot adapting to new teammates, which is a good thing to have on CLG, because there's a long list of ex-players from CLG that do switch rosters quite often.
And it's interesting, like, thinking about the player growth of CLG, actually, because I want to kind of even dial back to a while. We have a computer issue, which is why we're talking so much about the game.
Dexter's got some problems trying to take care of.
Yeah, but we'll get the game soon. But I want to talk about this, right? So, like, let's go a little bit farther. Like, about a year ago.
Take me back, Spreek. Okay. Paint me a story.
Great, let's go for it.
What do we
I don't
got?
know if I paint stories. I will tell you a story.
Okay.
But painting not my forte. Aframu first joined CLG, Spring Split LCS 2013, and he's honestly mediocre. He does okay with Double Lift. He's pretty good, but they're not this dominant, explosive bot lane that crushes everyone. CLG actually gets more losses than wins in the regular season.
And he gives up a lot of money streaming doing this. He joins CLG, he commits to it very fully, to the support role.
Yeah. Then after a split, he says, it's not for me. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go do my own thing again. They bring Chaucer back down to the bot lane to support, whatever. And Double's got to kind of reacclimate to new support. He ends up matching with Aframu in solo queue again randomly before this season starts, like 5-6 months ago. And he's like, yo, you want to try again? You want to just try again, be CLG bot lane? Like, we need to support. Like, I like playing with you. You're cool, bro. And he's like, sure. And then he becomes like the best support NA. And like Double Lift Aframu becomes the best duo lane in North America because they just tried again. It was like, this time it worked. This time we made the right switches. We made the right learnings, and they're good to go. Seraph
made the right learnings.
We made the right learnings. That was the best thing I could come up with. But Seraph now, new to the team, right? And we asked, how good is he going to do in competitive? He'd only played one professional match before. How quickly does he learn up and play with his lineup properly? It took Aframu 2 tries to become the best. Seraph had an okay performance the first game. Can he keep it going?
Well, all the pressure's on. He's got to do the clicking for bans here.
Uh-oh.
Don't mess that one up.
He didn't miss LeBlanc. That's good. Pretty standard ban there. Xiao had a great LeBlanc game.
Hey, nobody gets to play Lucian.
Nope. Looks like the respect goes to Double Lift on that one. Soraka also moved from Xiao. I find it interesting. Throughout Challenger, he was a big Nidalee and Orianna player. You could just like basically set your watch to him picking one of the 2 champions when Champ Select went through.
Yeah.
And this time around, it wasn't neither got banned, neither got picked in his first game, and right now neither are getting bans either as well in this one.
I'm hoping for a Xiao Yasuo, just because it's really fun to watch him play Yasuo, especially if we have the player cam on him. His reactions are great. However, there'll probably be something safer, more farm heavy for the LCS.
We'll see. He farmed up a Storm with LeBlanc. You're not going to get that one this time, but plenty more on the table. Lucian ban, Thresh ban. Actually, a scatting of bans throughout the different roles for LMQ, while CLG just targeted the mid lane. Nidalee the hub over here. Link, a great Nid player.
Yeah, I mean, that was the champion that he really came into his own on.
Yeah.
We're going way back here. This is classic Link. However, they do not lock it.
Nidalee is also a classic Seraph champ, but Jax is the lock-in here. I don't see that going to Dexter or anything, so Jax top lane blind pick.
Let me make a point about that, classic Seraph. Everyone's talking about, the AD Nidalee. That's not a surprise to anyone in North America, by the way. There's literally a guy who mains, AD Nidalee in the top lane in Challenger. Got there pretty much only playing it. He literally buys Hydra on Nidalee. He's so committed to AD Nidalee sometimes. You can only use that item half the time when you're in Cat 4.
Hey man, kill players by Hurricane.
This AD Nidalee, everyone's like, he's going to bring that to North America. It's not going to be a surprise for guys.
It got brought 3 years ago by Hotshot. Let's be real about this one.
Anyways, they lock in the Jax, though. Very, very strong top laner at this moment. And they're giving Seraph the chance to shine. He's on a massive carry champion. Can he get through the early game? This is going to be up to Dexter. This is going to be up to the lane swaps. And they maneuver this Jax around to find him farm somewhere in the game. Because LMQ are going to do everything that they possibly can to deny that Jax.
Well, right now they've got a nice lineup set up to support the Jax, though. Lulu mid lane here for Link. The Lee Sin for Dexter to make the plays happen. And keep in mind, you talk about late game, you got late game carries in general. Jax on one side, Twitch on the other. Both these teams, if that guy gets fed and gets the right kind of team fight, can take over the game for himself. You got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as you see a Lucian ban and no other AD carries, you're assuming a first round or second round pick on Twitch. Yeah. Right? That's pretty much a given here. And they lock in both members of the bottom lane. So they already have one shield for Twitch. Now they lock in a steroid for him as well, putting a lot on Vasili's shoulders.
So turning into a lab rat, testing steroids on him, putting shields on him. This is going to be a scary Twitch in team fights. A lot of AoE locked in as well. Absolute Zero, plus the Dragon ulti, plus the Morgana ulti. It's a lot there.
And if you're going up against a team who's putting, you know, all their eggs into this AD carry basket, having a Jax on your team is extremely important. Jax is one of the most fearsome AD carry nightmares, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
Especially towards that mid game.
Yeah, I do want to say, though, that Nunu is one of the best junglers against that. Like, aside from Lee Sin kicking him out, the number of attack speed slows on Nunu really hampers the Jax damage output, and it's something to keep in mind for this squad.
Jax, one of the reasons he's become... Whoa, here we go. Lightning fast picks, though. Move speed as well as late game poke. They do go with the Nidalee.
It's a very interesting comp from CLG. It's a lot of different things. You've got reasonable engage plus the Sivir, but also this like wait around to the backline situation with the blind pick Nidalee mid.
So with the Nidalee mid, that's a weak early mid. There's no lane pressure here. It opens up Xiao Xiao to pick anything he could possibly want. You can run anything you want into a Nidalee mid. So TF is very popular pick. Yasuo is also very popular pick against that. Come on, man.
Yeah, 25 seconds. More controlling us.
I like the
Xiao Xiao's already told him what champion.
I do like the TF though, because since they're going to put a lot of their late game damage on this Twitch, you can use that TF to get Twitch ahead and make sure that Vasili's going to have a good game. If he uses those early TF ultis in the Twitch lane, he can make sure that Vasili will be a strong force towards the end game. CLG though, they have a very interesting team. As you said, this Sivir, you can use the Sivir ulti to Yes! You can use... There we go. That guy knows what's up.
Yep.
You can use the Sivir ulti to disengage as soon as Ratatat gets popped. Speed up everybody. This four-man squad that's poking with Nidalee and Sivir boomerangs under turrets, they all run away with the speed buffs. They have Sivir, they have Lulu. So they're a very quick team. And, you know, Lee Sin, you never have to worry about him. He won't get caught.
Sure.
Their team has a lot of mobility, this four-man squad. And a split-pushing Jax, if he gets strong enough, this is a very, very fearsome late-game team here from Counterlogic Gaming that actually looks pretty good against this LMQ squad. Nunu's not that big of a problem for Jax if he's split-pushing and if the team is disengaging a lot. All they have to do is disengage, wait for the cooldowns, then go strike at the right moment.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find that one. I mean, we saw Yasuo do really well against CLG when Voyboy played it, so it's a test number 2 for the champion. We're going to do a quick check on the fan vote now and see where it stands over at LOLesports.com. With 65% of the vote, you're predicting CLG. Going to rack up another win and end the day in first place.
Pretty big vote there for CLG. LMQ have had strong showing so far, though. And now we do get to see those mechanics. The Yasuo play. Now you can max your dash. You can level dash even level 1 and try and go aggressive on Nidalee. However, Link will be expecting that. You know, he's had plenty of games in this matchup because it's such a popular counter pick. That's something that you have to practice in solo queue. True. It's people even in solo queue, as soon as they see that locked in, a lot of them will instantly go for that Yasuo.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, guys. Of course, you at home can keep voting throughout the game. You can tweet at LOL Esports or just in general and use hashtag CLGwin or hashtag LMQwin, and we'll be checking in the vote throughout the game. So, hey, if you didn't like the way the vote turned out, you still have your second chance to put in your ballot afterwards.
All right, let's see if CLG can actually take advantage of this move speed bonus that they've locked in. A lot of mobility. They can outmaneuver LFQ. And they can get that global gold lead, which will shove them through to the end game there and get them to that point where Seraph can carry them. Look at this, though. 1 red trinket. Now, you can go for an invade like this and sweep a ward at one of the buffs if you want a really early invade. And you can still sell these trinkets after you do your level 1 shenanigans and then buy a different trinket. What we haven't seen so far in North America, at least, is the blue trinket start. I'm a big fan of that, so you don't have to face check when you're going for your invade. And then you can just sell that one and buy whatever you want after as well. But hasn't happened here today for North America. Pretty much everybody playing defensively. Full line of defensive wards here. All placed at 1 minute. Now, especially for solo laners, if you expect a normal lane phase, that trinket will come right back up at 3 minutes when your jungler is going to be coming in with double buffs. So for solo queue, that's the optimal time to place your first ward.
Yep.
Because you do want it back up in time for the double buff jungler gank.
When the least one of the Nunu shows up, you want to see him coming. Well, Link gonna wait around on the back line. I like how he's nice and far away. He's away from almost any possible dark binding, but he'll still see the team come into invade. So Link being his own trinket ward.
And I like this. LMQ actually invading on the bottom side here. A lot of the times the red side will invade top and go for the swap. CLG though, doing the predictable route. LMQ should probably be guessing that CLG would be going for this bottom side invade. They do go for the top one. Now really the question here is, what will LMQ with the timer on this red buff? I believe that they will fully clear this camp so that they have the exact timer for it and continue invading with Nunu, because that's where, oh, okay, never mind. They're gonna leave the baby there.
2-on-2 though, we've seen this fight before. Vasily down to half health already. That Twitch rather low. Now more taking damage. Aphromu's still fighting. And there's Sam, he flashes! He lands the stun! Exhaust! First blood double it! The Q! Another kill! CLG 2-0.
Well, we did not disappoint, Freak.
No.
That early action in the bottom lane. Double lift gets the kill on Vasily. So I was saying that LMQ would be expecting CLG to invade on the bottom side, but they were not expecting that. They run straight into it with the 2 versus 2. This is one of the problems with all of the teams going for these invades on the different sides of the map. They do not expect this every single... Oh, here we go. Now we have more action. Level 1, no name!
Javelin hits, but Seraph can't chase him down any farther.
Yeah, no flash and no leap because he started with Counter-Strike.
Right choice, to be fair, but...
Yeah, it got them first blood. It's definitely worth it.
Wasn't exactly a bad choice. Doublelift does not manage to juke this one. Diddler and Ricochet at 2, but some good damage. Aphromu with the Spell Thief's Edge, putting good damage down.
All right, so Doublelift gets the early first blood in his lane versus Vasily, and they do match up in the 2 versus 2. So he's going to have a large advantage coming in. Now, the other thing about a Sivir Lulu lane is that they are very strong at pushing. They can shove their lane very effectively, and since they got that early lead, shove it right into the turret, go and spend that money. You know, try and make that first blood actually worth it, actually have an impact on the early game, instead of waiting all the way until you have enough money to buy something else. He gets that early sustain of the Vamp Scepter. It means he's going to be able to just constantly shove down bottom and crush.
Speaking of crushing, Seraph dropping Ackerman at a half HP right there. Has a ton of potions in the back of that one. Took an early recall, TP'd back up there, so he's plenty powerful on Jackson. I feel like this lane will probably keep going Seraph's way.
Yep, he's got extra vision as well. He can ward up 2 spots, usually blue side. Bit of a disadvantage as far as solo lanes are concerned, having to try and manipulate the creeps and ward for many entrances of the jungler. But even if Nunu does come up, he's got a leap that he can try and get away in time before he gets snowballed. So Seraph should be feeling fairly confident up in the top lane.
Alright, so normal lanes, Xiao leaves his 3rd Q available for a good long time. Tries to impress his will upon Link, doesn't get any real big damage down, but he's putting the wind wall to block some CS. And I'm just going to note, actually, is the Void Boy actually maxed his E first on Yasuo. He had 3 points in Q by the time he had 5 points in his dash, which is pretty heavy damage. Right now, the Xiao is actually maxing his Q first. He's 2 points in that, only 1 in the dash. I do want to see if that build ends up changing over time if he switches in later levels, but for now, just the Q points.
All right, we'll keep track of that. The other thing we'll keep track of is Dexter in the jungle. Bush camping top. Ackerman does have his flash, so they're going to have to land a nice stun under the turret here to be able to go for the actual kill, and they do get it.
Wow, stun lands the E's from Lee Sim, but his Q is going to be point blank range, gets it. Seraph, Saga's aggro, heals up off the level up, a Doublelift now in a 1v2. He's got nowhere to go. The gank from No Name is a success, 1 for 1 on the map.
All right, so a good choice from LMQ to go and try and curb the Doublelift aggression, because Doublelift is going to be shoving all the time. He's got the extra lifesteal there with Sivir. They need to do something to get that back in Vasily's control, because when Vasily had to back, didn't have enough money for a fully completed Vamp Scepter, he could not sustain in that lane for long. So they make a good choice and they try and even up the bottom lane. But man, was that a beautiful dive up top. Even the communication there definitely showing with Seraph as well as Dexter, tanking up the turret so that Seraph can actually go finish it off. Give him the actual money for the kill to help him against Shyvana, get Jax going. As we said, they really need him to be their main force for the late game.
That was remarkably well played, but level 6 now. Dexter joining up in the mid lane, though. Link putting some damage down. Xiaowei gets the knockup. Ulti comes in. There's no name as well. Big damage down. Dexter going to fall. Nice counter gank. Link forced to run away. Ooh, good damage, though. He's going to go for this one. He does have flash. Good flash for Xiao. Exhaust still up for Link. No mana for No Name. Going to back out.
Great counter gank there. No Name. And actually, the level 6 Yasuo there as well. Xiao had been charging up his dashes, so a lot of damage there. Able to turn it around on Dexter. They stay around just to shove one more lane, even though Nunu's out of mana. Wanted to go back to base, helping out Yasuo. They need to shove it one more time to buy Xiao time to go back and purchase. And this is a story for the top lane. Now that Seraph is 6, 2 auto attacks on a minion, and he can just go right into Ackerman's face, make use of that ultimate charge. There's no way you can take that trade as Shyvana. Ackerman having to go back and purchase.
They're playing it absolutely well now. Seraph going to keep the push going. Ackerman had just TP'd, by the way. It's been 90 seconds since he teleported to that lane. 3 waves later, forced to recall again. Double Doran's blade plus Vamp Scepter and a couple of potions is his build. Seraph still getting a pretty big lead, and he's got teleport right now. So if CLG makes a dragon play, they're going to have a top laner, and LMQ won't.
And they're going to have a pretty powerful top laner too, already with the Cutlass. So he's got kill potential, even on Shyvana. And it looks like Ackerman will be going for a similar build. So both of them rushing offensive, but Seraph has a pretty substantial lead. So if they both teleport in, definitely advantage to CLG. However, No Name's got great control of the objective here, and he's done a good job trying to keep Dexter in check.
Right now, Dexter, though, he's getting rid of some of these wards right here, so CLG have already started to set up for this dragon attempt. Knockup's going to be there. Good damage down from Xiao. Linked on a half HP, goes into Cougar form, tries to fight back. Xiao, gigantic damage, exhaust forced out, but there comes Seraph. The kill comes through. CLG get one back.
Link keeps him interested, and Seraph had already rotated down for the dragon, so he doesn't even have to use his teleport. He can actually use his teleport to go defend, and he does pop it off, so Ackerman actually will be stuck behind the minion wave here. They're coming in with No Name, though.
Yeah.
I mean, going for a dive on that Jax is very hard, but they can at least steal away blue buff from Italy, which is extremely important. Not quite worth a dragon. Xiao goes aggressive, and then Link stays and fights. He baits him a little bit there, staying in early, creating a little bit of what looks like a mistake, and just buying enough time for Seraph to come in for the stun and kill.
Well, good play by LMQ, though. They actually, instead of going for the dive, just went and stole the blue buff. Link went up to try to stop that one, but No Name actually running absolute zero to kill it faster.
And he wants to answer.
Well, he's got the trap down, but it's not available yet, so nothing too big for the guy. CLG make their way back out. Xiao. You know, despite that death, he's still holding very, very equal to Link right now in this lane. Both level 8. Static Shiv not far from done for this Yasuo.
Also, as far as controlling mid lane, that blue buff, not only do they deny that blue buff from Link, but having the timer as Nunu against Nidalee for your opponent's blue buff is huge. You want to be able to continue your counter jungling with Nunu. It's all about the repeat stealing of the blue buff. He wants to be able to get all consecutive blue buffs and keep those away from Link so they don't have to deal with it. Whoa! Fresh back from Ackerman.
Really big damage actually in the Nunu coming in from the side as well. Seraph's going to have to give up this CS most likely, and out he goes.
They will be able to farm behind the turret here, an extra wave. But again, there's nothing left for them to steal. No Name spending more time up on the top side. They're not able to get another objective, denying Seraph a good amount of CS though to the turret right now. I don't know if they'll actually want to finish this one off.
They're staying and dealing damage to it right now. We're watching the bottom lane for now, but these guys are pummeling this one. The Blood Boil helping out a little bit. No Name dealing the damage, and this will be the top lane turret first of the game for LMQ. Really good fight for Ackerman. Just went in, took down, like forced down Seraph by himself. No Name gets a turret gold. there they go.
So they're gonna get the turret, but the way they left the minion wave, it's gonna be in Seraph's control. Seraph can do whatever he wants with this wave now. He can actually keep it on his own territory. Doublelift going pretty aggressive. Moore has no invisibility, so they go after him.
Good flash. It's gonna be all right, but yeah, that's a flash burn for the Sivir ulti. Pretty much a worth it trade on this one. Xiao does have a static shiv though to go back to the mid lane. The power spikes are coming up here, and honestly, the fact that Seraph had this item lead, but Ackerman still won the fight, just kind of thinking back about a minute and a half. Spell's good thing. Xiao, they're not in the best spot. Nice knock up there. Goes in for the battle on Dexter. Force be kicked away. Ignite burned. Xiao not going to chase him down, but has really good damage. That's for sure.
Very impressive, Yasuo, as I said. Glad we can get a glimpse of it here. Oh! Not that impressive. The wind wall will only block things coming from the front. It's a very thin wall.
Yeah.
But, as I said, Seraph gets to do whatever he wants with that creep wave. He's decided to freeze it up in his own territory by his own ward coverage at blue, so he's very safe. And since the dragon was just taken, there's nothing for LMQ to answer with. I think that was a mistake by LMQ. They thought that dragon was available.
No, they're just going bot lane.
Oh, okay.
They're just going hard for bot lane. Yeah.
It's going to dive then.
Got the ward down, clear with the pink ward. No one going to flank around as well. And Seraph, he has TP to rejoin the fight if they go for the 4v4. Dexter also making his way down. Double pushing these guys back. Ackerman's still waiting in the wings though.
And as soon as Seraph sees this, he sees the movement down bottom, he immediately changes gears. Hey, guys, there's going to be pressure down bottom. I need to shove this now. He's no longer freezing, tries to push his lane as quickly as possible so that if he does have to teleport down, the wave will not be lost for him. It will be shoving up into the turret, it will die to the turret, and LMQ will lose out on more. So by doing that, he's able to get the teleport from Ackerman. Will he stay around for a little fight here? 1 versus 1?
Gonna go for the brawl. Stun's gonna land. Good damage comes through. Ackerman goes back in for it though. Dragon form popped ulti as well for Seraph. These guys trading cooldowns. Seraph low on mana. Ackerman still going for this one. No one even around to join this fight.
So Seraph is running because he does not have any ward coverage. He knows he can't stick around and fight this because other members of LMQ could show up.
Gonna keep running. Jumps to a minion. Ackerman. He's gonna go for the minions in this one. Dragon form really easy to clear minions with. Everything becomes AoE. And down they go. So, Ackerman, definitely not being shy about going for the brawls or even fighting a Jax this late into the game. Well, late in the game, 13 minutes in, but a Jax who was winning the lane, a 2-0-2 Jax, and he's like, I'm still gonna fight you.
Yeah, he's playing very confidently. The tabbies are probably helping out as well. But yeah, it is hard to itemize specifically against the Jax because he does so much mixed damage. Ackerman is also going mixed build, slightly offensive. He's playing very aggressive, and really it's paying off because there was no good vision there as well from Seraph. But now, the repeat invade, here we go. As I said, the prepped consecutive blue buff steals here. LMQ getting into position extremely early, actually. So they actually get met by CLG.
LMQ get it. Good smite there. Nunu steals away the blue buff, makes sure it's there for himself. Doublelift in the one going against Vasily bot lane, but look at the damage there. Doublelift with his BT, gonna take that turret down rapidly. Vasily though, he's got Rune King, he goes in, pops the ulti, big damage in Doublelift, forces the ulti to be traded away, but it's still a turret.
There's a disengage, as I said, Sivir versus... Ooh, Vasily's gotten invisible and he still has Blade active. Ooh, doesn't get it, never mind. Doublelift shoves the wave, doesn't want to go for the assassination.
Alright, nothing too big picked up. Seraph gonna keep the scraps this top lane, still going for the farm, 112 minions on him, so still quite a reasonable score, but we haven't seen any major team fights in a while now. CLG might group up. Dragon is back available. LMQ do not have teleport, but Seraph does. Could be a 5v4.
Wow, they're making the call to rush this without Ackerman. Ackerman's going for the red buff here. This is CLG's opportunity if they could get everyone in position.
Oh, the knockup on Dexter! Oh. Beautiful read by LMQ. They take him down mid-flight.
Yeah, we might want to replay that.
That was awesome.
That was just amazing. Xiao. One of the reasons I wanted to see this Yasuo from him. Seraph does get caught, and Ackerman makes use of that red buff that he was just soloing.
So what you're saying is we don't need TSM for amazing plays?
Yes, freak. Yes. All right, so let's watch. They know what Dexter's plan is. He's coming in. Xiao immediately already throws out the knockup. So he catches Dexter mid-air. Stuffs him so hard.
Yeah, they had a Warden Tribush, so they knew he was looking. Then once the Q landed, he was like, all right, I know he's coming.
That was.
He's like, all right, you got me, Xiao. Good play, good play.
That was pretty awesome. All right, so LMQ taking some time in this one. Only a 400 gold game right now. Seeing these guys definitely making good strategic plays overall. I know one question that Jat had when he first cast LMQ earlier today. I like calling back to the stories everyone else talks about. He's like, you know, LMQ, the players come from China, but they're an American team now. Will they play like a Chinese team or an American team? And the fact that the Nunu pick is in there for no name is a fairly Chinese pick. We saw OMG run that.
The fact that they know how to use a Nunu jungle says that they're probably not North American.
True. Morgan kicked away though. Nice absolute zero. Dexter extremely low. Nice dodge the javelin. Still helps pick that kill, but it's going to go to No Name to knock up. Now Sarah forced to ward hop away, but then chase down. Double kill for the jungle Nunu. We're going to keep on going for this one. Ackerman still on the chase. He is fast. He flashed it with the red buff. Big damage. Double it.
Blood boil on him.
Still trying to run away, but no. They respect the damage, but they didn't respect the javelin. Nice shot by Link pulling one back.
Good answer from CLG, but they did lose Jaxus again. Seraph here starting to get a little shaky. All right, so he goes in, flash stun, he gets 2. Morgana gets kicked out so they don't proc her ulti, but they do save her life.
Man, a lot of low health bars though. CLG taking that 1 kill and going for the pressure with it. More barely survives a death blow. But CLG do retain control over this lane. Xiao puts the wind wall down. Going for the heroics by himself. That's actually enough to wave through this. He defends the turret by himself.
Ooh, good jukes as well. Very exciting, tied up game here. And as we head deeper into the game, we have to watch the positioning here. Mostly from Vasily, as well as Seraph. CLG definitely needs Seraph to get some good engagement, some nice flanks, multi-men stun.
All right, so turret does go down, though. Well played by CLG. Seraph, yep, he's just going to do the split push thing. We haven't yet seen him truly beat up Ackerman in the top lane, though.
Ackerman has been giving as good as he gets. However, it gets worse and worse for Ackerman as time goes on. So Seraph will be more confident in these split pushing 1v1 opportunities. The only thing he's really lacking is vision up there. Look at the top side of the map. The entire top side of the map, black for CLG. They cannot see anything up there. So Seraph is having a fairly hard time really creating the pressure that he wants to with this Jax.
And that's surprising to me because CLG have 2 sight stones on the roster.
Well, look at the bottom side of the map. They've got that lit up.
Sure, but Dragon's gone now at this point, right? Like, you've got to realize what part of the map is important for you, and the fact that an outer turret still stands in the top lane means it's an important part of the map. Seraph buys himself a couple of wards, puts 1 down in the river. Should cover some of these moves. There's a pink ward near their blue buff. That'll help a little bit more, but there's still not that much vision. I want to see if CLG will pick that one up.
All right, so the 3rd blue buff as well. We need to keep track. As I said, consecutive blue buff steals for Nunu versus Nidalee. Always extremely important.
Big damage.
Does
Extra
come
goes
right
in.
up.
No name it. Half the chase still, and there's the ulti in for more. And it's going to be a big burst of damage down. Morgana goes down. Going to go another kill picked up as well. Link gets that.
Whoa!
Runs for Baron. 19
Yasuo's bottom.
Jungler's dead. Support's dead. Mid laner's gone. Wow, look at this one. Huge damage comes out. Baron at half HP. CLG with the tenacity.
Ackerman wants to jump in here. They're going to contest this.
Do what he can. Big fight goes in. Gigantic. And we kick out of the pit. Beautiful play. Vasily forced away. CLG
He gets the
low
ball
on
in half,
health.
though.
Oh, they've got to be careful to knock up onto Link. Is this the play? Xiao tries to make it happen. They pick up Dexter. LMQ keeps going. Ackerman to the back line. Double kill Xiao. They're still going. That's going to be 3 for him. Can he solo Baron? I think not.
He cannot.
He's going to run away wind wall, but Vasily picks up a 4th. Only Link is alive.
And regenerating. They stop its regeneration.
It's down
to
to 1 corner.
Nunu's coming.
They're going to keep
spear
trying.
Steal.
There's javelin.
The spear steal.
Oh, the wind wall could block it.
Oh, what?
Not even close. Nice pick up there. The smite from Nunu. And LMQ get the Baron and 4 kills.
So, let's start at the beginning here. Okay, never mind. Let's start at the Baron fight here. Because Ackerman, they know they need to stop this Baron. He gets kicked out, which is a nice move here from Dexter, but then they get flanked from the side here, and Vasily gets a good multi-man rat-a-tat, and then Xiao just going for the initial damage to scare off Link, who is out of mana. They spent so much, and they didn't get their blue buff, that Link running out of mana really cost him. He wasn't able to do anything for the rest of that fight. in the end, Vasily does get his vengeance on double lift as well. But really, let's go back to the beginning of that, because that all started from an actual good move from CLG. They timed the last time their blue buff was stolen, because they actually saw it last time. And they're like, we're not going to let that happen 3 times in a row. We know what your game plan is with your new move. Going to try and steal it away a 3rd time. So they grouped up 5 people in the right time for blue buff to spawn to counter it. They did a great job. They got their counter kill. Yasuo was bottom. They knew they could win this. They're the biggest component here for LMQ in the mid game with Yasuo with Xiao not being there. Full confidence. Gave him too much confidence though, going for that Baron. We saw how that turned out. But initially, it was a great call from CLG. Great planning from them to counter that blue buff. Better play from LMQ though, to react to the Baron.
The fact that they went in for that 3v5, just dove and went for the fight was awesome. Ackerman, his score doesn't reflect it, it's 0-3-5, but he's playing so incredibly well this game. I have huge confidence in that player right now, but CLG, they make the rotation for the top lane, that goes down, Link and Dexter take that one out, and the rest of their team is actually joining very, very soon. Seraphis TP, the duo lane of Double Lift After Move joined as well, tier 2 turrets under fire, no one's there to defend.
So they've got blue buff Nidalee sieging up, right where she wants to be. This is the plan for this CLG squad. As I said, the 4-man split push, or it was going to be the Jax split push in the 4-man center, but they can swap roles easily. They've got Jax center and 4 men up top, able to get the turret and back out in time. Pretty big win there for CLG. They take down 2 in a row, close that gold lead a little bit, and Seraph still has his teleport.
They really didn't lose anything for it at all. Ackerman gets exhausted, gonna try to get away from this one, does flash away from the Glitter Lance, he will stay safe. Mid lane under fire, CLG can't hold this one, so LMQ brings it 2-4 in
Inhibitor turret though, you can't trade inhibitor turrets for secondary tier here.
This is going to be an interesting trade because LMQ are still going for this one more. Vasily,
yep,
nope, exactly. They do all recall. CLG are not going to flinch here. Inhib turret will go down. Dexter backs off. No?
A little bit of a slow call there from LMQ. They actually stopped their recalls as well. Seraph maybe has shown his face down there. LMQ don't get any defense back. Huge win for CLG there. Now they've been cornered. This is the 4-man squad running for their lives.
Ice Blast hits Sublift. He knows he can't leave.
Every man for himself.
He's probably going to go down then. Morgana ulti, Nunu ulti, big damage. Goes in for more. Nice dodge there. Seraph trying to get away. Xiao's going to knock him down. The knock him. He doesn't quite go in. Finally, Double Lift falls down 2-0. Xiao, can you chase? Flash from Dexter. They're going to be safe.
Not too bad for CLG. Yes, they got collapsed on. Yes, they got boxed in. And unfortunate that Seraph also following went down. However, there's nothing on the map for LMQ to retaliate with. Their lanes were all shoved up towards their base because CLG had control. So that's the right time for CLG to go that deep. Yes, it was dangerous for them to try, but it paid off for them. Seraph's teleport did not pay off though. Getting in between Xiao and Twitch, definitely very dangerous for them. However, look at the map. What'd they lose? A couple of minion waves of farm. That's about it. And they got an inhibitor down. Maybe this bottom turret will finally go down for them, though.
Well, big damage in from Xiao. Xiao does tactically trucking away at that one. Yeah, why not? Top tier 2, just auto attack down. No one to defend, really. Ackerman does the same. Yeah, so there we go. 4 turrets to 5. Keep in mind, top inhib is still dead, so super minions are flooding around the map.
All right. So they did lose objectives after. Yeah. It was just a little bit later. CLG were not able to get in place to defend them after all. And those 2 kills did cost them more than I previously stated.
Well, it's going to work pretty well now. So CLG down 4,000 gold. I don't know how much you can really just say, yep, Jax is going to carry us here because we still haven't seen it work out. When he TP'd in, he got outplayed. It twitched slow into Yasuo kiting back, and then they turned around onto him. LMQ have played around that champion so well. Seraph started 2-0-2. He's now 2-3-3. He has not had an impact on this mid game. Link has got to be a little bit afraid. Not going to go in for the fight, though.
Meanwhile, Xiao, the star for LMQ this game. He is destroying it right now. He's got the 3 main items for Yasuo. He has got the chase potential. Sticking, whatever, with your Blade of the Ruined King. Whatever his target is, he'll be able to stay on it. And he's got the power to back it up now, finishing his Infinity Edge on top of Static Shiv. This is the biggest power spike for Yasuo that he can get. The only thing else he needs to add on there is a Last Whisper for extra armor penetration. But right now, He is a ridiculously powerful force for LMQ, and that's why they're trying to force right now. They want to make use of this giant level 16 3-item Yasuo.
Let's see if they can do much more with this one, because Dragon and Baron both coming up in a minute 15 to a minute and a half. Is that the players, the Siege going to be the play? Their Sieging honestly not that good. They've got one good ranged auto attacker on the lineup.
Ackerman has teleport so he could try and go defend against Seraph, but they're opting for the 5-man shove and just trading secondary turrets here.
All right, well, they're diving nice and hard. Turrets being traded everywhere.
Not have teleport. He would have to just use his regular bead.
Seraph's still going. CLG's going for the turret trade on this one. Inhibitor now under fire, down to half HP. Big damage comes through. Don't have to be afraid 4v5 at all. Inhibitor turret is gone. Jax is recalling. LMQ knows, and they back out.
So they don't get their inhibitor, but at least they take down the inhibitor turret, and they get this large wave that was bottom. They stop Seraph in his tracks, and he decides to recall. Having just a single inhibitor down isn't hugely detrimental to one of these teams, because the single minion wave is not that difficult for them to clear at this point in the game. As long as they continue to keep that vision over Baron, CLG being behind are going to have a hard time forcing LMQ to do something where they actually have to pay for having that inhibitor down. So the inhibitor being down for LMQ just means that the minion wave is shoving towards them and they get more farm. Basically, super minions deny CLG extra lane of farm. But they're trying to force it.
Exactly. This is a giant super minion wave top lane that will kill the inhibitor if they don't defend it, so they bait out onto the Baron. They force the TP out from Ackerman. They force Vasily down there as well, and the giant minion wave is still building up.
That was a ballsy call. Great call from CLG.
Yeah.
Because they actually do get to make use of the super minions now. Now, re-engaging it, not such a great call.
All right, well, this is going to guarantee the inhib goes down, but Ackerman gets kicked away. Good fight right there. Nice ulti as well from the Sivir. Keep the team back. Seraph, though, goes in for the battle. There's a knockup from Lulu that's got to get away. The knockup lands onto Seraph, though, and he's going to go down, dominating Xiao Wei Xiao.
Inhibitor, though. Inhibitor is going to die.
Oh, it's going to be the recall, though. The minions are not going to take this one.
Oh, more inside the Baron
flash
pit!
Q not quite going to land. Uh-oh, the javelins. That was not going to go down as well. So top inhib has fallen. It's going to be the defense for Ackerman. They've got to be careful, though. So 4v4 now because the Shyvana is gone. Does not have TP. CLG still on the chase. The Q lands on a Xiao Wei Xiao. The knockup try to retreat. There's Nunu still with absolute zero for more disengage if they need it. Twitch has ulti as well. So does Morgana. This could be a fight if LM2 can take it.
The mobility here that we kept... Oh! Takes it. The mobility from CLG playing off so much right there. That was such a good call. By the way, starting up that Baron, such a clutch call because they were behind. And it was very dangerous for them to do that. But now returning to the scene of crime here, all of LMQ in their base, and CLG bursting this one down.
Look at that Link waiting outside as well, just to land the longer range javelins. Ackerman in the wings. This one going to be a bit harder.
Desperate.
Nunu's nearby. Can they make it happen? Big Burst comes in. Good smite from Dexter. That is Baron to CLG. One per team. Nice hex from Lulu. The burst comes out.
Oh, and they get his flash.
Not enough. One kill for zero. No Name goes in the knockup. They find Dexter. Big damage comes out. Link forced away. The rat-a-tat-tat from Twitch dealing great damage. The backline of CLG losing so much health. They pull one back. Now Sarah forced to run. Dexter low as well. Venom Cask lands from Vasily. No Name helped make that one happen. Great snowball. Now onto the Jax. Seraph's got nowhere to go as well. Crit comes in. The dodge comes in. Not going to matter. Triple kill in for Vasily on Twitch, and only Link is alive.
This game is so close right now. Oh, can Link get another snipe kill? No. So close. So CLG, they decided once again to go back to the Baron. I mean, they had come out ahead. They had gotten the inhibitor killed once again, and they decided to go for this Baron. They get it, but LMQ do arrive in time. Let's see how they take everyone out. Because they stick around so long killing Ackerman, Vasily is able to get in position and clean up as we saw.
Yeah.
Takes off most of the Baron buffs. So really that Baron kill was about the global gold, getting CLG back in it.
Yeah.
Most of the power of the Baron is actually gone from them now. I don't think...
One guy survived.
All right, we got one Baron buff left.
Yeah, and think about it, like, global gold is, okay, it's 1,500 gold, but 3 champion kills are worth that much. And LMQ went +3 in that fight, so Baron literally got nullified there. And
Plus
now
they have
Dragon's
control
up
of
for
the
them.
map.
Exactly, from the champions being dead. The waves got pushed out. It's going to mean Dragon here for LMQ. No attempt to really steal on this one. Really sound play by LMQ, playing around the dead inhibitors, playing around the Barons and making really good, unafraid fights.
I think, yeah, they've been really strong calls from both teams so far this game.
7,000 gold. Vasily actually gets the blue buff. Figure of all champions, more stealths, more spray and praise, why not? More expunges.
All right, so Baron and Dragon are off the field. The inhibitor was re-killed, so it calms down a little bit. Back to regular farmlands. And again, as we said, when the single inhibitor is down and there aren't other objectives on the map, it's hard to pull LMQ around. Last time I said that, I didn't think CLG would go for the Baron because it's dangerous. They did end up going for it and got a re-kill on the inhibitor, but this time it's not up. So LMQ do get that extra lane. And they're soaking up a lot of farm there on Ackerman. His teleport's not available, but he's getting extremely powerful. His next item will either be that Blade of the Ruined King or even more magic resistance, so he can tank spears. And they can not only rely on the wind walls, but also giant Shyvana for blocking spears.
Yeah, and she's just now starting to get some MR items. Looks like Banshee's coming up soon for both No Name and Ackerman. Looks like actually also for More as well. These items are coming in soon. Infinity Edge started for Vasily, so Twitch can take over carrying duties soon if he needs to. Just in case, you never know. Looks like actually Xiao gonna dodge out on no more damage for now. CLG getting ready to defend. LMQ definitely the team with the advantage here. 8,000 gold lead. Good wave clear from Double keeps the team afloat for now, but at some point, there's gonna be that big fight.
And Xiao has opted for a 4th defensive item on Yasuo. He's just going to rely on his ultimate for the armor penetration. Not trying to get that last whisper, doesn't need to rush into it. There are only 2 members who have built a substantial amount of armor from CLG. So just rely on that ulti, and the power of Twitch in the back line is going to keep CLG on the defensive here.
Here they go. Open inhibitor. Wind wall comes down to keep their minion wave alive until they can push all the way in. And there we go. They got a cannon minion for what it's worth. Big damage from Double gets rid of most of these. Binding gonna get blocked by the spell shoot. That's on cooldown now. Dexter does not go in for the fight.
We see why getting that middle inhibitor turret was so important for LMQ in the earlier push. Because they have Twitch, and Vasily puts himself in a vulnerable spot whenever he pops out of his ambush. Even standing there and trying to hit the inhibitor, they have to immediately back off as soon as they see that aggression from CLG. They don't want him to get caught. Wind wall down now.
Inhibitor though very, very low. One more push, but Ackerman is low on health. Here comes the Sivir ulti. Double trying to lead the charge. Damage to a No Name. This Nunu is low. More slowed as well. He's likely to die. Flashes the Q. Word comes down. They don't want him though. They want to push elsewhere.
Bottom lane is shoving for CLG. They need to run with this pressure. They've just gotten everyone on LMQ low. They have to target another lane so that they can make use of that giant wave bottom.
They're not going for it though. They go to the mid lane.
Trying to find people in the jungle? Oh,
they looked for the recalls. They didn't find them.
Yeah.
The recalls were actually farther downward south on the map. CLG don't get anything from that at all.
They lose that giant minion wave bomb. That was a very small opening. LMQ were able to get off the recalls they wanted inside red side jungle.
And they could have chose to chase more. Instead, they went for the push and couldn't quite find the advantage they were looking for. Nice glitter lance by Aframu though. Keep the team a little bit more afloat. Randuin's already done for Afro, so they're really going armor tank heavy. There's no major magic damage from LMQ. Javelin puts more to half HP. LMQ, they'll go again for the mid inhibitor. That's going to be going down rapidly.
Gotta watch out for the re-engage here. Seraph again gets a binding to the face. Those multi-man stuns have not been very common here for Seraph. Keeps on getting stunned up. Snared outside of the fight.
Okay, so LMQ, they're the team to watch. They're the one that's winning, the one able to make the plays. Baron, 55 seconds. Dragon, 1 minute 34. 35-minute game, definitely longer than most teams normally play because this is an evenly matched game. LMQ squeaking out narrow advantages. 40 seconds on Baron, 2 pink wards already down in relevant locations. They're going to need maybe 1 or 2 more to guarantee that, though. CLG know about this. They're trying to sweep away vision as well up there. Seraph, the one going against Ackerman, puts some damage down, but Seraph is 2 levels down. Ackerman split pushes way to level 18, 292 minions. Seraph, very far down behind in this one. continually forced to run away. Big damage. Double gets caught out in the mid lane out of nowhere.
What?
Xiao Wei takes him
13
down from
seconds
behind
away
it.
from Baron. That is the pick of the game. LMQ have a huge advantage now. Not only do they have that stronger split pusher with a 2-level advantage Ackerman you just talked about, no AD carry here for CLG during the Baron. This is really, really tough for them to come back. They
CLG.
don't even want to try and contest it.
Exactly.
Hurdle time for CLG.
All right, well, there we go. LMQ takes down the Baron. Good smite by No Name. He's not lost anything in this game either. The attempt now for Ackerman, not going to be enough. He's going to get away very cleanly there, even without wards. He's going to back out of that moment.
All right, let's take a look at the double lift pick here. Xiao Xiao just runs straight up the creep wave, using Yasuo as he was meant to be used, and just destroys him. Double lift, just like Vasily, going full offensive builds, trying to add the damage. But Xiao is just dominating this game. 9-1-4 now. They're base tanking turrets.
They're doing a whole bunch of damage while doing so. Windwall comes down. Doublelift is back alive. The bot lane split push still happening. So this is 4v4 inside the base. And Hib, number 2 under fire. CLG look for the re-engage. Teleport comes in for Seraph. Morgan's locked down. 1 for 0. Here comes Ackerman though. The 4v5 from LMQ. Will it be good enough? Vasily very low. The Q lands from Lee Sin. They don't chase down. He does go in. Big damage. Kicks him back in the shutdown. Now No Name's got nowhere to go. 3 kills picked up. Ackerman goes in for this fight, but isn't going to be enough. He's tanky, but can he kill anybody? He's trying to do what he can. Minions, by the way, are killing CLG's base. Xiao happens to find a little bit here. Ackerman still on the chase, running away from Link, running away from Seraph. Doublelift will try to hold the base back alive, but now the Nexus has lost both turrets. I don't care if these guys are dead because the turrets are gone. CLG are stuck inside their base.
This is what we call an exciting game of League of Legends. Let's take a look at this Dexter play, because he lands the Q early. All right, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Moore doesn't get to use his Zanya's. Tough break for him. Now, Vasily gets low. He lands the Q, so Dexter's like, oh my god, I landed the Q. He needs to go over, safeguard to the ward, then just in time to take his second activation and kick back Vasily. What a ridiculous play from Dexter there. Xiao still fighting for his life though. Gets plenty of damage down. Able to get some kills before he does retire. But Doublelift, as you can see, is already running back to the base because it just took out all the Nexus turrets. CLG now have an exposed Nexus. At any point in time, if LMQ get the numbers advantage, if they pick anybody off, they can just run straight up the middle, don't have to deal with any sort of turrets, kill maybe an inhibitor if it respawns, and go straight for the Nexus. Even Vasily can get in there undetected.
Exactly.
He could just...
They don't have to win a fight,
ambush
just
right
show
in.
up.
So CLG have to play so defensive now.
Oh man, this has got to be difficult. Thankfully for CLG, their inhibs are back. So there's no innate pressure on the map. Dragon and Baron also gone. So CLG have about 4 minutes to work with, where the map itself is on equal footing. Can they play with the advantages and disadvantages they have right now? Banshee's Veil blocked off of more. 3 more Banshees on the team though. No Name takes a bit of damage. Nice Q comes out as well. The wind wall is going to mean inhibitor number 1 though. CLG after gets rooted up, takes a bunch of pain, puts the wind wall up, and there we go into the fight. It's Vasily getting pushed around on the backside, kicked into the team, but Ackerman forces Doublelift away as well. So far a 1 for 0. Dexter exhausted. The knockup in. Xiao finds a second kill as Seraph goes down. Doublelift's going to be victim number 3, and CLG forced to run away. LMQ going to take them down, and they are the first place team, 2-0 after day 1.
And a well-earned title.
Oh yeah.
Very, very nicely played from LMQ. CLG had moments of brilliance. They also had a couple too many aggressive calls. Some really good ones, but also some that failed. And man, LMQ, especially Xiao on that Yasuo, coming up with very big plays. Vasily towards that endgame though did hit that Twitch sweet spot.
So 11, 2, and 6 on Yasuo, 6, 2, and 10 on Twitch, 2, 5, 12, Shyvana, 2, 2, 13, Nunu. Sat there in the front lines, tanking javelins for the team. I mean, down the line, really awesome plays by these guys. And there was hype coming in for LMQ. The LMQ hype train was real. I don't know if it was big as the Cloud9 hype train when C9 joined the team.
It's getting there now.
But it's getting there now. LMQ look real good. Individually, coordination-wise. Like, okay, Seraph tries to freeze lane a couple times, and the team all 5 shows up bot and forces the push.
Doublelift definitely not happy with himself. Getting caught in the mid lane by Xiao did not help things. No. Yasuo being able to run straight up any minion line.
Yeah.
Your own minions betraying you.
It's true. It's very unfortunate. I mean, it's just typical, though, for Doublelift that minions are his downfall. In the playoffs, it was the red buff. This time, it's a minion wave. It's not a big surprise for CLG fans out there. I also got a question. Like, I do have to question. I have yet to see Seraph dominate a game. 2-6-8 this game. Again, start of the game 2-0-2. I bring it up because it's the player everyone's going to watch on CLG. I haven't seen it yet. I truly haven't.
I kept waiting for the time where he would start bullying Ackerman, but it never came.
No.
Ackerman was always very quick to ulti, very aggressive with his own trades. Like he would not back down from Seraph.
Exactly.
In the face of that Jax, and it paid off. You know, if you play with that mentality, then you eventually do get the edge. It's kind of like fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
He's playing aggressive. And
we're talking about Cutie Pie
and he's got 2 levels up on Jax, and he can legitimately kill Seraph. So Seraph has to play very careful.
Mm-hmm. So that was all kinds of impressive. I mean, really great play. I just got to say, down the line, individuals from LMQ, team play from LMQ. And you think about how many bad situations they're put in. The time where CLG is a gigantic minion wave top with a super minion there that inhibits going to die if you don't defend, and CLG starts Baron. And LMQ is like, got to give up the inhibitor. So we can't give up Baron.
Yep.
And they wait, and they're like, okay, well, we'll fight you for this. Eventually, they send Ackerman back to keep the Nexus alive, but then they play the Baron perfectly. Like, they were going into 3v5 fights and getting kills for it, either buying time for minions to kill Nexus turrets, or just because they knew they could win a 3v5.
Also, CLG may have been overreaching a couple of these times. There were 2 times where CLG made good calls and got a little advantage, and then they went for a Baron, and they lost it all. One is that time you just mentioned. First Baron engaged, gets them an inhibitor, but then they re-engage it, and they lose out many people's lives. Second one was actually the blue buff. They successfully counter the repeated new blue buff invade, and then immediately go for Baron and lose out a bunch of people.
Yeah, so maybe some shot calls to fix there on CLG. We'll see if they can keep that one going. But guys, we're exactly 1 day down. Here's where things stand in the North American LCS. First place, LMQ, making a big splash on their first day, going 2-0 in the league.
And they are followed by Cloud9 and Dignitas, who both have 1 win each. So they're both in second. Then in 4th place, it's going to be Counterlogic Gaming with that 1 win. And as we just saw, 1 loss.
And in last place, a 4-way tie, Complexity, Curse, Evil Geniuses, and Team Solo Mid. Each end of the day, 0-1. Now, of course, on Saturday, we'll be bringing you another full day with 6 matches. Taking to the Rift first, Team Solo Mid versus Curse, followed by Complexity versus LMQ.
After that, Dignitas will battle it out with Evil Geniuses, and Team Solo Mid will face off against Complexity.
So that's going to do it for us. It's all happening, though, on Saturday, noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now, for myself, Kobe, Riv, Jat, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more of the North American LCS Summer Split. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun.
Our fans who chose us in the fantasy league. That's what matters.
Kai's right on the
Does it actually?
Oh, no, how do you grab ball fast high? Oh, they go in. The wild growth is perfect. Cleave is huge now, but is it enough? He's not even turning around to attack. He's running away. Very unfortunate to start the fight. He dives. Copy stops bullet time right away. What a dive is from Seraph. But do they have the follow-up? Dominate takes a few more culling shots on the backside. It is not going to be enough, and CLG is going to go on a tear here in this fight. He can no longer give shields or support to the team. Yellow Pete is taken down and candy flies everywhere.
Right.
Red buff Zion Spartan, though, really big damage. There's the flash from both of them. Dragon Form gonna get juked away by Westrice.
If we don't lose, we win.
rather low. Now more taking damage. Apu still fighting. And there's Sam. He flashes. He lands the stun. Exhaust. First blood double it. The Q. Another kill. CLG 2-0. CLG
He gets the
low
ball
on
in half,
health.
though.
Oh, they've got to be careful. The knock-up onto Link. Is this the play? Xiaowei Xiao tries to make it happen. They pick up Dexter. LMQ keeps going. Akma to the back line. Double kill Xiaowei Xiao. They're still going. That's going to be 3 for him. Westrice in the front, but he's going to explode. Double kill there for Shifter. Explosion, triple kill. Brogushard stuck inside the base. Everyone going down except the Lee Sin. Quadra kill for Shifter. Will they give it to him? Pentatonic kill for Shifter in his first game on Dignitas.